Hello, everyone. So, we've run into something of a technical difficulty as the person who is going to come on to talk with me today just lost power. Literally seconds before the stream was supposed to start. So, it's a little bit of a toss up as to what we're going to do. Maybe he'll come on and it will all work out, but at the moment, his house is completely black. So, I got a phone call just prior to the stream starting. How are we all tonight? Montesquieu Theory stream. Actually, funny you should mention it. So, I'm doing some preparation to actually jump into Montesquieu because I have actually never read a single word of Montesquieu. That's probably not true. I probably read bits and pieces here and there when it's been cited in other books, but I'm leading up to it. So right now I'm doing a review of Plato's Laws, after which we'll be going through the spirit of the laws at some point. Which is painfully boring as these things go. I apologize for eating. It actually isn't boring. It's one of those things that, it's treated as boring, therefore it feels boring going into it. But like Rousseau, it's going to be really good once we actually do get into it. Alright. Still getting over a nasty virus. I hope it's not COVID. Hello, Titan. But yeah, it's coming. How did you build your library, President Sunday? With a lot of unwise and unnecessary spending. That's how. Okay. Thank you. Enough of this gross unprofessionalism. So, what I am waiting on currently is, for those of you who are new to the channel, you will not be likely familiar. Oh, actually, you might be, because he was on a recent stream on Squid Game. Jelma Bayorn, or Ambrose in the server. And we were going to go through the RGR thing from scratch. Because up to now, I actually haven't streamed the whole thing. And, as among other things, a philosopher and a trans scholar, he would probably have something to say about it. Or would, if he had any power. So, President Sunday, would you be interested in watching a video that discusses the depth of the connection between Lauren Sutton and the Christchurch shooter? Is that the Surfs one? I might be. I'm a little bit interested in that. No, I'll never say your full name, Titan, you filthy degenerate. No, it's not COVID. Okay, well, at least it's not COVID. At least when you die, unable to breathe, you will know it's not COVID. Oh, damn, 2 months. That's actually serious. Sorry about that. I didn't mean to make light of that. Well, I hope you get better. I've had prolonged respiratory illnesses myself. They're not fun. Oh, it's from Vadim. Sure, Leo, are you in the server? If you can just DM me that, maybe we'll go through that while we're waiting. I will go through the RGR stuff anyways, because I have some things to say about it, but... Here we go. Brilliant. Okay. Thank you, Leo. Well, it looks like we have a filler, so... Oh my god, 54 minutes long. I can't promise we'll go through the whole thing, but we'll go through a bit. Fair compromise? Jelma's here. Power's back. Oh, okay, never mind. Screw this. We're doing the thing we planned to do. Huzzah. Excelsior. Alright, we better call Ambrose in before we, or Jelma, whatever his name is, before the power goes out again. Alright, Jelma, let me know when your internet catches up. And we'll get into that. Yeah, we're moving away from Rousseau now. And eventually we'll loop around back to Hegel. But for the time being, we are filling in some gaps. Some big gaps in our knowledge. For me too, personally. I haven't read the Laws in forever, and I've lost most of it. The version I originally read came in the Plato Complete Works. And the only thing I remember of it, if I'm honest, is the emphasis on music that you get from the Republic, and the characterization of human beings as being, it's just semi-poetical, but as being basically marionettes controlled by the gods on strings. That makes sense. Oh, brilliant. Okay, good. I can stop filling space. Turn that music off. Let's call Jelma in. Hello.
Hello? God, I hope my audio is working.
Actually, it's working better than it's ever worked before. I think it might be StreamYard that's doing you nasty. How are you doing?
Better than I was. I mean, I have a candle now, and so the ambience has been upgraded about tenfold, which is pretty fantastic.
Okay, cool. So let's improve that with some nice, insane, toxic, lawyerly gaslighting on Twitch.
Okay, for some reason I have the Twitch call sound. Oh, I see, there's a bit of a gap. Got it. Okay.
The Twitch call sound.
Alright, let's go.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna share this with you, so let me figure out how to do that quickly. So Discord. There we go. Okay, let me know how that looks to you, and let me know if you can hear it.
Okay, we'll do on both scores. I'm gonna shut that window now. Okay. That looks fine in terms of hearing it.
Well, we'll find out shortly.
So.
All right, so the person we're going to be looking at is Doe, and you're familiar with RGR because we discussed the Demon Mama interaction with Weasley used car salesman book smarts a little while ago. So
Fair enough. I mean, my familiarity has its limits, but I have the general flavor of the individual.
Okay. It says you're a bit low. Let me fix that quickly. Can you increase your audio at all?
I will do that, and also it seems like you're cutting out.
I'm cutting out.
Okay. Yeah. Let's see. Is that better?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Let's just go with this. I mean, we're lucky to have power, and we're lucky to, still have steak coming in from the outside, so.
You have steak coming in from the outside.
I'm joking about the farmers in the interior and how they've been affected by everything.
Oh, I see. Okay, I'm not getting any steak,
Yeah.
so. All right.
Well, I'll get you that.
That didn't sound weird at all. Okay, let's just start this thing. Let me know if you can hear it.
Do you only use it as pronouns, or do you also use
I can
she,
hear it.
her? To be completely honest, I really prefer idits, but I know that it's a big change for a lot of people.
Oh, that's actually very convenient. I didn't mean to start at this point, but Doe uses it, its pronouns. So, just
Okay.
heads up.
All right.
So
We'll keep that in
I'm
mind.
not too harsh on people who say like she or they to me. I'm not harsh at all. I am harsh if someone has moronic arguments for refusing to use a particular set of pronouns. But I expect people to call me she and they and stuff. What's that? Oh, the serves. Thanks for the host. So you're okay with them too? I forgot you. I don't go by Faye. No. I mean, if you call me they, it's usually not a big deal. It's whatever. Like I said, I definitely.
Okay, I'm just going to skip ahead till we find the part.
It's
Okay. It is connecting and disconnecting somewhat, and so if my end gets really annoying, I will back out, but hopefully it won't come to that.
Okay, so you can't follow the video.
I can follow what they're saying. I just can't, like, it just cuts in and out visually.
Oh, you don't need the visuals. The visuals are really unnecessary. It's an audio conversation, so.
the first tweet.
I'll read.
We can show it all together if you.
Okay,
really
here we go.
want.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's just like the initial ones. Like, hey, Riley Grace Bershong, I'd love to debate. You blocked me and deleted all your videos, tweets after you called me a pedophile repeatedly with zero evidence, aside from me saying not wearing shoes in public is not, quote, involving children in a sex act. First come, first serve, right? Yeah, so I apologize. Malcolm was here. Yeah. I just think the topic was Riley lying and trying to cover her tracks by repeatedly calling the CSA victim a pedophile for not thinking that not wearing shoes is actually okay to do in public is a really good topic. Feel free to let me know.
You added an extra not in there, but yeah.
Oh, sorry. Where did I add?
You said not thinking. It's all right. It's not a big deal.
Okay. Then I unblocked you. And yeah, so I guess I want to begin. Mind if I ask like a couple
Whoa,
questions?
Can we go a little bit further?
Oh wait, which one?
Oh, I just think that you're leaving off a lot of really important information. Is it okay if we read a little bit more?
I mean, I want to pause, but I want to know
just the
more.
2 pictures.
Yeah, no. Yeah, that tweet is just those 2 pictures, but that wasn't the end of our.
Let it go for a few seconds,
right?
and then we'll pause it.
There are a lot of other interactions. I asked you if you wanted to talk about gender.
You did ask. You actually said, "Feel free to talk about gender here." When I asked to come on and talk about this other topic.
Yeah, I was interested in talking about multiple topics.
Yeah.
I thought that would be cool because I know that you've talked about gender before, and I am also someone who talks about gender a lot. So I was super hecking interested in talking to you, but like I know that you very strongly do not want to talk about gender with me, and I don't know why, but yeah, you don't have to. I'm not going to force you to.
There, we'll pretend Discord shows you on the screen.
So do you mind if I ask you, like, just in here, you said that I repeatedly called you a pedophile. So first, can I get like just like all of the places? Like, can you just tell me? You can tell me if I've like.
Well, how about I ask you a question? Around the time this summer of the Kink at Pride conversation, did you private your Twitter and delete all of your tweets?
Yeah, I did. I was getting a lot of harassment at that point.
Oh, I'm sure you were. But privating your account, I delete my account every once in a while and reactivate it when I'm feeling a little, I've got some other stuff to do and I don't want to focus on Twitter.
Yeah, the reason I deleted a lot of my content and I privated my account was because I was getting harassed a lot by people, mostly associated with you and your community. Yeah, I was just getting like constantly harassed, and I was just recovering from surgery around that time. So I just had to do that for my own mental health sake.
You had to delete your tweets for mental health?
Yeah, that's
okay.
A place where people can be able to harass me, yeah.
Well, I mean, you had your account privated. It's a little hard when you're privated.
Well, yeah, I wanted to make sure that when I reopened it, because I wanted to make sure that when I reopened it, that people could not like go through and harass me with the tweets that were still on there. That was around.
Can I ask what harassment means to you? I'm sorry for interrupting. If you want to finish what you were saying, I apologize.
Yeah, so around, I'm trying to remember, was that the Kink at Pride or
It's
the
around
Eat the
July.
It was around, so that was, wait, hold on. So that would have been, that was Eat the Rich, right? There are a lot of people who
I didn't do anything to you about Eat the Rich.
Okay, well, I know that, like, around that time, there are a lot of people who were sending me death threats.
Oh, yeah. We saw some of those. I think that that's pretty wrong to send you death threats. I think it's pretty inappropriate, pretty wrong. I'm sorry that you had to go through that. I've experienced similar things. I'm sorry about that. You have a few members of your community who like to say lots of things about me.
Wait, hold on. So do you have, wait, hold on. Who in my community has done anything like that?
Gammy.
Gammy? Hold on, wait. Gammy is not a part of my community.
She's in your chat right now.
Is anyone who's in my chat? Wait, hold on. You were in my chat.
Yeah, after I was blocked from here. Okay. Oh.
Hold on.
Yes.
No, hold on. Hold on.
Just bear with it. The interesting stuff is coming. This is just important preamble. It will come to bear later on. Trust
it's
me.
illuminating preamble as well. Continue.
Just trust me. I had to watch this 3 times over now. You're getting the
Yeah, there's
I'm
internal
suffering
and
way
there's
more.
external logic. All right, it's okay. I'm strapping in. Let me know when we're.
All right.
I'm talking to a lot of people who I disagree with. This is the first time that Gammy has been in my chat in months. All right.
Okay, that's fair. But do you remember when you posted a tweet a while back and you said, here's some really good accounts that I think are really important for you to follow for good trans voices, and one of them was Gammy?
Yeah, no, I remember that.
So at some point you agreed with some of the things that she was doing.
Yeah, I wasn't aware of a lot of the more problematic things that Gammy had done. It's actually why I ended up deleting that, or part of the reason why I ended up deleting that and disregarding that. But also, this isn't part of the comment that this isn't what we're talking about. You came here to talk about.
I mean, they're all kind of relevant. You were talking about harassment, and I was just curious what you consider harassment.
You're asking me why I privated my account and deleted it. So
well, I'm asking why you deleted tweets when you were
Yeah.
telling people that others were
hold on,
quote
wait,
unquote.
are you saying?
Yeah.
All right. All right. So is the allegation? So I just want to be very clear. Do you have any tweets, or are there any tweets that you're alleging where I called you a pedophile?
There were. I don't have any screenshots on me. You deleted them.
So, wait. So hold on.
But,
so because I would dispute that is the case, but if I say that, then are you just going to accuse me of lying?
Accuse you of lying for I'm sorry, say that again.
So I would say that I do not remember, to the best of my ability, ever tweeting calling you a pedophile. Do you have any screenshots or evidence of that being the case?
I have a video of you saying that I intentionally or unintentionally was justifying pedophilia. And
okay, we're gonna go over that, but
yeah, we are gonna go over
examples. Yeah, no, we'll go over that. But I just want to. You said multiple times. You said here that I called you a pedophile multiple times. I want to know exactly when those multiple times were.
You deleted your Twitter.
Sorry, John. Did you say something?
No, I was sighing.
I don't blame you.
Sympathetically to. Anyway, yeah. Keep going.
Your tweets. I can't go find them, but I can find the one.
Wait. So I would dispute. I would say that I never tweeted calling you a pedophile.
Okay. You can hold that. I can't push you on that. I believe that you did. You believe that I didn't. I'm not gonna call you a liar. That's fine. But you had a video in which you said it.
I had a video. All right, so let's talk about that video because I think that's what you tweeted here, right?
Yeah, and then your girlfriend, I'm assuming, that's what I was told.
All right, hold on. I'm not going to talk about the video. All right, hold on. I'm not here to defend what my girlfriend said. All right, we're here to talk about what I said. All right. So you're saying that this video is evidence of me calling you a pedophile. That's what you're saying.
I do think saying that someone is intentionally or unintentionally justifying pedophilia is calling them a pedophile, because what you're saying is that they think it's okay to do sexual acts to children.
No.
Ugh.
Don't twist my words.
I don't think I twisted anything.
I don't think that you are being very honest when you say that. All right. So we can listen to the clip right now. I'll listen to it with my chat.
Okay.
All right.
I guess I have to. No, hold on. Let me come pull it up really quick. I don't have mine open.
All right. Hold on.
Yeah, you effin' with some wet ass
Let me go to my media tab.
No, scroll wheel here somewhere.
Here's the second clip. Here's the second clip.
So he continues in level of unintelligible nonsense, saying that kink is defined in relation to sexuality, therefore involving children in sexual act. This is intentional or not the stupidest sleight of hand I've ever seen. What the fuck are you talking about?
That's an insane thing to say to me. I don't know like how that's a defensible statement. Like if you're defining something in relation to sexuality, and then you are suggesting that children should be involved in that, you're involving children in sexuality. That's the most logically valid string of words that I can think of off the top of my head, right? So like,
wait, are you done already? I think you.
I'm waiting for. I was sorry. I was waiting for you. I was.
Oh, I'm sorry. I have a second one that has a little bit more context. That's a little bit longer than the one that I quote tweeted with, but that's okay.
Okay. So
we can both play it at the same time now if you want.
All right. Wait. Which one are you playing? Is it the same clip?
Well, here. How about I do this?
What?
I've got this one that's got a little bit fuller context.
All right. When you say fuller context,
oh shit! I tried to DM it to you so you could see it. It's just the previous part of the video. I clicked the one part because it's the part where you actually say pedophile, but the minute leading up to it, I also have a separate video of. But we can just watch the quick one if you really want.
Yeah,
the 20-second one.
Yeah, well, it's the one that you tweeted at me.
Yeah, the quote tweet. We can watch that one really quick. Ready?
Okay.
All right, 3, 2,
really
1.
Weird. Now, a lot of people really weird. From really fun parts of the internet are coming out with really weird takes that apparently kink is fine to do in front of children. We should be able to justify doing it in front of them, even if it's explicitly involving them in a sexual act. Like, what the fuck is going on? This is unironic. Oh my god, they're either negligently justifying pedophilia or intentionally justifying pedophilia. I have no idea what the fuck it is. Okay. So
yeah.
Did you...
And
okay.
the
lead up... So I'm gonna ask you. So where in that clip did I call you a pedophile?
When you say that someone is intentionally or unintentionally, well, there's a couple places.
No, hold on.
Let me
hold on.
Can I pause it here? Because I just
finish my sentence.
Yes.
Yeah, there's just a couple things that have built up over time, and the evidence is kind of overwhelming. So I don't know a ton about RGR, but this person is being repulsive right now. Oh wow, on just so many levels. In terms of how they're acting. And I don't... So a couple of things. So first of all, if somebody is leveling a serious accusation at another person that could, how to describe it, result in character assassination, generally speaking, if you're taking that in front of, let's say, a court of law, making a statement like, what you said could intentionally, brackets, or unintentionally encourage odious thing X, is usually grounds for assuming that that person has acted against you. Like, in other words, they're not saying that... So promoting something is different than being the thing, sure, but at the same time, the moral seriousness of the accusation that someone is promoting something odious over they did the odious thing is almost at the same level. So that's the first thing there, is that there's clearly a type of like slander going on there at one level.
In simpler terms for the audience, when you say that somebody is engaging in something that is tantamount to pedophile apologia, that's code for... Keep going, please.
Or almost as bad, the person is justifying something horrible, even if they're not explicitly saying that they're doing it. In other words, she may not be calling it a pedophile, but she might be saying that it is doing something just as morally odious, right? Okay. So the character assassination involved in that is the same, essentially. The other thing that I noticed, of course, is that there's this weird sea lioning going on of Doe that is really distressing, whereby Doe is trying to forward the argument that, RGR is essentially assassinating her character. And the response is like, well, where is it? And it's like, I took it down for unrelated reasons, so you're never going to find it. Yeah. And it's just, the cause constitution here doesn't line up. And I just can't believe that anybody listening to this could imagine that RGR wasn't deliberately trying to cover her tracks. Like, I can't even picture that reality where somebody would be like, that seems perfectly reasonable. And also, why is RGR getting that harassment? Maybe it's because RGR is leveling morally odious accusations at Doe, right? So
Yeah, I do want to.
it's,
I want to be a bit careful there, just because, again, like, what is packed into her claims of harassment? It's going to be some people who she's mischaracterizing as harassing her, which is criticizing her for odious behavior, specifically her conduct towards Doe. But there's also going to be some other people as well. We are talking about like a trans activist. Of course, there's going to be a lot of people who are going to be extremely cruel just on the basis of that. So I do want to be a bit more careful with respect to that.
sure.
Yeah, but I mean, otherwise, my tendency is to agree more or less 100%. Again, like, you'd have to have been born yesterday. What somebody who had a clear conscience would do in this case is, to the best of their ability, they would produce the actual tweets and they would defend them as either not being what their interlocutor claims they were, or as indeed saying exactly what Doe claimed they were and then defending their aptness. She's done neither of these things. She's just claimed that they've just lost them. Sorry.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but can I also talk about, and I agree with everything you're saying, and also, like, I want to be careful about the harassment clause as well.
If I'm being honest, that's as a matter of policy, because again, like, just as a general rule when dealing with people in this context, I want to be really careful, because when she claims harassment, there's going to be a very large percentage of the people who are engaging with her where that's a 100% apt description of what they're doing.
Absolutely.
But she's been a snake throughout this entire thing. So do I have any particular reason to think that any particular party that she characterizes as harassing her in the context of this engagement actually is? I'm sure there are some, but generally I suspect people are reacting to actually odious behavior. And if that's harassment, what do you call this?
But even if they're reacting to odious behavior, harassment is not okay, and we're not, endorsing it. We're not saying that any of these forms of harassment are okay or morally acceptable themselves, right? That's also morally unacceptable. The other thing is, I want to talk about what that was on the back of, because I'm a relative newbie about this, but correct me if I'm wrong, but the argument being advanced here is that showing one's bare feet in public, maybe because you're feeling sexy, or the person sitting with you, both of whom are, you and them are adults, think your feet are sexy, is harassing children? Like, can you explain this to me?
Yeah, so this has to do with the kink at pride issue, and what that has to do is whether it's appropriate for people to be wearing effectively like kink garb, like leather and straps and stuff like that, typically like coded sexual clothing, in a public context during pride parades or in pride events. And so it was bare feet. My understanding, I'm a little bit new to this as well. My understanding is that bare feet were brought up as sort of a reductio of, like, well, what does it mean to actually expose skin in public for the purposes of, like, kink and whatnot, and what are the consequences of that? The argument here that Doe is fielding is that it is not involving children in a sexual display to, for example, innocuously display one's feet in the event that one's partner is a foot fetishist and is privately in their heads enjoying the display, which I think is intuitively obvious. I don't know what you think about that. RGR throughout the course of this debate is going to try and argue that actually that is in fact a sex act. I've got a few issues with that characterization, but that is a sex act, and if it is done in the proximity of children, then that is either pedophile enabling as an argument, or pedophilic by itself insofar as it involves children in a public sex act, which, if it does, that's a problem. My issue with it was that it conflates an action with a thought. Actions are private; they take place within your head. Nobody else has access to them unless you express them. Actions are public; they exist in the world apart from your thoughts, and they can be subtle. Like they can be, like, for example, if you were getting off not just at, and by getting off I just mean like enjoying the display of, if somebody was getting off by the display of their partner's feet because they have a foot fetish, in addition to the presence of children, that would be involving children in a sex act, or at least something dangerously close to it. by my lights. I suspect you
I
probably.
think-
Yeah, go on.
No, I agree with your analysis entirely. Could I take a step back and just kind of talk about
Sure.
the kink at Pride debate a little bit more, because I know a bit about this topic,
All right.
just to kind of give the general framework. So the difficulty is that, you know, the Pride Parade is a parade geared at encouraging both the visibility and human rights of historically marginalized or still marginalized and oppressed groups, including gender minorities and including sexual minorities. There's been a long-standing discussion, which I don't need to get into the details of, about whether or not kink has a place in the LGBTQA plus community at all. And the concern is that, you know, people who are involved in the concern on the one hand is people who are involved in kink culture are part of an historically oppressed community. On the other hand, people are like, this is ridiculous. We're talking about identities or sexuality. This is a leisure activity. Then they'll fight back and say it is an identity. So there's a lot of complexity around how kink fits in with LGBT issues. And I'm leaving my own stances around all of this out of it. The other difficulty around all of this is that the Pride Parade is not a children's event that's geared towards children, nor is it typically ever really centrally involved children. It's an adult-to-adult event in which historically oppressed and marginalized people are able to display pride and, you know, civic pride and pride for their community and that kind of thing. And sometimes people wear skimpy clothing at this, just like, you know, if there's a speech at a bar about the rights of some minority group and people drink alcohol, this is not an activity appropriate for children, and yet they are drinking alcohol at a bar. And so there's a sense in which that's sort of the discussions about what the Pride Parade is and how kink and pride go together. As for the accusations that are being made, the action-thought distinction is extremely important. The other important distinction is ordinary use, right? So if somebody is reading a book and somebody else happens to find that sexual, ordinarily in public use and per ordinary social structures, we do not consider reading a book to be a sexual act.
I feel personally
Likewise,
attacked here. Go on.
Sorry?
I feel personally attacked here, but continue.
Oh, God. And then, in addition to that, when people have bare feet or are sitting around with bare feet, we typically do not consider this a sexual act. Even the mere definition of it as a fetish for a specific party indicates that it's ordinarily taken to be a person sitting with bare feet. So anything then can become a sex act by dint of somebody thinking in their head that this might be sexual. You know, it's that sort of stupid rule of the second somebody sexualizes something, it exists somewhere in some corner of the world. It's ridiculous. Like, anything anybody does, if somebody else had privately conceptualized of it as a sexual act, would become sexual, and that's not how the world functions, and that's not our ordinary understanding of you know, writing or drinking a coffee or reading a book or sitting with our legs crossed and our feet bare in the summer in the grass. Like, that's not our conception of those things. And at the heart of that is the distinction we make between what actions actually mean in the world in an ordinary, common sense and wholesome sense, and what people might be thinking, which we can't control, and which, quite frankly, doesn't ever need to bear out in terms of those actions. So this is a bad faith argument, and it's harmful and it's weird, and it turns things that are just ordinary behaviors into a sex act merely because of somebody's thoughts. So that's my take on that so far.
I mean, to the extent that, again, we can imagine somebody contriving a situation that is functionally identical, in which, again, like somebody is viewing their partner's bare feet. The display is only for them, but they have contrived it so that they are enjoying it in the presence of children, because it is the presence of children that improves the situation in their mind. That I would draw the line, but that still would be that would be a legitimate moral distinction. There'd be no way to police it, but that's beside the point.
Well, I would draw the line there too. I was not referring to that case. Like, I was referring to the ordinary cases of how behaviors tend to be interpreted. Yeah.
Yes. Now, crucially, that is not the case that Doe described. In fact, if memory serves, Doe was actually very, very clear to say, like, well, look, if they're getting off specifically by the presence of children, then that's weird.
Yeah, that's not right.
Now, crucially,
that's
though,
not an act.
It's also crucially, it's dangerously close, but it's not specifically pedophilic either. But it's dangerously close, specifically because when we think pedophilic, typically what we mean is the children themselves are the object of desire, not a function of the environment. It's bad enough, but it's still not quite there. RGR would have a very strong case in that instance if that's the argument Doe was defending, for that being something that could be used by pedophiles as a defense for behavior we don't want to see born. But thankfully, that's not the argument Doe made. And as you say, I think the one that was made, I think, frankly, stands. And I think the attempt to brute force it, and here's the weird thing. Like you see this stream here that's like 4 hours long. Now, granted, it's only the last hour about that is the debate with RGR. She went on to Vosh afterwards and just tried to brute force this for a solid 2-3 hours. I think it was ridiculous. Yeah. We'll continue with this for a little bit because I actually want to get to the actual argument itself because it's interesting how it comes out.
I think that distinction is super important, so we'll continue.
Yeah.
Must be a really direct question, and you won't let me finish my sentence.
All right, that is not calling you a pedophile. That's saying that you advocated, that you made an argument that is typical to expect that pedophiles would make. All right? That is my argument, and I stand by that argument. We can go into the merits of it if you want to.
Let's go into the merits, because clearly just talking about this one sentence isn't going to go anywhere. So I think it's prudent of us to talk about your definition.
Let's start with exactly what you said. All right? So you said, and I quote, "Some people like feet. If you go shoeless to a public event because your partner likes feet, you're not, quote, involving children in a sexual act." That's what you said, right?
That is what I said.
You're talking about a foot fetish.
I am talking about a foot fetish. I'm proud of you.
Okay. So I want you to answer me this question. If you are getting off your partner's foot fetish around children, do you think it's not little reasonable for someone to say, okay, this seems like something that a pedophile may argue, and this person either knows what they're doing or they are negligent and they're saying it even though they don't understand its implications?
So, nowhere in this tweet has anyone talked about getting off.
Wait, hold on. What do you think happens when you appeal to someone's sexual kink? Or sorry, we're talking about fetish. We're talking about
sexual desires is what we're talking about.
We're talking about getting off someone else's
No,
fetish.
you keep saying getting off. Why do you keep saying that?
Because that's the only implication. All right, so I guess.
Can I give you an implication? You're allowed to ask questions if you're confused.
Can I just note something quickly?
Yes.
Because I'm annoyed. So there's 3 layers of reality going on here. So there's a reality in which I am drinking a beer. In this hypothetical scenario, my partner is getting off on my drinking the beer, which nobody observing this would in any way consider to be the case. And then, unknown to me, this person I'm sitting with is immoral and hideous and is liking the fact that I am drinking beer in the presence of kids. So this is the 3 layers now that we've got going on. I'm sitting there drinking a beer, let's say that I don't have any awareness of any of this. I'm just trying to drink my beer. I have no idea that they have a me drinking beer fetish. And then in addition to that, I have absolutely no idea, or I would never associate with them again, if I thought that they were sexualizing that because children were also present as a sufficient condition of that. Right. And then if a kid were observing this, they would observe me drinking the beer. I would be innocent to it. The kid would be innocent to it. And the person would be basically doing something so bizarre and immoral and horrible that they would need immediate help. But nothing in this scenario would traumatize either me or the kid, who were absolutely unaware of these conditions. That's the part that gets to me. So it's kind of like...
A lot is being made here, too, as to the distinction between getting off, quote-unquote, or orgasming, or whatever, right?
Yeah,
to me...
Noted that.
Yes. Now, I'm curious as to your thoughts on this. So, for me, it seems pretty basic, if a little bit grosser. But let's replicate the scenario of the partners going out. One is wearing sandals or whatever, because the other partner gets off on a foot fetish. And they do not express or make a display of this to anybody. and the partner, instead of simply thinking, feet, or something like that. Oh, fuck, it's going to get clipped, isn't it? The other partner, the other partner, instead of that, has an orgasm in response. It's gross, but if that isn't vocalized or expressed visually, that remains as private as a thought, does it not?
Absolutely, because that's not an action. Like it's
an event, but it's not an action. Actions aren't just events. Yeah.
Taking the morally odious pedophilia part of the equation out of this for a second, it's kind of like, you know, the horrible, like, remember that lonely, what was it, like Lonely Island thing where it was like jizz in my pants and he had that weird expression. So like that's clearly not happening in the instance of two individuals sitting together and one enjoying the other one's foot fetish. Like nobody is reacting actively to this. It's just a person with sandals sitting with a person with sneakers talking. That's it, right? And so in that case, yeah, the person with sandals knows that they're wearing sandals and that the person with sneakers enjoys that, but they're just sitting talking, and that's it.
I think
and that would be a situation which nobody's getting off. I agree. And a situation which even any, like, I'm willing to be conservative about this, even any remote reaction of any form is occurring on either of their ends, then they are getting off, sure. But we're talking about a scenario in which nobody is making any unusual moves and nothing is happening, right?
Yeah, it is as private and exclusive as if they were behind walls, fundamentally.
Yes.
Because they are, quite literally. Well, I guess less literally, but like same principle. I think because we have a tendency, and I think this is justified, but we have a tendency to heighten our levels of concern and panic when it involves children. I do. Let's replace the children with adults. Let's say there are simply unaware adults in the environment that do not consent to being involved in a sex act, right? Not just they haven't given consent, they're wearing signs. It says no sex acts in our presence, right? Okay. The situation is the same. They have not been involved in anything. In fact, an act has not taken place, except insofar as the situation was only supposed to involve the partners, was contrived where they would be viewing their feet in public and enjoying the display.
Just in so much as if I'm an adult witnessing another adult drinking coffee in front of their partner,
yes,
I am not involved in a sex act.
I should specify,
Yeah.
So far as the in public part isn't a specifically intentional part of the contrived event.
Yes, that's important.
Somewhat. The question is whether or not it is involving other people specifically as elements, or whether or not it's simply the outsideness. Because citizens have a right to the public space, provided it's used appropriately. That is theirs.
Now, can I mention that the person who is privately thinking this is acting in a way that is vile and immoral and unethical? Like, I'll make that distinction, and to say that that's gross of them, it's disgusting. But given that anybody witnessing this would witness two people sitting, one wearing sneakers, the other wearing sandals, having a ordinary conversation, and would not observe any of this or internalize any of this as anything remotely sexual, that's the distinction, right?
So, yes. So, question mark philosophy says it's irrelevant to her if they become, referring to RGR, it's irrelevant to RGR if they become aware of it or not. The issue for her is the violation of consent. You're dealing with a deontological, theological case for thought crimes here. Here's the issue here. So, it's not irrelevant if they become aware of it. If they become aware of it is a part of the justification for saying they are involved. Now, RGR is later going to argue that they don't actually need to be aware of it to be involved. We dispute that, obviously.
Yeah,
but that would be them being aware of it would at the very least make it a thing that impinges upon their experience. So it wouldn't be private anymore. That's the distinction. Whether they're involved in an action is a separate question, but it's still like that. Now we're getting into the realm of the very easily inappropriate.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah. Shall we keep going?
Okay, let's keep going.
Very much not confused, I can guarantee you that. But let me ask you a question.
Well,
So,
you haven't
what
represented
is
me
your-
correctly yet, so I think you might be just a little bit confused.
I'm gonna doubt that, but let me ask you a question. So, what is your definition of a sexual act?
So, sex acts is like super complex. I think the biggest issue that I actually have, and I mean not biggest, but the first issue I have is probably your definition of sex act. If I remember correctly, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, I'll give you a chance to in just a second. That a sex act is any action that occurs with sexual intent, sexual desire, right? Is that about right?
Roughly, it's when you do something intentionally and primarily appealing to yours or someone else's sexual desires.
Yeah, okay. So I think I got it about right. So I think that this is so broad as to be useless, and I don't think that any legal system defines it this way. For example,
I would disagree. I would
can
absolutely
I finish
disagree.
my sentence, please?
Yeah, go ahead, but I'm just saying, like, I disagree with that.
I just don't know why you have to interrupt me when I'm in the middle of talking.
Well, I'm just saying that I disagree with that.
Okay, well, in my state, I looked up the sex acts law, and they actually, so I live in North Carolina, and criminal law designates differences between sex acts, sexual contact, sexual activity, and sexual penetration. They define sex acts as the sexual contact of one or more sex organs, including but not limited to cunnilingus, fellatio, analingus, or anal intercourse, or the penetration of any object into the genital or anal opening of another person's body. Sexual contact is a focus on touching a person's, quote, intimate parts. Sexual penetration is, we can understand that. And sexual activity, the main thing that they listed there was masturbation.
Okay,
So we have a lot of different, it's a very varied, the legal system is a very varied way of approaching these kinds of discussions.
So I actually, there's some interesting context because I've actually taken, so as you know, I'm a law student, I've actually taken criminal law. Are you familiar with the history of how we've gotten to like our modern common law rape standard?
I probably don't know the history as well as you do being a law student, but I was actually in the middle of talking. I don't know,
Well,
again,
you're-
why you
you're
interrupted
going
me.
on
I was actually, you asked me a really direct question, and I was actually walking my way through it. I don't know why you keep doing this.
I mean, like, if you keep talking and you just keep going on and you...
I
give
just
a
listed a
long-winded
legal
answer.
system's sex acts and the way that it differentiates between it, because one of my points
Is there
here
anything-
is
sorry,
that this is a
anything
very
that you-
nuanced conversation, and I think you lose some of the nuance that I think is really important to this conversation.
You're right. So we can go through that and we can talk about why those definitions are in fact problematic. Because the history of the evolution of the legal standard for what constitutes a sex act has actually been to broaden it more over time. Historically, rape was only the penetration of a vagina by a penis by a man of a woman,
Yeah,
and
that's true.
using excessive force. But the reason why that's not the standard anymore, is because we realize that actually sex acts are a lot more than just physical penetration.
That's true.
Yeah, that is true. So I would not say that the law is a good heuristic to be able to rely on in this conversation, since we are able to recognize that sex and sex acts are a lot more than just basic forms of penetration.
I agree. I actually listed things that weren't penetration. I listed
Yeah, and I
multiple
would say
things that
we
weren't
still need a
penetration.
And I would say that we still need a broader understanding of sex acts, because you end up excluding a lot of very harmful situations that run into the problem of violating one's consent.
That is where I was going to move the conversation, as a question of consent. And because you seem to, again, correct me if I'm wrong, have a view that we consent to seeing things in public, that that's like a thing that happens.
No, wait, hold on. My exact view in respect to consent, especially as it concerns sex, is that if someone is going to involve you in a sex act or do something around you as a sex act, then you need to acquire their consent to do that. If you do not, then you violate their consent, you categorically cause them harm. Children cannot
Wait,
consent
how do you cause them harm?
because you're violating a fundamental deontological rule.
That doesn't mean anything. Can you explain that?
Yeah, there are certain things which, if you do, they are inherently morally wrong. Murder is an example. You do it is inherently morally wrong.
Why?
Violating someone's consent is inherently morally wrong. The reason why goes back to the Kantian categorical imperative. If we were to do certain things in society, then that would mean that we end up leading to a contradiction, whereas we
Can I
end
just say
up
something?
not being
Hang on.
able to have the thing that we wanted to begin with.
Go on.
Okay, I'm finding this kind of fraught to make the exact point the way I want to, so I might need your assistance if I can't get it quite right.
God help you. Okay, let's do it.
Basically, yeah. So basically, the point is that if what we want to do is consent is extremely important,
Yeah.
and the fact that rape laws used to only involve the penetration of a vagina by a penis and had to do with like
With
weird-
excessive force, by the way, not just
with excessive force.
Yeah.
But that's actually, but it's funny because it actually had to do that was looped into notions of women as being men's property, and then other men violating that by going near them, and then the force was sort of ruining the property. It was very, very disturbing. So like a content warning about all of that. And so obviously we know that legal definitions aren't perfectly moral. And in fact, there's a whole school of thought that says legal definitions are positivist. Like they don't have anything to do with morality. So there's the interfacing of the law and morality is a really complex set of questions. When we're getting into something like consent though, pretty straightforwardly, consent needs to be, what was the term that Beverly McLaughlin was using? Active, ongoing, and enthusiastic, right? So for that reason, you can't have consent between two adults where one person consents to non-consent in advance of the non-consent. Like that doesn't exist. And so, because you can revoke consent at any time. And so if somebody says, oh my God, it's just so fraught to get into this stuff on air, but if somebody consents to something ahead of time and says, I don't need to consent in the moment because it'll make it better or something, that you can't do that. That's just, you can't consent to stuff like that. So there's certain things where there's contradictions and you can't actually consent. Consent exists because non-consent is a horrible thing that defines rape culture and is a terrible social ill, and I agree with all that thoroughly. But when you're trying to look at wanting to reduce harm, I'm thinking of a hypothetical situation in which the person tries to get consent even from a third party. I want to take the children part of this out of the equation for a second, because I think it's odious to bring it in. So there's a third party who's an adult who's literally just trying to be in public, sitting on a bench, drinking a coffee, and they're witnessing a person with sandals talking to a person with sneakers on about some random irrelevant thing. Imagine the person with sneakers on walks up to the third party on the bench who's drinking their coffee, and they say, oh, excuse me, ma'am. The person looks up and they said, yes. I just want to let you know that although we appear to be innocently sitting here talking, I'm actually engaging in a foot fetish moment with my partner, and it's made all the better because you're sitting there. Are you cool with that? So, like, what's happening in that moment is person is then acting on something that was in their head, and it goes into the realm of actually acting on it. And I know that if I was the person sitting on the bench in whatever mood I was in, I might say like, fuck off, or like, what do you mean? Like, oh my God. And I would be actively disturbed by this and run away, versus if the person hadn't approached me with this, I would have just drank my coffee. So then the question becomes, like, what does that mean? If you be actively traumatizing or disturbing someone by, as a verbal speech act, acting on what was going on instead of privately thinking something? Like, what if that would actually lead to a form of trauma and be a type of violence itself? Like, that's the fear around that kind of thing.
Well,
Then when you...
I think in that particular, and this is sort of intuitive, and you'll recognize this obviously. When you're, we are in our culture, whoever the hell that refers to, when we address people about sensitive subjects that are typically taboo to talk about with strangers or in public, that in itself acts as an expression of, or not an expression of, that in itself acts as one of those taboo events. So yeah,
exactly.
It ends up becoming a proposition in and of itself, so that the actual asking for consent in that case, in that manner, in that place, is arguably, I'm not actually going to abide by Doe's definition of a sex act here. I would be satisfied philosophically to regard that as a sex act in its own right.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, maybe not like the worst kind of thing you can do, but it's bad. Because again, because crucially, like what made the private and exclusive. I mean, here's something. Like, we're specifying a foot fetish as if that's particularly vile. But people do this all the time with respect to their partner wearing a certain outfit they find particularly attractive.
I was gonna say, what about people
Yeah.
who dress sexy? Like, dear God, like I'm just.
Or on the corollary of
Oh.
that, I do not find leather attractive at all. So when I see people at a pride event dressed in that way, that does nothing for me. That actually has the total opposite effect of were I to have a foot fetish, which I do not, of like viewing somebody
a
in
book
that
fetish.
capacity. Exactly. Thank you. Acknowledged.
He doesn't do it. Fair enough. And then here's the other horrifying thing is that, yeah, but then here's the thing that makes this not an apt analogy, because when anything ever involves children, consent can't exist on the child's part. So therefore, what the person is doing by involving
Yes.
the child even in their thought process is immoral, disgusting, and wrong. And needs to be, and they need to remove themselves from that situation immediately. So there's all kinds of moral imperatives there. But to say that, like, this wouldn't read to the environment or the child as a pedophilic act, and the child wouldn't be scarred for life because their consent wasn't accessed directly, it doesn't hold, because the child would simply have been in public, witnessed two people talking, and left, and not been horrifyingly approached by an adult asking them those sorts of questions. Because there's a mistake that RGR is making, which is that children can never give consent, right? To these kinds of things. So there's no way of asking for consent from children. Children can never give consent. That's why children must be protected, right?
I'm not sure that's a
So-
mistake RGR is making. I think because I think RGR is simply allowing the presence of children to constitute a violation of their consent if a sex act is taking
Sure.
place in their presence, which I would agree with. The issue centers around whether or not what is being described is tantamount to a sex act. Or, well, more specific, and stress here is not on the sex part, it's on the act part. Is this an act? And by act, I mean, is it a public...
Or-
Sorry, go on.
Yeah. Or in addition to that as well, to just add on to that, because that's really the account that I want to distinguish too between thinking and acting. Or if in terms of causal effect, it could ever be construed as an act without extensive explanation in the eyes of bystanders, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, again, specifically, it centers around the identity of the thing being done as an act. What we mean by an act in this case is something actually a little bit culturally loaded. We're not talking like in metaphysical terms, because from the perspective of the cosmos, let's say, I don't think there's really much of a distinction between an event in your head and an event that you project into the social world. But when we're talking about an act, we are specifically talking about we are talking about the deliberate creation of a kind of work in the world that is in some way an emanation of your intent. That is publicly accessible to other people. Other people can see so-and-so has done this. They
Right,
can't
and
do
what
that with
that-
respect to your thoughts. Like, we specifically say when somebody tries to tell you what you are thinking, that, hey, you don't know my thoughts. It's not. Yeah. Go on, please.
And your thoughts aren't even necessarily well constructed enough to be more than a perceptual experience. They're not necessarily like these well argued, stances born out of inferential reasoning about the world around you. They could just be your perception of things. The other thing about an act is, like, speech can be an act too. That's Austinian speech act theory. So if I think in my head, I'm marrying this person, and then I say out loud, I do, then I bring into social reality the situation of being married to that person. The two are radically different. I can say I do in my head, but that is not the same as if I say I do out loud. In fact, me saying I do in my head is just thinking, but saying it out loud actually brings a new state of things into existence, because that's the legally binding statement that marries me to that other person, right?
Sure. Or we can think of, like, in a case where you see a disaster happening. Monsters are invading or whatever. You see a child alone in the street, and something's bearing down on them. And you think to yourself, I should go run in and save that child. You can fail to act. and still fully
Then you're
intent.
on the line for recklessly endangering them in their death if you fail to act. Because there also is actual consequences for failing to act as well, right? And so there is a huge distinction. Like, no, there's very few philosophies in this world that would not make that important and necessary distinction, right?
Yeah.
Anyway, we should keep going.
No, it's fine. Because before we do, I want to comment briefly, because it has been requested, on this use of Kant. So, she's not entirely off base, but she is also off base. So, RGR says, categorical imperative, we can't, some things are objectively immoral, because if we adopt them as a maxim, they will eventually lead to a contradiction. This isn't strictly speaking true. Something can only be... so the distinction Kant is making is not between moral and immoral. The distinction Kant is making is between a moral maxim and a maxim that is simply not moral. So, for example, give all that you have to the poor may not be immoral, but it may run into a contradiction in that you potentially, under certain conditions, maybe we can imagine, you end up creating another poor person yourself who is then more destitute as a result. The examples she gives of murder doesn't really work, because murder is wrong isn't a maxim for action. Murder is wrong as a moral judgment, and it's also a tautology, because murder is definitionally wrong killing. A great example would be of a maxim that cannot be taken as a moral maxim, because it will run into contradictions and is immoral, is budging in line to get ahead. Because if everybody budges in line to get ahead, then you won't get ahead. What is not an example of a contradiction is that the end is satisfied. So, help the poor is not contradicted by successfully eliminating poverty, because these ends can be dormant. So you can have it as a maxim: help the poor when there are poor people, and maybe you never have to act on it. But that's not a contradiction. In this case, I don't think there's anything that... I don't think there's anything... Even the violating consent one, frankly, doesn't work, because we have to violate consent in a host of other arenas that we don't talk about. We have to violate consent in order to enforce people abiding by certain norms when it comes to sexual behavior. If somebody violates somebody else's consent and will not stop, somebody needs to violate that person's consent in order to stop it. It gets messy. I don't think Kant is very useful here, frankly.
And I also don't think even Kant himself, like, I'm at a much greater distance from Kant than you are right now, and so I would trust your account.
Oh, it's been almost a decade. I'm not close to Kant at all at this point.
I think that, because when we're talking about things like the categorical imperative, we're saying that something whereby using individual a priori reasoning, we would all be able to satisfactorily arrive at the same result, such that it takes a collective, that result of our thinking becomes collective and then can be implemented in a collective way that approximates a universal way, even though, of course, it isn't. So that's not oblivious to outcomes we want to see in the world. What it doesn't do is assume that our reasoning around these topics results from merely viewing the world itself. It's a priori, not a posteriori. So I don't think that Kant himself is dead to the causal effect of things necessarily. I also think that, as you said, like, the specificity of what's involved in consent in various situations makes it so that broadening that out to say that, like, consent ought never to be violated becomes something we couldn't support as a maxim, on the basis that we have to violate the consent of someone who's violated somebody else's consent in order to arrest them, for instance.
Yeah,
right?
it's the Popper contradiction of
It's a Popper contradiction. I was going to say that because I'm afraid, who's that person? Who's
contradiction of tolerance, or the paradox of tolerance.
Yeah, exactly. The paradox of tolerance, or the limits of tolerance, or whatever. Like, I was thinking of Popper, but thank you. So that's that point, basically, which is an incredibly important point. And for RGR, as somebody who's interested in the law, you think would have Popper in mind. But anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think any of these people study Kant, frankly, and I don't necessarily blame them, but I really despise this pretense of, I'm in law school, or I'm a philosopher, and therefore I don't need to, actually read these people to just proclaim stuff about them or to use them. Invoking Kant here had no purpose. First of
Also,
all,
I'm a philosopher is a red herring, right? Like, it's irrelevant to the argument being made.
Well,
It's
fortunately-
like, sure, that's what you are, but what are you saying?
she's not making that here, but what is deploying Kant here doing? It's really doing nothing. She's invoking it like scripture. Like, if you're going to deploy a very contentious philosophical program, you need to justify it first, and you need to convince the other person that this has some sort of normative force.
Do you
At
want me
this
to delve
point-
into her psychology for a second? Because I have a sense of why she's doing that right now.
I do too, but please.
It's, more or less, she knows that she's being ungenerous to the point of being, defamatory, and she wants to rely on any even arbitrary source of authority that she can to try and bolster herself and make her arguments look, less spurious, right?
Put another way.
Or more generous. Yeah.
Put another way, she knows she looks really bad, and she needs to construe her interlocutor as being somebody so odious that she is perfectly justified in being completely vicious towards her in that context, which is what she would have the mandate of heaven to do, so to speak, if she managed to convince the audience that Doe, in fact, was a pedophile, or was okay with pedophiles, or was abetting pedophiles. Yeah.
Fair enough.
Yeah. We'll carry on with a little bit of this, because there's something else I want to get your opinion on before we wrap up. Because there was some fallout from this that's of some interest, but we'll keep going.
If you go around violating other people's consent, then we end up justifying a world where anyone can violate anyone's consent. We no longer have consent. And I really care about consent. So I say we do everything we can to respect consent.
Yeah, that doesn't logically follow.
Oh, man.
Again, what you would say in this, I mean, first of all, again, consent is a bad example, because to enforce, and definitionally, it's in the word enforce. To enforce any rule, you have to violate people's consent. So, always only act with the consent of the people you are acting upon. We're not specifying sexually here; that's a given. But always act with the consent of the people you are acting upon. Is a maxim that runs into contradictions. That actually can't be a moral maxim under Kantian.
And moreover,
Under
just to
Kantian
add the
frame.
social metaphysics element into it, on the social map or in relation to any specific social space, in order to function as a certain type of being in context X, there are going to be rules and norms around functioning as that thing. Like, in other words, there's rules and norms about how we use money. It's not just a piece of paper, right?
Yeah.
Things take on social functions and context because they make sense in relation to the norms and rules of that context. And in some cases, the norms and rules imply that there's one instance in which you can violate the consent of people who violated other people's consent. And that's perfectly reasonable in terms of the social norms and structures in the context they're operating within, right?
Yeah.
And consent exists only against a social backdrop, right? So that's all, like, relevant to this as well.
Yeah, like here's a maxim that you could adopt on a Kantian frame, just to bury that into the ground a little bit further. Only engage in sex acts with the consent of everybody visibly present. Say,
Exactly.
yeah, easy.
But we're
Now-
not talking about that. We're talking
no,
about
we're not.
consent simpliciter. Yeah.
Well, we're also talking about consent simpliciter, but if we wanted to, like, this is an argument that Doe could field and probably would field. Because, again, the question here isn't, is there something sexual going on? Or, the question is what is taking place, however we characterize it, however else we characterize it, is it an act? Because if it's not an act, then it's not violating the maxim. Again, Kant is entirely neutral here. And, like, the thing with Kant, too, is people forget what his goal is. His goal is not to say that anything that you can, like, because you can say absolutely trite things that would not run into a contradiction. right? It has to be related to some kind of end or something. The thing Kant is getting at is what is the moral qua the moral, as opposed to what is sort of downstream from some kind of particular interest. And he even, one of the reasons why Kant is incorrectly, or rather inappropriately, criticized as being sort of impoverished. Perspective Philosophy had a terrible video in which he argued, and this is consistent with Hegel, who misread Kant as well, unfortunately, who argued that anything can meet the God damn it. Anything can meet universalizability. We can imagine, first of all, it's not true, because there are obvious cases of maxims that don't. But anything as an end can, like, okay. But the point he's getting at here is that the good qua the good, or the moral qua the moral, is simply the universal, and that's going to be possibly entirely prior even to the human. So of course it's impoverished, because it's prior to the world and all of the particular things that exist around us. So he's doing something radically different from what most moral theorists are doing. It's not a poverty of his thought. He's trying to get at, like, the metaphysics to the extent possible. He's trying to get at it's literally called the groundwork to the metaphysics of morals. He's not giving a program for like the morals of a particular place or whatever, sort of like in the Rousseauian sense of talking about, like, customs and things like that. Apathy has actually got the quote for us here. The universal imperative of duty can be expressed as follows: act as though the maxim of your action were to become, through your will, a universal law of nature. Yeah. And of course it's not a law of nature if it reaches a contradiction. So that makes sense. Anyways. We'll keep going for a little bit. Did I cut you off and go off on a tangent? Was there something floating that you wanted addressed? Jalma? Oh, did I lose Jalma? Jalma! Oh, I think I actually did lose Jalma for a second there. What is going on? They might have lost power again. I think they might have lost power. Oh, your sound isn't working. Disconnect and reconnect. You might have two tabs open. P.S. Which copy of the groundwork do you have? I have a couple. The one I have on my shelf is the broad view edition. Hello, hello.
Hi.
Oh, I can hear you. Good.
Okay, good. So that does work now.
Yes.
Excellent. No, all I was saying in addition to that was that people have this sort of assumption about the arbitrariness of how we arrive at the categorical imperative only because they're, I don't know, bigoted against the concept of things existing a priori. The idea that anything can be, the idea that the arbitrariness takes place in people's agreement about what could be brought into the realm of common ends is ridiculous because, you know, deductive reasoning, if nothing else, applies to this, right? Like, it can't be contradictory. It can't be something that's so general it loses any force. Like, you could say something like, in the instance where, you know, all 10 moons around Earth are made of blue cheese, we ought to bow, right? You know, there's stuff that's just, like, absolutely absurd on the face of it. And so people who think that, somebody who would think that there's arbitrariness on that end of things doesn't understand basic deductive reasoning, right? Among other things. So that's just what I'll add in there.
Yeah, I think in addition to, I think a lot of people misread Kant again as being basically a legalist of sorts, where it's like, oh, I'm just going to declare that it needs to be universalizable. It's like, well, no. No, the point is that if it's not universalizable, then it's particular, which means it's downstream from something mundane, something particular in the world. It isn't actually a principle that is binding apart from the particularities of human experience. This is actually something really profound he's getting at. Human beings, it's all downstream again from his critical approach to metaphysics. Because, like, for example, when you look at like Christian apologists who talk about God, right? They'll talk about God's timelessness or his spacelessness, not so much spacelessness usually, but his timelessness and whatnot, as if this was simply a superpower. But this actually means something a bit more serious. It's not just that a timeless being is immortal, it's that a timeless being doesn't. Their experience isn't the same as ours. More to the point.
Well, and moreover, what morally applies to them is massively different and absolute, because often the moral weight of things is played out over time and experience and, in situ, like in specific situations.
Maybe.
Right?
Maybe, but the point I'm getting at here is that this is what the transcendental aesthetic is about. It's not just that they have a superpower and they live forever and like the consequences of moral actions are different. It's that at the level of experience, at the level of thought, we think and experience only along axes of space and time, which means we can't get behind those. Even inside of our heads, we distinguish concepts as if spatially. Divided by lines, even if the lines are abstract. And we think them in sequence over time. We actually can't think outside of those terms. And so, insofar as we are trying to get behind time and space, we can't really talk metaphysics all that much.
Well, we can't talk about capital T truth, that's for sure, on that framework, right? We can only talk about truth in relation to something that fits those parameters.
Maybe. But typically, like when we're talking about the moral and we want to distinguish it from something else, we distinguish it from something else by referring to, like if we want to say that something wasn't morally motivated, we refer to a different causality than the moral, right? You weren't really being moral. You were just satisfying your biological urges. They just happened to include being brave in this particular circumstance, right? The reason why he specifies, or why he argues that it may be best that a person is purely miserable doing their duty, is because then you have the certainty that what you were doing was not downstream, or you may have relative certainty that what you were doing was not downstream of some other chain of causality than the moral or of freedom.
It's
or
actually
all these
interesting
different
because
things.
I think there might be a link back into the actual discussion here more directly, which is about how we tend to misattribute around cause and constitution. So you get these sort of stupid physicalist accounts that are saying that, the action was only moral because the neurons fired in such a way as to result in the person behaving in a way that functioned as moral on the read of another person in context. And it's like, there's an element of that says like, so what, right? So you can't fall back on those justifications. You can't reduce the behavior to the cause of the behavior or to the environment in which the behavior occurred. You actually have to think about the moral status of the behavior simpliciter. And that's impossible because we're limited beings, right, as you're saying. And so there's that he gets at that kind of barrier really effectively, as you're indicating there. But I think part of that is that, it prevents us from misattributing things too, to try and, snake our way out of things, right?
Yeah. Someone's asked a question. An unjust taking... What? So, like, for instance, the act of murder particularly results in the unjust end and or taking of life. Absolutely. A particular in this sense is the fact that murder will always... No. So, by a particular and a universal, I literally just mean concerning something specific in the world. Like, an organ. Or a drive.
Versus an abstracted principle, yeah.
Well, Kant characterizes it as like a mysterious other kind of causality. And this actually has like some pedigree. Like this goes back to like Rousseau and whatnot, where freedom is treated as like this thing that actually can't be fully encompassed in a typical like physical or philosophical description. It's a thing we sort of invoke almost mystically, right?
Right, and then moreover, when this isn't using Kant's word. This isn't using Kant's definition of universal. It's closer to something like Russell. So this is going to be in a different world. But there's part of this that may apply, which is important in these kinds of discussions around fraught concepts like consent, such as when we're abstracting to a universal, that then applies in particular contexts. And so that even a universal obviously obtains in particular instances, right? It's just not reducible to those instances. Like that's the other kind of more analytic way that people will approach the notion of universality. I don't know how that helps us, but it also is a lens through which we can view what kind of actions could become universalizable, right?
We're both drunk, by the way, for anybody in the audience who's very confused. Okay, so we can keep pounding this into the dirt. This is going to be the same throughout the entire conversation, over and over and over again ad nauseum, and RGR is not going to let up until 100 hours of dialogue has transpired. Here's what I want to get your take on related to this, that's related to the Fallout. So, the general read on what transpired is that this was exactly as odious as you yourself judged it to be. And some people have taken it upon themselves to inform. I'm not entirely certain what it is. Let me double check here quickly. Basically, to inform the organization of which RGR is a part, that this has been taking place. Some kind of law association that she is involved with, and some parties have been split on this because it's like, well, this is Twitch drama. So you shouldn't be going after someone's job, or whatever. My take on it is this, and I'd like to hear what yours is once I've explained mine. If somebody asked me, would it make sense in this context to inform specifically someone who's getting involved in a highly political and highly public job, that of a lawyer, would it be, if someone were to ask me, would it be appropriate to inform them of this kind of egregious behavior? I would probably not say yes, but I would absolutely not say no. And the reason why is because I don't particularly have a cruel and vindictive streak. I think the damage to RJR's reputation by this alone is sufficient for my satisfaction. However, the consequences... Now, Doe comported itself, very calmly and effectively here. Had it not been able to do so, had it been under an unbearable degree of pressure, which was very likely the case given the gravity of the accusations and the mischaracterizations being made, those might have stuck. And those would have likely destroyed this person's reputation forever. And that could have had equally serious impacts on its career prospects, among other things. And we can include Twitch. Like, this may very well be its career. I do not think... and somebody brought this up. Either the... organization of which Riley belongs to doesn't care about this, in which case informing them is harmless, or they do care about this, in which case informing them is correct. I'm ambiguous about that. But my take on it is, given the gravity of the accusations and the insinuations RGR was making against Doe in this context, that's not disproportionate. In fact, the harm done to Doe may yet still be worse than RGR losing her position there from this.
Yeah,
What's your
I
take?
absolutely agree with that, and I think that's I think what was done to Doe here is reprehensible, and I really feel for it in this circumstance.
Sorry, just for clarification. So the organization is trans activism. I'm not. I know that Dylan Burns is a member of it. There was a recent thing about him being on the board of it. But yeah.
Right. I mean, so again, like if it's in RGR's capacity as a lawyer, I mean, I think the relevant consideration that, I know a few people in the legal profession and kind of what matters there and what the stakes are is that it's that classic thing again of that, X functioning as Y in context C. So RGR functioning as a lawyer in a public facing and political context requires that RGR maintains a consistent level of public comportment and judgment in order to be able to effectively do her job, right? So this could be taken as evidence that the person is not behaving in a way that's morally or socially responsible, and that could be cause for concern.
Can I be honest?
Context. Yeah.
Some people have said that, well, it's like she's spent her whole life like studying to become a lawyer and to get into these positions and to do this kind of work. So have a lot of other people who haven't done this. Frankly, I don't think somebody who does this deserves it more than somebody else who didn't.
Fair enough, but those questions aside, there also is the question of, like, can we trust this person to function in this capacity, right? Given that they're prone to this type of behavior. And then how much does this bear on their capacity to function effectively and responsibly and morally as a lawyer? Like, that would be part of the concern there, especially with the backdrop of there being tons of other responsible, reasonable people who don't maybe have the same opportunity. So there could be some cause for concern in that sense, even if you want to get outside of, like, you know, if this person's destroyed this other person's life, what ought to happen to them? Even if you just want to get into what does this say about their ability to fulfill their function, right? In a context, this is kind of distressing, right?
I have to confess, I know nothing about Doe. I don't even know if Doe is trans. I don't know if, like, the use of neopronouns necessarily signifies that. That being said, even given that ambiguity on my end, I don't think a trans activist group would be very pleased. And we didn't get far enough to get into this, but Doe is going to, at some point in this conversation, go into not super explicit detail, but into a shocking degree of candor, shall we say, about its being, from what I can gather, in a situation of sex slavery, effectively. I don't think they would like to be associated with this kind of invidious activity towards somebody of that description. That seems like it should be against the mission, so to speak. Doe identifies as non-binary. Thank you.
Yeah, it's absolutely beyond conception repulsive even to treat someone like this, no matter what they've been through, let alone with that context in the background. So I think that no right-thinking organization would endorse the treatment of somebody who's a survivor of conditions like that. Like, I think that absolutely stands. So it's harrowing and horrible what's happened to this person. So I completely agree with that.
Okay. All right. Do you want to keep going? I know you're very busy, so I don't want to exhaust you too much. We've been going for close to 2 hours.
I can keep going a little bit. I mean,
let me put it on 1.5. Let me put it on 1.5 speed, and we'll just see, so you can get a relatively. Actually, why don't we jump ahead a little bit?
Okay, let's.
Why don't we do that? Just so you get like a representative experience, so to speak.
Mm-hmm.
Going to sexual desires.
Yeah. Have you never felt something sexual without it being coming?
Wait, no. Hold on. I'm gonna answer that question because this is ridiculous.
I'm sorry.
The way that people arrive at, like, orgasm is by appealing to their sexual desires. That's what you do. All right.
Just
and
the appealing doesn't.
There is no guarantee of that. That's sorry, just right off the bat, that's wrong. There are people who orgasm during birth, for example, because of certain kinds of
necessary relation.
It's a biological process. There are people who, there are people who
are anorgasmic, who are highly sexual. Like, it really.
Sure.
Yeah.
Or, well, I mean, we're talking specifically about orgasms here, but there's a condition, I can't remember what it's called, but where somebody experiences almost constant orgasms due to oversensitivity or something.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, desire plays no part.
To dress and dress attractively for reasons other than trying to appeal to sexual desires or interests. Like, this is like the woke version of she was asking for it.
I don't think it is.
I absolutely
think that someone can express themselves sexually without them inviting someone to touch them.
That's not appealing to sexual desires or interests. That is not the same.
I think it is. If I want men to look at me in a particular way, I can dress a particular way to show that, to cause that reaction.
Wait, no, what? So wait, hold on. Is this the... So you're specifically trying to dress in a particular way to get men, like, in order to appeal to men's sexual desires or interests?
Really anyone's, but yeah, I picked men. Yeah. Like, I think that I can and have and probably will in the future try to dress to appeal to someone's sexual desire. I like feeling desired. It makes me feel good.
Okay, no, I would absolutely disagree with that. I think that there are plenty of other reasons why women or anybody can be able to dress in a certain way, aside from just like sexually appealing to someone else, right?
Sure, I agree that
I
you can
dress
do
the way
it
that
for
I
a lot
do
of different
because
reasons.
I'm trying to like get off men, or I'm trying to like appeal to the sexual desires of women. No, like I dress the way that I do because I just like the way that I feel. I'm not trying to like get off other people.
Well, you keep going back to get off. I dress partially sometimes because I like the way that it feels and looks, but other times I like to sort of sexualize it a little bit. I like to feel sexy. I like to have sexual desire from other people. It makes me feel good.
All right, wait, hold on. Then we're talking about something completely different than what you were talking about in the example. All right?
Well, you
what you're
gave the
talking about,
example.
because what you're talking about in that instance is not that is doing something where it is not the primary reason why you're dressing that way. Where you just said that it's a part of it in the hypothetical that you talked about in the tweet that we are talking about right now. You said some people like the if you go shoeless to a public event primarily because your partner likes feet, you're not involving them in a sex act. No, you were talking about doing something primarily to appeal to a sex act.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
It's not a sex act just because a presentation appeals to a certain taste and because you've chosen that presentation to appeal to a specific person's taste. That's ridiculous.
yeah, and also appealing to their taste is in no way the same as quotes asking for it or asking for any kind of action or involving oneself in any kind of action in any meaningful sense except broadcasting a broad message. So this is like if we're going to go on an extended version of what action is, I guess in this instance you are acting with the intent to be, but the intent of the action also matters. Like, what is the intent behind the action? Well, the intent isn't to get sexual results. The intent is to express oneself as a sexual being and to evoke
or if you
feeling
want
of desire or something like that.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
yeah,
Like, it's-
exactly. If you want to push it really hard, it's you want to provoke, not even just evoke, but provoke, like a specific mental reaction in the people around you. It's like, okay,
I'm sorry. Can
that's
you
not
imagine a world
that's not a sex
where
act.
you never? Yeah, exactly. Can you imagine a world where you never dress to look appealing to anyone because it might be a sex act? Like, this is absurd.
Well, not only that, but you'd fail because there are people, for example, who fetishize overdressing in various forms.
Fair enough.
Yeah. There are people, for example, with nun fetishes. Like, it's...
And also, it evokes this weird purity culture, kind of creepy obsession where the person has to ensure they're devoid of any sexual desire or expression in their self-presentation. Like, it's actually absurd. And the fact that people would be totally meta-aware and in control of every tiny instance of even seeing themselves as a sexual being is bizarre. Like, the level of like thought policing that would be required here, right?
Yeah.
So
my read on this is that Riley is just really... and this is actually where I start to pity Riley a little bit. I think Riley is convinced that it's the be-all, end-all that she comes out on top in this particular exchange, or else her reputation is destroyed, because that's how this debate bro stuff goes. I don't think she believes what she's arguing. I think she's just praying, basically, that her interlocutor gives up and she can pretend like, oh, she fled, or something like that.
yeah, just give me. I just need to give me a couple minutes, and I'll be back.
No worries. Take your time. Mohammed Saqib says, when a girl is dancing next to you at a club and isn't moving away as you get closer, that's consent to dance with them. Maybe. I'm not a club goer. I don't really know. I think what you're getting at, though, is that consent is always going to be expressed in culturally specific terms, which is true. So, like, talking in these absolute terms is possibly a little bit reductive. Doe is very well read. I'm quite pleased that I discovered it. Oh yeah, Katsumi. That's yeah. I think I'll bring this up when I might bring it up. It might not be organic, but there was that recent episode. I don't know the particulars, but Doe had apparently had some kind of suicidal episode, and this was publicly known. It's not related to the conversation at hand, but I think in light of that, to the extent that RGR can be expected to be aware of it, and I think she can be, because again, like, she was making these accusations, or insinuations if you prefer, in the same medium, to the same account. She's in the orbit of the people who were really aggressing on Doe politically, or I guess on Twitter or whatever, when this went down. Something like that will seriously affect your ability to absorb events like a very public insinuation that you are... Everything that Riley is saying here codes Doe to the extent that it sticks to Doe. Codes Doe as morally equivalent to a pedophile. It's very hard to come back from that. If you are feeling great, that can knock you down so hard. Because I don't think there's a more hated category of person. And crucially, it's not an entirely unjustly despised category of person. We're not talking about just like... We're not talking about someone who just has an unusual kink. We're talking about someone whose fetish or orientation, whatever you want to describe it as, is inherently harmful and immoral to enact almost objectively. That is to say, like, from almost every single vantage. So, being coded that way publicly, that is a pit that is very, very hard to, almost impossible to climb out of if it sticks. So much hinged on Doe's performance here. That's how dangerous this is. Like, if this had happened to somebody who was more nervous and less controlled and had less command, it could have been a disaster.
Be destroyed. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, you're back.
Back. Yeah.
Yeah.
Surely RGR would have known that those were the stakes.
Like,
That's really
you're
kind of
probably
chills me.
You're probably one of the most intelligent people I know, if not the. I don't know how you would have handled this.
I think I probably would have just cried, honestly.
Yeah.
Like, I think it would have, or been in a yelling match at one point.
By the way,
the nature and level of what was being accused.
Do you remember who RGR is? Because we've discussed this person before.
I'm assuming there's some specific important detail here that I'm not recollecting. So
it's
remind me.
It qualifies this in a rather sad way. So you remember that conversation we had with Booksmarts a while back? I referenced that earlier in the stream.
Yes. Yeah, we
were talking about Demon Mama acting not nice to RGR. And what did Demon Mama do? Well, Demon Mama insinuated when it seemed like there was some kind of conceptual disagreement and neither party was really up to the task of clarifying themselves and egos were on the line. She said, when it was a particularly invidious thing to do, you're being cringe, you're acting sort of like Destiny right now, implying like some fairly serious moral defect. And this is a big deal. RGR was reduced to tears. This became like a big part of her move to distancing herself from a whole lot of online associations. There was an endless amount of critiques of Demon Mama for this by some very high profile people in this sphere. I was critical of that as well. And then she pulls this. Like,
I just can't even imagine a world in which somebody who was that sensitive to criticism by dint of being compared to an unfavorable actor would then turn around and just brutally character assassinate someone unless they were cynical. Yeah. Like, it's hard to believe that. It makes you think that everything from prior to this was crocodile tears, bluntly. Like, it makes you disbelieve her.
It's funny. You took the words out of my mouth. I was going to say that exactly with respect to the hand bringing about people going to the activist org that she's a part of. It's like, oh no, like, do you have any fucking clue as to the gravity of what she tried to pull here. This could have killed somebody. I don't know if you were
It's
present.
honestly stunning.
I don't know if you were present earlier, but Katsumi pointed out that this is actually right on the tail end of a fairly well publicized, not like by mainstream media, but like on Twitter and whatnot, suicidal episode, or even a suicide attempt. I'm not clear on the particulars that Doe had gone through. That you had people as high profile as Destiny mocking publicly. And we're talking hundreds of thousands of people here. That is going to severely impact your ability to absorb something like this.
One thing I don't understand is I know that there's different, how do I put it? I have to be really careful how to frame this. In different arenas, different social norms obtain, right? So there's different kind of standards and conduct for behavior. There's never a place or space where it's acceptable to mock somebody's suicidality. Like, that's just not acceptable. There's never a space or place where it's acceptable just to character assassinate someone. Like, these should be just common standards, like basic standards across every platform, every industry, every situation, especially one where thousands and thousands of people are viewing this and witnessing this in an immediate sense. So,
and by the way,
I don't know. Yeah.
And by the way,
it's absurd.
Yeah, even if you doubt the sincerity of the account, because there will be somebody whose account appears the same that is legitimate. It is distinctly possible that somebody, and I'm not saying this is the case here, I don't believe that for a second, but it is distinctly possible that somebody feigns a suicide attempt or suicidality for pity. That is a thing we can do. Like, let's be realistic here. That is a thing human beings are capable of contriving. It's immaterial, because the presentation may nonetheless match the legitimate thing. And if you're going off of the presentation only to discount the one, you are in effect discounting the other. This is one of the reasons why it's so important not to go after people's appearance or things like that.
In a way that's completely non-trivial and actually shows the, I don't know how to describe it, like the deep moral weight I give these theories. It's why when you look at philosophical views that analyze things in terms of their actual causal effects, that's an extremely important part of the equation, because you need to start thinking about it, the case in which how it's going to affect other actors. Like, you might have a reason to believe that something is spurious, but when you look at the effect of treating it as if it's spurious when it turned out not to be, what are the consequences of that compared to doing the opposite, right? So it's kind of things have to be taken seriously. And I guess there's this mentality that everything is acceptable if it somehow leads to clout. But that's just not true, because where's the person at the other end of that? I know we've had that discussion before, right? So
well, in addition, like we're talking about this like Doe just came out on top, and it was like no harm, no foul, just because of its strength of character. But that's not necessarily true either. Doe could very well still be like dealing with the psychological after effects of this. People have observed what appear to be like, despite like, again, very strong performance, very admirable performance, nonetheless, tells that there was a lot of stress going on, or potentially. It's
absolutely. And I think, and again, like, I think that what we've done is we've come out in favor of her side by trying to, as carefully as possible in the circumstances, argue for what's actually going on here and the distinction between a thought and an act and all the other, important moral questions, which in no way is to assume that she's not heavily and deeply impacted by it. Kind of the opposite, right? Yeah. We're taking every part of this seriously. It's just because people don't always have a style where they showcase. So to go back earlier, like, yeah, I would probably have a worse reaction than her, but even then, let's say that I didn't, doesn't mean that I wouldn't be affected by horrendous accusations. Like, that's something that you can't judge based on someone's outward presentation, right?
Well, RGR likes moralizing, declarations. So here's one. She basically decided on the most spurious of grounds to destroy a potentially suicidal person's reputation publicly for nothing. Like, what?
Yeah.
Yeah. Like,
just not- there's a
disappear
point
at that
which-
point. Like, what do you even? How do you even like? How do you remedy that except for just shutting everything down and going private?
There's a point at which the person's inability to their inability to moral there, that's the end of it.
We're
their
at the end.
inability to understand, yeah, exactly, we're at the end. I think we understand.
Well, you're at the
Their-
end. I've
their
got another
inabil-
thing to watch after this. Continue.
Oh, okay, congrats! I heard it's related to Destiny too, so apropos.
Distribute
But,
us even better.
Oh, sorry, Jesus, damn, all the D's, lined up, and the PPs and the rest of them. So basically, there's a sense in which this person's inability to track the moral and social stakes is literally an inability to think. Like, the two aren't separable. It's not like, oh yeah, I really did this good job at, spinning a story that had some internal logic to it, and now I won. And as a result of winning, in this little internal logic, logical sense, I'll get a bunch of clout. It's gonna go well. Like, it's gonna go well for me now. And it's like, no, like, you're literally not thinking at the point at which, like, that is an irrelevant feature of your thought. So I hate when people are like, oh, people can be smart who are psychopathic or sociopathic, and
No.
I'm not accusing anyone of that.
No.
But the point is that they can't, because if you're not considering the moral stakes or the interpersonal stakes of what you're doing, then you're not behaving in an intelligent or reasonable way. Like,
By the
full
way,
stop, right? So
maybe to wind down, because we were going to talk about this, and then we just went on and on with this thing, which I guess was to be expected given how long the string is that we're looking at. But we were going to talk briefly about the Dark Academia thing, because you're starting to read, or you're going to read at some point, The Secret History, which I've read, which is really good. But we wanted to talk about that whole, like, the aestheticization of, like, the association of like, academic learning and like, all that cultural depth and whatnot with, like, specific modes of dress and specific, like, aesthetics and artistic choices that are arbitrarily chosen to be associated with that, so it's kind of reinforcing. What's your drunken, exhausted hot take on that?
I mean, this is something that I kind of want to delve into when I'm not in that
Me too.
state. And I lack your stamina on stream, so at 2 hours I kind of start to go loopy.
I'm
But
faking it.
Fake it to make it. I think look, what is academia leaving a lot of people aesthetically? Some horrible mishmash of feudalism and late capitalism. So that is not an environment in which people would be stimulated or willing to do academic work, which, no matter how do I put it, outcome oriented you are, or what's the term they use? They like outcome oriented students is the term they use for people who are concerned about grades and going into a specific stream, and maybe they have reason to be concerned by those things. That's legitimate. You're not going to be inspired by an environment in which there is zero dialogue, zero ability or space or room to comfortably sit and work and learn, and absolutely zero energy for or investment in the past. There's this sort of silly aspect of analytic philosophy that says that anything that isn't contemporary is history of philosophy, but from a continental standpoint or anyone else's standpoint, that history is pivotal to understanding anything about philosophy. And that history takes on a dialogical form. It's the history of people talking to people and recording them, and professors remembering other professors saying things. And yes, this is all very, like, elitist and inaccessible and difficult, but there's ways of making that accessible that don't just hollow out the heart of these institutions. And the alternative is bureaucrats feeding you things and overworked, underpaid people who are basically desperate. Makes you wish there was other things they could have done to overcome that elitism. So yeah, the environment sucks. No wonder people are doing this. And I don't think the aestheticization is as dire or toxic or problematic as the original environment, bluntly. So I'm actually quite sympathetic to younger generation doing this.
I do not have a problem with, like, younger people, like, deciding to dress in vests and have, like, leather-bound books they bought for $40 on Amazon, because it makes them feel good and it makes the world less ugly around them. And frankly, for God's sake, I play video games primarily to enchant fields of study that I'm exhausted with, and it helps me work.
I got through Derrida by playing Twilight Princess and wandering around like the equivalent of Kokiri Forest in that game. It was like 12 years ago, and that's how I learned about the medical self-implicature, because God, I wasn't sitting down just reading that to myself.
Yeah.
The other thing too is they're learning, right? So they're not just sitting in a vest and buying books to make their life more enchanting, which is fine and fair enough. They're actually reading. They're reading those books. They're engaging with each other. They're using their time to spend in these circles talking about things to each other, and even if they're not getting access to formal authorities or that sort of thing, there's productive conversations that are coming out of that. So
Now they're being
if the-
obnoxious about it.
Yeah, but everybody who's young who does anything that they think is worthwhile is going to be obnoxious. That's not unique to anybody.
Unless
any
you're
generation.
Logo Daedalus.
Oh man. Unless somebody starts reading though, like all of Ulysses on streams, and that's all they ever do, then I might. That's a limit. That's
I
never
tried,
been
and I
reached.
realized, like, I can understand that there was like a lot of like, you know, erudition and skill that went into that. I can't do it. I can't. I've tried.
I mean,
I've gotten like
anybody who
200
says,
pages
like-
into it, and I'm just like, what the hell am I doing?
I just disagree that he's a great author when you get to Oxen of the Sun, and then the Literature Feminine stuff is just odious. Like, I don't know, I hate it. It's fine. It's Literature Feminine's a, you know, legitimately...
Moby Dick is so much more interesting, and it's actually fun to read, and it's not just like you get more out of it than just, oh look, there's layered references.
Actually, the Literature Feminine, which is what I'm going to end this on, which is like feminine writing style, is probably the most... This illustrates my point the best, because that could have been so awesome. That could have been this kind of silly, to some people's eyes, but really important at the time, and still important for people, getting beneath the words, and, you know, it's this essentialist, but like second wave feminist restyling of what it means to be a woman by lapsing into seeming incoherence, but really being super poetic. Sure, like, it's a great meta activity. It seems interesting. It seems cool. When Joyce does it, it comes out like from, in speaking in Molly Bloom's voice, it doesn't stick. Like, it's kind of awful. I mean, that's my very deeply subjective opinion about this. And granted, there's 15 years separating me from this thing at this point, but there's so much in Joyce that could have hit so well and just didn't have the impact that it could have had to the reader on an immediate level, which is fine. Maybe you need to be spending time digging in and having a side volume that's 1,500 pages just to get through Ulysses, and that's the way you should do it.
I just feel like I don't know, there are just other things you could be spending that time on. And I realize I know how that sounds. I know how that sounds, but it's like I see these people who have like these annotated multiple copies of Ulysses, and it's like, you know, you could have read like all of Hegel in that time, all of Kant. Like you could have been brilliant. Instead it's like, let me tell you about how good this novel is that you really won't like until you spent about 2 years figuring out the nuances, and you've got so little of your soul left. This is all you find pleasure in anymore. That's not fair, but like, it's just, I can't
And that's
do
not
it.
to disregard art or literature or the value of either. And there's philosophical value in literature that can't be gotten out of philosophy. And there's philosophy that basically counts as literature.
Hey,
right?
you know what?
Read it because of its literary value. So
I liked the first chapter of Ulysses, and then that's it. But I liked it. I liked the first little bit with like, shoot, what's his name? Buck Mulligan with his like thing, the snot green sea, the scrotum tightening sea.
Oh, yeah, of course.
And
Of
then-
course. I'm just thinking, I'd go and read it, but I have to reread, you know, The Social Contract and all of Kant now just to have a conversation with you. So
Ah.
thanks for that.
Exactly.
Exactly. This is everything else off my plate. Forget Peirce,
Or
forget Hume, forget
or
Russell.
Dune.
it's Kant.
I managed to read like no less than 2 volumes of Hegel in the amount of time it's taken me to get halfway through Dune.
There's some good, for the audience too, there's some good memes on trying to read Dune. Like people who do like TikToks on like, well, I decided to start reading Dune. Spent about 50 hours and still don't really know what's happening. I think I prefer Timothée Chalamet wandering in the desert at this rate, which was exhausting enough. But yeah.
Although I'm being
Okay.
sold on War and Peace because apparently it's got like an entire thing on like philosophy of history in that book, and it's really interesting. Anyways, you have work to do and it's late, so I'm gonna let you go.
Yes.
Let people know who you are quickly, because you're starting a channel soon, because I'm forcing you to.
Yes, and that channel will eventually get populated within a few months, and so we're excited about this. My name is Jelma Bayorn. That's my name. And I'm also known as Ambrose, and I run the server The Cathedral that has amazing content creators in it, like President Sunday and Zanzi and Victor Majarino, who hasn't been around for a while, actually. But he's amazing. Check him out. And I am considering starting my own channel as well. So, yes, please check me out, check Sunday out, and it's been great being on the office hours.
Yeah, thank you very much, especially since you're the only one of the two of us who actually has an office that It was kind of cool for you to deign to visit.
You mean that broom closet I share with 7 people I can never access again because it's like thousands of miles away? Yeah, that.
I mean, this is a facade. This is a bookshelf in my living room. So,
Staring at that gives me more joy. See, it's Dark Academia. There we go. This is an instantiation of Dark Academia right here.
Exactly.
Except your fireplace needs to work.
the most, you'll agree with me on this, the most aesthetically accurate to, like, the actual, like, kind of thing that they are. The most aesthetically accurate academic in existence right now is Slavoj Žižek. That's what they look
I was
like.
gonna say that. That's literally what it's like, and that's what the environment's like. It's all Zizek.
We're tired and unhealthy, and we're sniffling constantly. That's how it is.
We got a lot of cool T-shirts.
And bad
A lot of
livers.
T-shirts. Yeah, that's what the server's like too. So you should check it out.
Exactly.
Okay.
All right. Have a good night.
Right. I'm gonna head out. Okay, take care.
Take care. Okay. Okay. And I'm not free, am I? Let's stop sharing the screen. There we go. Okay. Well, that was fun, I suppose. Don't know if fun's the word for that, but that was interesting. John was much smarter than I am, so it's nice when he comes along to carry the weight. Alright, I'm gonna get some tea, and then we're gonna continue, because we have, this next one's not gonna be fun. Not at all. Apparently I've been mentioned in a recent Distributus video. So, we'll go till about 12 minutes. Apparently that's when the juicy stuff starts. Just be warned, he's really boring. He's really boring. So boring. I wish to God that there was a conservative or a rad trad or something, with the exception of Tradical, who can actually think. It's just so boring. The most interesting conservative on this platform, or I guess on Twitch or whatever, has ended up being Haas from Infrared. Like, what the hell? That was the ultimate upshot of his whole, like, I'm real socialists are conservative and patriots, and it's like, okay. Cool, we have one interesting, if bombastic and a little bit ridiculous, conservative on the platform now. Fantastic. And he's only a conservative by an equivocation. Because philosophically he's a revolutionary, just the patriotism and all the other stuff is in contradiction with it. It's an inconsistency, it's not really identifying. What did Haz do? Oh, we're not even doing anything to do with Haas. I'm just on a tangent here. Alright, I'm gonna grab tea and we will get into this. Let me pop on the music quickly while we wait. What do we want to play? What do we want to play? And then we'll do some theory afterwards. I'm not going to spend too long on this because he's exhausting. Do we have Declare Chateau extended? No, we don't. And that's ridiculous. We should. Well, we're going to listen to that one, so. I'm on a Deus Ex binge, so we're listening to a lot of that lately. Here we go. Okay, I'll be right back. Alright, good timing. The music just hit a natural pausing point. Beautiful. Alright, so... So I guess this deserves some kind of preamble for why I'm addressing this. So, when I began my channel, I actually was more in the conservative sphere. And my first video was a video I don't actually stand by anymore. In its content, in a loose sense, I do, but in its framing and in the use that would be made of it, I don't stand by that. That was Western civilization is the result of the product of Judeo-Christian something or whatever. I can't remember the title, it's so long ago. But I got a bit of a boost because I remembered the distributist from my old days of watching Sargon of Akkad as a teenager. And, I guess not a teenager, early 20s, damn. That's embarrassing. But, yeah, you know, from that stuff, sent to my video, he sent it around, got a bit of a boost. Probably, is responsible for, my having a slightly better time of it growth-wise than Zanzi and Victor Magrino and eminently better thinkers, certainly at the time. And then we had a falling out because I critiqued another YouTuber in that sphere called the Academic Agent, who had first of all engaged in a horrendous smear piece against Rousseau. Like, oh no, not Rousseau, dear God. But then made a video arguing that the forceful desegregation by the government, that is to say, the banning of quote-unquote freedom of association by means of whites-only signs and the like, was actually bad. And I critiqued that, and following that, the distributist, who up until that point I had been on friendly terms with, called me in for a Skype chat. Yeah, it was Skype. People still use Skype back then. And it was weird. It was like, Skype now, or something to that effect. And it was the strangest conversation. At first it was framed as, this is breaking with our efforts to, you know, sounds bad, but right-wing unity. You know? Building bridges for the culture war. Attacking our own like this is a bad thing. I didn't consider him to be one of my own. I don't associate with what I know to be bad scholarship for the sake of politics, but that was his vantage. I can understand that. Cynical, but I can understand it. What I didn't understand was he suddenly went off the deep end and was, he was like, well, what do you think? Do you think, like, Jared Taylor, he's the American Renaissance guy, white nationalist. Do you think, like, Jared Taylor is brainless or whatever? Do you think he's stupid? It's like, yeah, kind of, actually. And it was this, we went into this, like, long, strange, not really a conversation, because he was sort of screaming at me throughout the whole thing. But about how I was, if memory serves, and it may not, how I was being unfair to people like that on the grounds that the data shows disparate outcomes between racial groups. Something to the effect of, actually, I think this is actually verbatim. Don't you want your people to succeed? After asking me what my position was on affirmative action. Long story short, to my surprise, and it was surprise, and maybe I was incredibly stupid for not recognizing this earlier, or just inattentive, I got blindsided by the fact that my initial benefactor was a clandestine, raging racist. So we had a falling out. There were some public addresses made by him about me. And there's been an almost religious unwillingness to actually address my arguments and critiques of them directly, which have been pretty scathing. I think I've actually shown fairly definitively that Dave the Distributist can't think, frankly, as well as being an unethical bigot. Just a profoundly stupid man. But demonstrating some savvy in that by not addressing me, they didn't grow my platform, which of course was the goal. Which is of course generally the goal when you don't respond to a critic. Common strategy. Anti-Citizen Next did the same thing. Somebody makes a cogent critique of you, but they have a smaller audience. Ignore them. Nobody will hear. But he's broken form, and he's apparently mentioned me again after close to a year, maybe a bit more, I think. So we'll go until this gets juicy, because apparently I am actually fairly vindicated by this in my earlier assessment of his character. Oh, you can even see my face there. Well, I suppose we'll just get into it. I'm going to fast forward this because he is profoundly slow in more ways than one.
For people who've watched my videos in 2021, probably noticed something of a theme. To be sure, our society is in something of a transition, and more with this channel, with the kind of discussions I host on it, I've really wanted to close out persistent disagreements, bottom out on perennial and unending controversies, and try to bring to a close as much as possible the kind of dialectic vicious cycles we find ourselves online. To be honest, I'm just tired of things constantly going in circles, having the same tired conversations over and over again. If there's a solution to our current political problems, if there's an answer to the crisis we're in, it's not in doing the same thing over and over again. To this end, I have to confess being more interested in some conversations than others. Most recently on this point, a disagreement between the right-wing, neo-reactionary community and the more centrist and liberal Adam and Sitch, who run a weekly podcast generally criticizing the left. Now, once again, for people who've watched my channel consistently, they'll know that this criticism of centrism and liberalism is a perennial feature of my content. In fact, I more or less built this channel on making very similar criticisms directed to Sargon of Akkad, which to some extent I think he has incorporated in his developing ideology. And for a while, I was satisfied with his progress. Watching the development of centrists and liberals was at least somewhat encouraging. It felt like they could see the problems, and it seemed, in some sense, that, as much as they bellyached and dragged their feet, they were on a course to making the right conclusions eventually. And I think it was for this reason that I took a distinct interest in the conflict emerging between Academic Agent and Adam and Sitch over the course of the last 2 months. Really, I thought the conflict was a little bit pointless. Adam and Sitch were already outspoken critics of modern progressivism, and due to the nature of the radically polarizing political climate, as many have pointed out, there is no anti-progressive position that is really distinct from the right-wing position. And for what it was worth, it was clear to myself that if Adam and Sitch wanted to continue to oppose progressivism, they would at some point have to accept right-wing ideas at some level. What initially I found a little bit
Oh, I'm muted. Okay, of course I am. Of course I am. It wouldn't be a President Sunday video if I wasn't muted. How long was I muted for? I was just saying, I'm too tired for this. I was just saying, I don't think that's really accurate to say that there is such a thing as that there is no such thing as a anti-progressive position that isn't right-wing. I mean, I think you have to fudge your terms a little bit to get to one, but that doesn't seem clear to me. Like, there are lots of liberals that aren't right-wing who are nonetheless anti-progressive, quote-unquote.
unfortunate about the dialogue was that there didn't seem to be any attempt at understanding. The centrists and
30 seconds, huh? Brilliant. That's okay. You didn't miss anything.
involved seemed to want to dismiss right-wing ideas rather than really engage with their strongest points. Having a good relationship with Adam in the past, I made it a point to frequently come on his live streams to attempt to defend Academic Agent and other right-wing ideas. This ultimately culminating with a longer, almost 4-hour live stream I did with both Adam and Sitch on their channel, explaining the general critique of centrism Academic Agent was trying to put across, its relationship to more radical thinkers like Julius Evola and other neo-reactionary thought, and also the real critiques of liberalism and why most people on the right wing see liberal centrism as not an effective solution to the problems our society currently faces. Frankly, without seeming too vain, I thought I did an adequate job explaining the positions. However, despite this, I was quite flabbergasted to see, 1 week later, both Adam and Sitch completely misrepresent my arguments and my beliefs on their regular Sunday stream, insinuating that I had any...
Hey, Commander Neo, I've invited you into the server to chat. You're welcome anytime. Just letting you know. Unless you're scared. Which, I don't blame you.
A number of ideas about society and race in particular that were completely inaccurate to what I actually believe. Of course, I was initially outraged by this turn of events, feeling not a little betrayed by Adam and Sitch, whose rehash of my positions included none of the nuance I was very careful to build into my arguments. However, an email from Sitch later, and some reconciliation, I kind of buried the hatchet at a personal level. I am satisfied for what it's worth that these misinterpretations weren't intentional, and weren't of a personal nature. Nevertheless, in communication with both Adam, Sitch, and their various fans, I can't help but be irritated as the same questions keep on coming up, over and over and over again. The same misinterpretations of what I believe and what most other people on the distant right believe. At first I thought a few quick replies, a few emails, and a few comments might be sufficient to bury the issue, an issue that I really had no desire to return to, but none of this seemed sufficient. The answers were, by necessity, long and overly complex, as they needed to be directed towards an audience that persistently misinterpreted and misconstrued what I was saying. Ultimately, when I looked back on the attempt, it made more sense to just collate the questions in their generality and try to answer the types of questions I've been hearing from this community, to answer finally, insofar as possible, the insinuations and misinterpretations of my beliefs. I understand in doing this, I might not indeed be making any material progress towards my end. As I said, correcting liberal and centrist misinterpretations of politics has been my bread and butter since I started this channel. Nevertheless, given the size of Adam and Sitch's community, and the fact that these misinterpretations keep on coming up, I'm forced to go once more into the breach, and to provide answers to the many questions I've gotten from liberals and centrists in the last month. I'm sure my more regular audience is rolling their eyes at this stage. After all, I have more than a few videos that I've promised, and this is all covering ground that I've covered many times before on this channel. Still, the inner educator in me just can't leave this question or issue alone. The parties involved seem too sincere, the questions seem too genuine. So, for whatever it's worth, I'll give it my best shot. Question 1.
So Dave, are you some kind of racist? Do you want the races to stop living together? Do you want to enforce segregation? Do you want to stop interracial families from forming? I've taken a look at some NRX Telegram groups, and there are tons of people saying racist things there. They even imply that there could be statistical biological differences between demographic groups.
This is slippery. See what he's saying here. They imply that there could be statistical biological differences between demographic groups. If they're referring to height, say, then yeah, there would be a statistical average of a biological feature, which is height. That's unambiguous. But if we're talking about outcomes relating to intellectual capacity, to call those biological differences is presumptuous, because we don't actually know the cause. All we know are the outcomes, and the outcomes aren't intrinsically biological. They relate to culture, education, a whole host of things. To say that they're biological differences, statistical biological differences, is basically to try and explain the data by reference to itself. It's circular. It's like, well, we've given representatives of different groups an IQ test, and different groups have answered differently. Why is that? It's insufficient to just answer well because they're different groups, which is effectively what this is. So, I mean, yeah, it actually does make you a racist in the hard sense, because you are explicitly referring a causal explanation to race. In fact, you're a methodological racist because you're referring it to race out of hand without justification. You're just assuming it. Now, if they could positively make the case that it actually was due to race, then you could be a methodological racist, and you wouldn't be wrong. That's where it gets tricky. The reason why racism is frowned upon isn't because it refers to race per se, isn't because it uses race as a category. It's because it does so on spurious grounds for ignoble reasons, because at bottom, they aren't moved by the science to this position. They cherry-pick science because they want this position. And that's what's odious about this. This isn't a matter of scientific disagreement. This is a matter of people feigning scientific disagreement to put forward a thesis that they want out of spite at bottom. So, and yes, Dave, by the way, if you associate with a community that you claim to be a thought leader in, that you posture as a thought leader in, that engages in these extremely disgraceful activities and conduct and language towards other people on the basis of ethnicity, or on the basis of physical appearance, etc., and you say nothing, and you tacitly endorse it by saying nothing, yeah, I would say it does make you a racist to associate with that community. If that is confusing to you, I have little else to say except to offer my condolences for your lack of standards, character, and a personality.
In fact, a lot of NRX authors have implied they believe in group differences. Doesn't that make you a racist if you associate with this community? Really, Dave, you need to denounce your community for its racism.
And yes, here I did
Yeah, you do. You do. If you have any standards or integrity or balls for that matter.
start with the most unpleasant and also most common question first, but there's a lot of things here we need to get out of the way. First, this question represents a frank misunderstanding or misremembering of what I've explicitly said in previous videos, as well as the livestream I did with Adam and Sitch. Really, to be honest, I've answered versions of this question so many different times on this channel. Over the 5 years I've been doing this, I have a hard time taking this as both sincere and honest. But for what it's worth, I'll answer it one more time. No, I don't have any problem with interracial communities, or interracial relationships, or interracial families. Although I do have a problem with the word interracial, which always sounds grossly scientific or borderline pornographic, as if the loving marital bond between a husband and a wife might be dismissed with the same word you use to describe breeding lab rats. For what it's worth, my own IRL religious community is highly multi-ethnic and multiracial, and even in the online NRX community, there are many people in interracial relationships or who come from multi-ethnic backgrounds. This being said, it should probably come as no surprise that neither myself nor anyone on the distant right, trolls excluded, want to enforce segregation. In fact, I explicitly called this out during my livestream with Adam and Sitch when I repeatedly underlined the core concept of freedom of association. Given that this was so overtly my position, and stated so many times on the stream—
Oh yeah, he's being a weasel here. So, freedom of association means, again, freedom to exclude people on the basis of race from associating with you. And typically this is extended to a justification for, frankly, whites-only signs on restaurant doors. That's the academic agent's position. That's what I was objecting to.
I'm wondering now whether people are actually listening to what I am saying, or just trying to tactically smear me as a bigot. I suppose, in a sense, the question is not without substance.
I don't need to tactically smear you as a bigot. You're doing that all by yourself, Rendo.
When it comes to broader questions about race and demographic groups. One question that comes up frequently and needs to be dealt with individually is the subject of statistical biological differences between demographic or racial groups.
Subject of statistical biological differences. They have not been established to be biological differences. IQ outcomes are not established to be biologically rooted. Certainly not innate. Now, definitely they can be affected by things like nutrition, by things like access to education, access to resources. Cultures that respect learning or that, convey people to places where they can develop themselves intellectually. But that's not rooted in biology, that's rooted in history. And history is the only thing we have thus far that actually concretely gives us a basis for predicting outcomes. Poverty, how people treat you, what kinds of things are there in your environment that allow you to engage productively, intellectually, and to satisfy somebody or to give people ambition and to give them an opportunity to realize that ambition. Oh, not the bell curve again. This is the only book he's read on this. Which, by the way, the conclusion at the end of it is we need to stop giving money to low-performing communities because it's a waste, because we know how low their potential actually is. And it's entirely spurious. You don't determine whether or not IQ is racially inherited and racially innate, and these two things aren't the same, by the way, by reference to the statistic that shows that there are different outcomes between different tested groups. Even if we take for granted that IQ tests are accurate representations of ability and of intelligence, for that matter, and that is far from settled, to say the least. that's an entirely spurious line of argumentation. It's like, look, there are differences between groups. What's the cause of the differences? Well, they're different groups. That's not how you do science. That's funny, Tiber.
But really, even on this point, there is less to this question than you might actually think. The question of biological statistical differences between demographic groups.
Precisely, Eric. It's designed to function as an excuse for racism. That's all. That is all. There's nothing else here. He has nothing.
Is at this point an open scientific question, an unknown quantity even to the people who study it. To be clear, if I had my druthers, I would certainly prefer that the thesis of human genetic uniformity was true, but as someone once said on the internet, facts don't care about your feelings, and the current state of the facts, while still far from conclusive, do not point in the direction of total equality.
Well, no, of course not, but nobody's postulating total equality. What people are saying is that you're timidly and slimily weaseled in assertion that inequalities are due to inherent racial characteristics is spurious. Obviously, there's not total equality because, again, the different outcomes are what stands in need of an explanation. You're forcing an explanation on the grounds of sheer bigotry, which is a moral failing, which is why racists aren't characterized as like a fringe group of theorists. They're characterized as bad faith actors. Because they are.
Ultimately, I don't think that there is a point here for centrists or liberals other than to try to cynically game taboos around an open scientific question to smear their opponents on the right as bigots. And my patience with this game...
Well, it's not really an open scientific question. Nobody serious really entertains the idea that it's racially based. Generally, that door is only kept assiduously open by people, again, who have an emotional investment in that explanation.
...is swiftly evaporating. Unlike the far left, who see anyone who talks about differences of any kind as a Nazi by definition, a centrist, who looks at the state of the science, recognizes the uncertainty, understands the evidence and the complicated interplay of variables, then cannot morally try to indict his opposition for having one opinion or the other on this open question.
On the basis of, what has he read? What is he... I saw the cover of the bell curve so far. Like, show me anything. Anything.
For instance, we might ask a liberal centrist, intent on erecting a moral boundary of racism around an open question of fact, where exactly the boundaries are. Are you a racist for thinking that there might be statistical biological differences of any kind? In skin color? In average height? In bone length? In liver function?
Those are biological differences. The statistics are concerning biological differences. Intelligence isn't a biological difference. The intelligence outcome of a person who is not educated or undernourished or poor or never has any exposure to intellectually stimulating experiences of any kind. Like, this is such an obviously spurious comparison. Among other things, IQ differences can be accounted even for people within, as if this was a meaningful distinction, as this was established to be a meaningful distinction, but even with people who are otherwise identical, being educated properly or well is going to have a massive difference. Massive.
And what about proclivities of certain diseases, either of the body or of the mind? Is there some hidden principle of biology that allows for statistical differences?
Oh yeah, and even biological differences are going to be heavily influenced by the environment, by the way, like basic things like height. All sorts of things.
In some organs of population groups, but not to others? Is there some kind of hidden concept in human adaptation that would allow for differences to appear in livers, but not brains? For the moralist, there would have to be some kind of bright line somewhere. And if, when all is revealed, and it turns out that there are differences more significant than Stephen Jay Gould would have us believe, would then reality itself be racist?
Yes. Yes, it would. And then you would actually have a basis for your position being respectable, but it is definitionally racist. However, that's not the world we live in, because, again, the data doesn't actually determine this at all. It doesn't even point in that direction. You pretend it points in that direction. Again, I say this ad nauseum, by treating the problem as if it was its own explanation, which is, again, like, I've already answered this question, but can you not think, Dave? This is elementary.
Position makes no sense. Earnestly on the subject of demographics and biostatistics, there is no sane, moderate position different from that of the distant right. Someone is either taking in the facts as they come, preparing perhaps to deal with an inconvenient and tragic state of reality, or they are shutting their ears and their eyes, trying to crowbar humanity into a moralistic Procrustean bed.
Yeah, tragic state. I'm sure you lose a lot of sleep over just the horridness of a set of beliefs about inherent intellectual differences between racial groups, as if you cared about height. This is entirely to do with IQ. Intellectual differences between people on racial grounds. I'm sure that's something that you suffer with. That's not something that you want, right? You cry yourself to sleep at night thinking of all of the people you will have to leave behind for the greater good.
Consequences be damned. I suppose here there is a third, even less flattering option, and that is that an individual might recognize this unfortunate reality and yet use it for cynical political benefit, letting others be condemned and joining in the condemnation for speaking out on a proposition they know to be true. Frankly, I can't imagine a greater intellectual
Wait, so you know it to be true now? I thought you were just open to the facts, Dave. I thought you were just a sober truth seeker willing to face the world with all of its cruelty and harshness. No, now you know it to be true. Okay, that didn't take long.
crime than to weaponize truth in this way. It makes Galileo's persecutors seem like stalwart guardians of honesty and openness, and the people who play this game deserve whatever is the secular humanist version of Dante's seventh circle of hell.
You missed Jamal already? Jamal will be back. Just go into the server. Jamal's there all the time.
And to be clear at this stage, if it does turn out that there are differences, a healthy, properly run society wouldn't actually have to make anything of this inconvenient fact, at least at the individual level. An ordered and moral government could control demographic flow through immigration restrictions while refocusing the majority of the population towards individual and community self-improvement.
Oh my god. It took minutes. And we're already at, it's okay, guys. Even if this is the case, we can just keep the brown people out through immigration control. Like, was this the argument that you weren't racist, Dave? If someone like Adam Friended is able to detect this, I think it might be a little obvious. I mean, it's rare that it's laid out so obviously. Like, do you think this looks better, Dave? Do you think this is helping you? Do you think like people can't pick up on this like that just because you used the word demographic, obviously coded to mean racial groups, or what else are you talking about?
Letting the curious in on the dirty little secret with the provision that they never apply these statistical realities to any given individual. However, this sane and sensible approach to this issue would almost certainly preclude society from promising large-scale projects involving group equity or statistical parity. Moreover, it would absolutely prohibit any kind of identity grievance-mongering or that disgusting game of insinuating some secret bigotry on the part of your political opponents.
Exactly. So what he means is that, well, what'll happen is we'll just assume that differences in life outcomes, like extreme poverty in some, and poor education outcomes in others, yada yada yada, is due entirely to inherent characteristics, despite the fact that we have a long, tortuous, often bloody history that also accounts for almost, in fact, all of it. We'll just pretend that's due to genes, and then not help them at all, because the social contract really only counts for white people. Right? Well done, Dave. Well done.
In fact, it's this whole game of who's the secret bigot, a tactic obviously borrowed from the progressive and SJW crowd, that
Oh, that's me.
irritated me most about my interactions with the centrists. I mean, if they're going to play
And I'm the biggest face, too. Wow. You know what? That right there, that is an exposed nerve.
this game, what even is the point of opposing the progressive to begin with? It's not that I don't think bigotry, genuine bigotry, is a moral failing. It's just that the accusations are so infrequently honest in our contemporary world. For instance, I am not new to this game. I've been doing YouTube for about half a decade at this point, and quote mining righties and then fishing for renunciations among their community is the oldest trick in the SJW book. Everyone who does streaming in YouTube has some unflattering clip that looks bad out of context, and there are always little rats who like to see people pitted against each other for either drama or political ends.
Dave, I've given you free reign so far to frame the context for yourself. I haven't skipped anything in this video so far. I don't need to clip you to make you look bad. You're doing my work for me if that was indeed my intention. If I ever asked you, like, to confirm, hey, are you actually on board with the stuff that your people are doing? That was probably the opposite. As I did with Professor Flowers, I was probably looking for a clip to absolve you because I was kindly disposed towards you at one point. Unfortunately, you're just kind of a shit person. I don't know what else to say.
And I've seen this behavior from people like Faraday Speaks and President Sunday. They lift a quote from a righty that sounds bad, and then try to get all the other people in their community to renounce them. Yet every single time one of these scandals erupts, 15 minutes of research and a few DMs are enough to completely dispel this damning evidence, which in its original context usually turns out to be completely innocuous.
I actually have no recollection as to what damning evidence he's referring to. I'm sure something's popped up at some point. But I couldn't have invented something as good as the last 15 minutes. This is perfect. Thank you, Dave. You've laid this all out so clearly. I never have to make this argument ever again. Tell me I'm wrong. Like, what am I missing here? What am I missing? Yes, Dave. Yes, you are a racist. And you're a dishonest coward about it.
In short, this is a completely dishonest game, although I suppose it can be innocent. Our mind does play tricks on us, and we're all bound to make some misinterpretations of what we heard. We all have our moments of weakness. But for those who think that the centrists are beyond this kind of creative misinterpretation, can I ask why I'm even answering questions about forced segregation at all, given how careful I was with my words?
Because you really weren't. You're actually... Well, I mean, maybe that was careful for you, but... I mean, this is tantamount to self-slander if you're not a racist, Dave. I don't think I've seen a clear exposition of an entirely racist approach to politics, ever. Nick Fuentes is more subtle than this.
How could people who watch this stream, or even the hosts themselves, as per their livestream rehash, come away with the impression that I wanted to force Americans into some kind of stratified racial caste system? Partially, I think that this misunderstanding is innocent.
Well, you don't need to... Well, no. Nobody thinks you want to force America into a stratified racial caste system. America, in many respects, is a de facto stratified racial caste system, and you're an apologist for it. Because you think that black people are just naturally more stupid than you. Quite why you would think anyone is naturally more stupid than you is... I mean, I'll be pondering that one till the day I die, but... No, I mean, to the extent that they cottoned on to this, kudos to Adam and Sitch, usually much dimmer people than dimmer than I would have anticipated them to figure this out, I guess.
There's sort of a game of telephone you have with your own brain and imagination after a live stream occurs. You end up remembering the parts that emotionally resonated with you more than the actual conversation itself. And as millennials, growing up in modernity, we're trained to look for this stuff. We're trained to pat ourselves on the back every time we figure out how something that seemed innocuous.
Aren't you close to 40? You're not a millennial. Or would that be a millennial? I don't know. Okay, let's delve into something a little bit more interesting, temporarily, for like 5 seconds. Not that much interesting, but it's like a little pithy thing from Plato. I think this is from the Republic, if memory serves. And it better, as we'll see in a moment. Socrates in the Republic and I could be misremembering if it's from the Republic or something else. It's been like 10 years in my defense. Argues that it is of the utmost importance that a philosopher have a good memory. Why? Because a principal part of your activity as a philosopher is collating information. It's carrying on extended arguments, carrying forward established or tentatively established positions, on and on and on and on, in an asymptotic quest towards truth. You have a terrible memory, and even if you did have an excellent memory, your incapacity to make basic conceptual distinctions, or to entertain contrary positions, or to have anything resembling some kind of internal mental existence, makes you completely unfit to the task of engaging in any sort of actual collaborative back and forth. And I'm not even trying to be mean here, that's just my honest experience of the guy, because I've tried talking to him before. And it's like talking to a mirror with a frowny face scribbled on it, with earplugs in so you can't even hear yourself. It takes seconds for him to devolve into a screaming fit. I remember that one interaction that he had with Vosh, that debate he had, where Vosh was like yelling at him really hard, and I was critical of Vosh for that at the time. Get this guy into a VC chat with you one-on-one, it's the same thing except lobotomized. It's actually surreal. I've never seen anything like it in my life.
Is actually racist, bigoted, and homophobic. But really, when it so blatantly goes against what people actually meant, this is to the detriment of all discourse. Neither I nor anyone else is impressed that someone can massage a misinterpretation of my words to make me look like a secret Nazi or a...
Dave, you just spent the last 15 minutes insinuating that it was just a harsh truth that lefties were not willing to fess up to, that there are inherent racial IQ differences, and that we can solve the societal fallout of that by just dispermitting certain racial groups from entering into your country. Like, make this sound better for me, Dave. Try. I don't think you're going to. I think we're going to end off here. Because I think you're actually dumb enough to think that this is compelling. But we'll see. I almost want to take bets. We'll see. I have a feeling this is going to end very shortly. And he's going to move on to one... Because it's 6 arguments, right? We're pretty far into this. We're already a quarter in. There's not a whole lot of room for 6 more arguments. This is just going to end. This is just going to end. He's just going to have laid out how he is a racist in the most patently unambiguous terms imaginable, if polite. And then he's going to move on thinking he's won the day.
secret bigot. Everyone who went through a modern university education has been trained to do just this. And every wokey on Twitter already does do this. It leads nowhere. But with this first major misinterpretation out of the way, perhaps I can go on to answer some of the more directed questions I frequently get from centrists. Question 2.
Oh. Well, I guess I was right. I guess I was right. Man. I mean, I guess thank you, Dave, for this. This helps me. Saves me a lot of time and energy. I don't have to... I can just direct people to a video clip now. Well done. And it's by you. I don't think I embellished this one bit. I didn't have to add anything to this. I didn't have to add anything to this. He just did it. Like, some people say that I'm a racist, and I think that's really unfair. I just think that non-white people are just inherently lower IQ than white people, and that the best way to deal with that is to just bar them from coming into the US and not spending money on affirmative action because, like, really, they can't get any better anyways. Like, what? Oh, but my church is multi-ethnic, so it's okay. Yeah, so... Damn. Dave continues to talk about how he is not a racist in several other points. We don't need to go through them, though. Because he's already shown us unambiguously that he is. Like, what do we come here if we... Points of decline. Okay. Oh, here we go, of course. 18 points of decline. I'm not even going to read the context of this, I don't care. The inability of liberal/moderate attempts to address disparities in racial achievement. I clicked on this randomly. Don't know what that's about. Oh, and yeah, America's declining because fat people. I mean, that's not healthy, but like still, what's the point going to be? Somebody found a line of people on scooters in Walmart. Like they probably came together if they're all like together like that. I don't know. Hey, Commander Neo, you seem to have time to be fighting with people in the chat. Come into the server, let's have a conversation quickly. I'm dead tired, like this is probably the opportune time. I mean, who knows, you might actually embarrass me just because I'll get flustered. I'm actually fairly, easily thrown off by rudeness, so... I'm inviting my own destruction. I'm at your mercy. Oh, where is the Discord link? Oh, did I not put a Discord link in the description? Hang on. Let's fix that. Let's fix that. Okay, so that's there. Good. And then we go into YouTube Studio, and we go into Content. Go into Live. This is so slow. Oh, weird. Huh. Here, I'll just put it in the chat. There, Discord link. Come on in. In fact, Bunnytooth, are you alive? Your time to shine. You're welcome in right now. Yeah, Commander Neo, come on, say hi. We don't even have to debate. I just want to see if you talk the way you type, frankly. More like I said, Commander Neo, it takes 5 seconds to make a Discord account. Like, everybody knows this. Can you debate me on Skinner's behaviorism? No. President Sunday, you might want to brush up on Star Wars lore before this debate. I corrected Star Wars lore. Thank you very much. I mean, Commander Neo, it just sounds like It just sounds like you're afraid, frankly. The iron is hot. Come on in. He's suddenly very quiet. I might not be streaming tomorrow. There is no guarantee I will be around. Are you sure you're adding the right person? Yes, I am. He's been commenting on videos for a couple days now. Well, there are three aspects of basic Aryan form: the body, the mind, the spirit. Each one constitutes the collective composition of the Aryan form. And actually, what the hell are you talking about? It needed like my phone number for a security check verification, so I might have to use I don't have access to the phone number when you do that, just so you know. Like, just, that's you in Discord, just do it. Discord's not gonna out you. Oh, good, he's gonna come in now. Brilliant. We don't even need a fight, I just want to say hi at this stage. Here, let's pop some music on. It's a little bit awkward and quiet, and I don't like that. And then we'll do some theory stuff once this is done. I might, very quickly, when we do some theory stuff, comment briefly, because I haven't actually started reading Engel's book on the origins of the state, family, private stuff yet. But I have started reading a little bit of Lenin's State and Revolution. That's a cool cover. Not a very professional looking cover, but that's a cool cover. And I have some thoughts on it. So we'll go over that briefly, and I will commentate on that. But yeah, music. Let's do... something spacey. Ooh, that's loud. There we go, that's cool. These people. The oh, you want the Hong Kong track again? I'm not actually a massive fan of the Skippy stuff. I do like that one for nostalgic reasons, but I have to be in a specific mode for it. You know, I'll say this much. Misgivings about his actual political actions aside, and it's difficult to actually have misgivings about that, especially when we talk about a whole host of other political theorists that are held in esteem, who have done awful things, frankly. One thing that struck me reading this is that this was intended for an audience that he expected to be significantly more educated than the average audience today. Substantially more interesting than anything out of Burke, certainly out of de Maistre. Very interesting. What about UNATCO? UNATCO's okay. It's getting warm in here. I must be getting nervous. Your critique of Lenin is from an anarchist position. I'd be interested to hear it. I'm not a Leninist. I'm just reading this out of interest. So I can actually form like some kind of informed opinion on Lenin's theory, not necessarily on Lenin himself. That's not so interesting. Lenin's dead. Am I going to do a critique of State and Revolution? Yeah, eventually. I haven't read that far into it. As I said, my current project is I'm reviewing the laws in preparation for going through Montesquieu. But this is short, so I'll probably be doing that fairly soon. I have this to review, and I still have... I haven't even started it yet, but just because I like cuck philosophy, and it's kind of appropriate given the fact that I am a YouTuber now. I have to review this. How to Philosophize with a Hammer and Sickle. I've looked at little, like, individual pages of this. I haven't read it through in any depth, but I'm optimistic. Like, a little on the pretentious side, but not that far. Not damnably far. I think this might actually be good. Not, like, groundbreaking, but, you know, promising start. Alright. Is that music loud enough for you? I think it louder just in case. I'm clicking on the verify account on the email part for Discord, but nothing is happening. Try right-clicking and opening in a new window. Sometimes that works. And apparently Libertarian Scott is a white nationalist. Let's look into this quickly. Not that I'm surprised, I just... When it's made overt, it's nice to take account of. It's the most boring thing in the world, but what can you do? Why the left hate liberty. I feel bad for these people. I really do. Like, not that bad, but I do feel bad. I catch your link earlier? What was your link? Were you the one who sent the Lauren Southern thing? Because we can go over that, but that's like an hour long. I don't want to... I might not do that tonight, because it's pretty late. I might do that sometime, but... But you can be a libertarian and a white nationalist, isn't that contradictory? No, because, like, libertarianism is very one-sided, right? It treats rights as if they're only entitlements and not, like, as if they aren't ensconced in like like an ethical ambience or something. I'm trying to think of a non-pretentious way to say that. And I mean, like, libertarianism is much more stratified than just, you know, like, Libertarian Party type nonsense. So we want to be a little bit careful there. Oh, you didn't send Lauren Southern? Which link did you send? Where'd you send it? Twitter or Discord? I don't know what you sent. I'm sorry. Oh, here. When you put links into the chat, they disappear because they're flagged as spam. Only I can put links into this chat, so you'll have to tell me what it is or send it to me either on Discord or Twitter because I can't see it otherwise. That's how that works. Yeah, see, exactly. I see you saying here, like you posted the thing. It's not going to show up. What channel on my Discord? Just send it to me personally. Just DM me. I'm literally on the upper right as the server admin in the Discord server, so just DM me it. Oh, okay, that's useful. Thank you for that. So there's a critique of State and Revolution by Ian McKay. I'll seriously give that a look. Thank you. That's actually really useful. It's very good. When I'm done State and Revolution, I'll give that a read through. Which shouldn't be long. It's not a long book. Oh, and it looks like the murderers of Ahmaud. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that correctly, but they were found guilty. Cool. Good. Actually, you know what I want to see quickly? While we're here. I want to see that Kyle Rittenhouse BLM thing, because that was... If that is what it sounds like, that's positive. Okay, let's try this. Oh good, it's a nice short clip. I like those. Here we go. I guess we'll... This is scaled for $85. There we go. This is scaled for Twitch, so need to rework this quickly. I'll get more efficient at this as time goes on. Oh, that's the wrong thing. We want to do that to YouTube. I guess it's 100? Yeah, that works. Alright. Let's turn the music off. Okay, we're doing something serious now.
Rittenhouse granted an interview to Tucker Carlson of Fox News. He maintains the shooting was centered around self-defense, not race.
This case has nothing to do with race. It never had anything to do with race. It had to do with the right to self-defense.
Right.
I'm not a racist person. I support the BLM movement. I support peacefully demonstrating. And I believe there needs to be change.
Rittenhouse also accused the prosecution of taking advantage of him during the trial. A portion of the interview airs.
Okay, so absolutely cynical, but you know what? He could have weighed into a different direction, so that could have been worse. That could have been worse. Oh, cool. So Commander Neo's in the Discord. Brilliant. Now we wait. Do you want to go over this video, this stream after the talk that's totally going to happen with the Commander Neo person? Well, we're still waiting, so we can go over it now, can't we? "31 minutes long." Of course it's 31 minutes long, why wouldn't it be? What is this? Michael Dowd. It's Michael Dowd.
Hello, I'm Michael Dowd.
Hi, Michael Dowd.
And this is the second part of a program. The first half was titled Collapse in a Nutshell, Understanding Our Predicament. And this is titled Overshoot in a Nutshell.
Here, let's make this video slightly
it's really
better.
impossible to understand collapse in any depth without an understanding of ecological overshoot. Because so oftentimes we get into what if, or if only we did this, if only we did that, and we blame and stuff without understanding. And when we understand overshoot, ecological overshoot, it makes sense of all of human history, it makes sense of our environmental issues, the climate issues, and everything else. So that's what this second half is about. And then I'll also be sharing at the end some resources for how to deal with this stuff emotionally. So again, the title of this is Overshoot in a Nutshell, Understanding Our Predicament. I'm Michael Dowd, and I'm recording this on November 13th of 2021. This is the second part of a two-part series. The first half was Collapse in a Nutshell, Understanding Our Predicament. This is Overshoot in a Nutshell, Understanding Our Predicament. This is how we got into collapse. Richard Heinberg said it well. He said, our core ecological problem is not climate change. It is overshoot, of which global warming is a symptom. Here's the thesis of really both halves of this presentation.
I will put different music on for this,
and health
but
of the ecosphere has
I'm
been
not
in
gonna-
decline for centuries.
I'm not going to give this
and
guy
in unstoppable, out of control mode
NPC
for
music.
decades.
He's not an NPC.
This great acceleration of biospheric
But he is a
collapse
pessimist.
is an easily verifiable fact. The scientific evidence is overwhelming. As I shared in the last presentation, all you got to do is Google great acceleration and you'll find tons of evidence. Evidence is also compelling that most people will deny this, especially those still benefiting from the existing order, those legitimately concerned about the consequences of collapse, and those who fear that accepting reality means giving up. And yes, that's most of us. The history of 80 plus previous boom and bust civilizations.
Oh, the top of the video is not visible?
How and why Homo colossus, that is industrial humanity, is dying. It's dying from self-inflicted, human-centered technology.
That's okay. This isn't a
and
segment anyways.
market-driven progress and development. By failing to understand and accept overshoot, ecological overshoot, we misinterpret or misdiagnose everything important, thus making a bad situation worse and increasing the odds of nuclear meltdowns and near-term human extinction. One of my intellectual mentors is William Ophuls. He's written a number of short books. This is Immoderate Greatness, Why Civilizations Fail. A little 75-page book that covers just a library of information on why civilizations predictably fail and how they do so. This is a quote from, this is actually the very beginning of his book, Apologies to the Grandchildren. Civilization is by its very nature a long-running Ponzi scheme. It lives by robbing nature and borrowing from the future, exploiting its hinterland until there's nothing left to exploit, after which it implodes. While it still lives, it generates a temporary and fictitious surplus that it uses to enrich and empower the few and to dispossess and dominate the many. Industrial civilization is the apotheosis and quintessence.
Oh, it's this stuff. I'll watch this later. I'm not sure I'm buying this. Like in broad strokes, like you can generally hit the mark with a pessimistic stance generally, but like this categorization is annoying me. Industrial civilization is the apotheosis and quintessence of this fatal course of civilization, whatever this is taken to mean. I don't like that. I don't like that one bit. Well, still waiting for Commander Neo. Ostensibly he's in the server. Although I don't think he's in the server under his own name, because I don't see a Commander Neo having entered. I see no DMs. Nothing in VC text. Did he get cold feet, or? No, he's fighting with people in my server. Of course he is. He's in, he's PGX? Okay. He's in there calling people betas. Okay, I'm ready to unmute my account on the Discord page. Hope my audio is working fine connection-wise. On the Discord page? What do you mean on the Discord page? Just going into VC chat? This is going to be like a group thing? He made some lame reference to Fallout. I think Fallout references are kind of base, to be honest. We'll give him that much credit. Alright, I'm going to grab some water and then we'll do this, I guess. I need to calm my nerves. I'm intimidated. Oh, there's a new St. Andrewism. I'd like to chat with St. Andrewism at some point. Seems like an interesting guy. Alright, is this happening or what? My alcohol's worn off. You had a tactical advantage that you've wasted. Although you've gained another one, my phone's about to die apparently. One moment. Okay, PGX, stop talking to people on the server. You're talking to me. Commander Neo, I'm not going to wait much longer. I'm just going to boot you out and you'll never get the conversation. Let's go. I'm patient, but I'm not that patient. You need to download an app for the latest version. What are you talking about? You're in the server. You're talking to people. Okay, what happens if I just... What happens if I just DM you and then just give you a call? What happens if I just start a voice call with you? Can you answer that? You unmuted by deciding to download an app for the latest version. No, you don't. No, you don't. That's not how that works. I know because I have Discord on my phone. Let's just try this out. I'm gonna shoot you a voice call, okay? And if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. We'll move on with our lives. Hello, hello? Maybe he wants to use voice mask? Why? Wait, I need to reload the page. I'm not stalling. How are you going to do this tomorrow? Here, let's put on something a little less dour. I mean, I use the browser version of Discord. This isn't... Oh, there we go. Okay, this might actually be happening now. You ready to go? This has now taken 20 minutes. Hi, can you hear me? You have your account unmuted. That's not how that works. You have to open a call. It's not just your... Oh my god. I have my account unmuted. Hello.
Oh, can you hear me, President Sunday?
Oh my god, it actually worked. How are you?
Oh, hey. Sorry. I'm a little rusty.
No, it's all good.
Hi.
I really shouldn't complain. I still haven't
No,
figured
no,
out OBS, and I've been using it for close to a year now. So what's on your mind?
Yeah, I know. That's what I figured. I was like, I haven't really used Discord, but
Yeah, okay. So,
let's see.
so you, can you hear me? Hello, hello? Uh-oh. I don't think you can hear me.
Wait, sorry, I'm getting some feedback from some audio feedback.
Really?
Might be something on my end. Wait. I muted the Okay. Yeah. Now. Yep. Hello?
Hey. You all good?
No. Wait. No, I think there's some audio. Feedback on my end. It's like 10 to 15 seconds delayed. Wait.
Alright, well, if it doesn't work, it doesn't work.
Okay.
What is 10 to 15 seconds delayed? You mean you're hearing me delayed?
You know, I'm just wait. It's actually might be like 30 seconds. I'm just gonna stop talking until it catches up, and then I'm gonna start talking again. I'm sending you this now, like in the future. I don't know why this isn't working.
I think you would be sending to me in the past.
Wait, let me see.
Technically, but... Oh, you're sending...
Oh, yeah.
If you don't mind me asking, where are you?
Yeah. Oh.
Maybe you should close out the stream and just talk to me on Discord?
Okay. All right. I'm gonna close that. Okay. Close. Okay. Close that. Okay. Okay, so now the only thing open is Discord. Alright.
Alright, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Let's
Okay.
see. Alright, so hopefully I'm still hearing audio feedback on my end. Man, I don't know what. I know everyone in chat is probably thinking that I'm, I am a bit of a boomer when it comes to like stuff like this because I don't usually
No, that's fine.
do voice chat.
Can you hear enough of me to respond to me when we're talking? Or are you just hearing like... What do you mean by audio feedback? Typically audio feedback means there's additional noise, not like a time delay of minutes, right? Hello? Okay. I'm gonna call it. I don't think this is working right now. I don't even hear you anymore. So if you want to try and figure this out for future, assuming you can still hear me now,
Yeah, I can still hear you now. Well, how about actually, I'm gonna disconnect from the call, and then can you start the call again, like a new call?
sure.
Okay, I'm gonna disconnect right now.
Okay, go for it.
Just send me another.
All right, here goes nothing. Hello.
Hello?
Hello.
Okay.
Is that better?
The old call is still playing. For
It's-
some reason,
Do you have 2 tabs open?
well, no, it's one. I have one window for Discord, and everything else. This is.
Do you have
I did not
Discord
think it was going
open?
to be this difficult.
Do you have Discord open in the other window at all?
What is going on?
Okay.
Man.
I'm gonna
I did not think
Yeah,
this was.
I'm gonna let you sort that out. So now you know that the problem's there for when we do actually talk, and we can do this another day. Okay?
Yeah, sorry. I thought this was going to be so much easier. I know everyone's probably having a good laugh at me in chat, but honestly, I don't know. I don't know if it's something in my settings or if it's I don't know. I just keep getting this like 30-second feedback where like it's just keeps replaying the last. I mean, it's only one. I have one window. That's it.
Okay.
Just
hang
is
on.
it good now?
Well, it seems okay.
Did it end? Did it?
Did what end? I'm not hearing anything on my end. Like I can hear you just fine.
Okay. Okay. Huh. I'm not hearing anything.
Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Okay. Well, there you go.
that's weird. That was.
Well, if it's working, it's working. You want to chat for a bit?
Yeah, sure. Finally.
Yeah, finally.
Gosh, I know there's no way for me to prove that this wasn't some to everyone that this wasn't some elaborate like, stalling. Like, I thought it was just gonna be like I know everyone's gonna think like, oh, he's stalling.
I feel like you
And
could have just
I'll never-
disconnected if that was the case. You're anonymous and then.
No, I know, but I didn't want to do that and make it seem like I was leaving, like without saying anything.
That's fine.
Because at first I thought, oh, this is just gonna be like, but that kept going on for minutes and minutes and minutes, and I just kept hearing the same. I was hearing your voice and I was hearing my voice repeated, like for the past every 30 seconds. It just the last 30 seconds was repeated. So now, for whatever reason, the Discord gods have blessed us with
I
clear
see.
audio.
There is an explanation
Okay.
for why that might be the case, and that's if you're using recording software that is delivering audio to your headphones.
Well, I'm just plugged into regular settings, like my regular like hardware and stuff. Like, I don't have any other apps or any other things running. I am using my headphones, so maybe that's. I don't know if that's.
That probably wouldn't be. All right, so
Technical glitch averted.
yes.
All right. I knew something like that was going to happen. I knew it wasn't going to be so easy as just like pop in. Felt something was going to go Ari. Okay.
Cool. So you're in political science.
Yes.
What year are you in?
Well, I already graduated undergrad.
Oh, congratulations. What did you did you have a focus or?
Well, I took a bunch of varying courses, as undergrads generally do, but I guess I'm really interested in political theory.
Okay, cool. That's what I'm interested in too. So, like, what did you? I guess, if you were to specify that a bit more, like, what are you really interested in political theory?
I guess I'm interested in like ideology and like why, and like, you know, axiomatic values and why people believe what they believe, and like what makes people form their political opinions from like kind of the base, and then everything that's the foundation for that builds the superstructure of like their worldview. Because I know people in chat think I'm like I'm kind of toying with them, because not everything I say in chat or on the YouTube comments I actually believe in. It's more of a, you know, back and forth to see how serious people think I am. I mean, I would say in some ways I'm more of a political nihilist, because I think all systems are like doomed to fail eventually due to human nature. And I know we can get into a big argument over the concept of human nature, but you know, like I've been through the gamut. Like, you know, I've watched, starting on YouTube with like you know, political videos back like my high school days. You know, I've never subscribed to like, you know, like a single ideology or worldview. I mean, I don't like right now I wouldn't even really know what to call myself, besides just being, like I said, someone who like observes society and tries to figure out like, why do people think what they do, you know, like that. Like, it's more of kind of just like a giant experiment, an ongoing experiment, and how humans engage in socio-political organization. And I'm just trying to, because people say like, we want to make society better. Okay, well, how do you do that? I think that's the fundamental like starting point, like the cornerstone of where all political discourse starts. So, I mean, that's kind of a little of a rant that I just did, kind of a stream of consciousness. But you know.
Okay. So
I mean, yeah.
I guess just to get to the point, like, what brings you here?
Well, originally it was because I saw your video by Mr. Woods
Mm-hmm.
on the endurance of nationalism, and I do watch you know, Keith Woods' content. I found him kind of the same way I found you. I kind of just, you know, was looking at through different you know, political channels, and you know how the algorithm works, you know. So when I watched the
I
video,
don't. If I knew how the algorithm works, my channel would be much more successful, I'm sure. But sorry, continue.
No. Yeah. It's all about the thumbnails. But the reason why like I started responding was because, you know, I think that your critique, I still want you and Keith to have a debate.
It's not
I
going
don't
to
know
happen. He doesn't have it in him. I am a little bit
think?
curious, though. You attempted to reach out to him. What did he say? Did he say anything?
He hasn't gotten back.
Yeah. And I'm
gave
going
it
to
a
save
shot.
you. I'm going to save you some time. He's not going to get back to you.
Well, the thing is that the thread that I was in, he was already replying.
Here's what you need
people.
to. Here's what you don't know. I actually used to DM with Keith in the private group, because at one point I actually took part with him in his friend Thamster Whitnat's Zero Bureau of Literature group. Thamster, provided he identifies you as being a potential friend, is actually a fairly personable person. I suspect if I had a few other descriptive qualities about myself, that would not be the case. But if there was any intention whatsoever of Keith Woods addressing my explicit challenge to him vocally on stream, when he was there presently critiquing my review of his debate with Haas from Infrared, he had every opportunity to do so, and he's not going to, because, well, there are a couple of reasons. One, he knows he's not up to the task. Two, I'm a smaller channel than him, so he has no material reason to take the risk. And three, probably just sheer spite, if I'm being honest. But he's not going to. He has no reason to, and he has no honor that would compel him to if he doesn't want to. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know Keith in any personal capacity beyond his, you know, online persona, but I just find Keith's content to be different and interesting compared to other. I guess you could consider Keith like a reactionary, even if he doesn't.
Keith a
consider
reactionary?
himself.
No. Keith isn't a reactionary. No.
Well, I mean, well, again, not.
Keith is a
definitive sense.
modernist. Keith is a modernist. He's not a reactionary at all.
Well, no, I mean if you look at the people that watch his videos, look at the people that have kind of like the crisscross between different channels. I think there's a reactionary streak. He's not a reactionary in again, a literal sense, but I think there's, at least in modern neo-reaction, I think a lot of people have similarity.
A reactionary is typically somebody who wants to reverse course from a revolutionary movement, right? That's not what Keith is about.
Well, I disagree. Keith wants to revolt against neoliberalism and basically global capital. That's why so many of his. That's why I find him, because it's not just all about
Yeah, but global capital is a center of gravity. It's not a revolutionary movement. It is the product of revolutions in the broad sense of how human beings relate to each other and to their environment, etc., etc. But he's not a reactionary. That's simply untrue. I mean, if you want to be so loose with your categories, again, I'm not impugning you here. If you want to be so loose with your categories that any sort of wistful preference for, I don't know, some kind of vague sense of right-wing warrior virtue or something as being reactionary, sure, I guess, but that doesn't seem like a meaningful distinction to me.
Well, again, I don't mean reactionary in the sense that he described himself as that.
Okay.
I just simply mean that I would consider more of just, and this is kind of what the subject content of the video was about, is that I think he is just he's just a nationalist, you could call him a modernist, a modern nationalist. But I think he definitely generally has his political convictions in that nationalism is a good concept, a good means by which to organize human populations from more of an organic aspect. Because I think Keith, in all of his videos, the reason why he critiques capital is because it's all about breaking down barriers to accumulation and expansion, and so that includes, things like borders, things like national sovereignty, things like distinct peoples and cultures. And so I think Keith, you could just call him a general right-winger, or you could just call him, someone who's more provincially minded when it comes to things of identity. But I think he really is just an Irish nationalist. But he's also a larger, pan-European nationalist in the sense that he understands that Ireland's problem from his perspective is every other nation's problem on the earth in regards to what he sees as the inevitable logical end game or conclusion of capital, which is just to basically have the whole world become like America. That's because currently under the post-war system, America is the machine that just keeps churning for global capital to keep doing business as usual. And so I find it that's why I was drawn to Keith's content originally, because it wasn't just stuff like, well, we just need to build a border wall, or we just need to go back to the 1950s, because while Keith does have, I guess, a romantic idealization of nationalism in the past, I mean, Keith is also a realist, and I think he understands that, the Westphalian model isn't always going to be there. It's not necessarily going to hold with all of the different directions and forces that are essentially debasing the past 400 years of, at least in where the West is concerned, the traditional model of governance, which was that, culture and state policy, and when it came to things like ethnicity, we're all supposed to kind of be this fusionist harmony together. But ever since the post-war era, that's basically been disintegrating. And so Keith did a video on neo-tribalism and actually, like, you know, what comes after the Westphalian model, and are we going to basically see a reversion, a contraction of, you know, this definite, this is what it means to be German, this is what it means to be French, British, you know, etc., and, you know, these concrete borders, and it's going to become more fluid, and is it going to become more smaller and provincial in regards to how people form authentic identities? Because this is another big thing about Keith. It's all about authenticity, right? And like genuine social bonds, right? Kind of like a mine shaft, right? Whereas, because he doesn't want this mass society, he doesn't like, you know, the gazelle shaft, you know, cosmopolitan era that, you know, currently is the dominant system. So, you know, I'm just saying it's just interesting that Keith offers like a critique and a perspective that's different than you know, most other content creators that are concerned about similar issues, but take kind of just a lens that is just kind of more just basic conservatism, you know, without any, which is part of the problem, which is what Keith says, is that conservatives are too wed to capital. So they'll never give up capital, and thus they'll never be able to preserve the provincial over, you know, the steamrolling effects of, you know, global capital. So, I mean, I guess that's just why.
What do you think of his takes? What do you think of his take on Jews?
Well, I know there's a differentiation between his YouTube content versus like his BitChute content.
Mm-hmm.
You know, if you want to compare and contrast. I think that while he may have his convictions or his presumptions, I think it's again, like if you look at his videos, it's more about how this was a product of essentially like starting with the British Empire and the Dutch, and then going through all the way to like I guess like America now, being the kind of the flagship, right, the hegemon of global capital. I think that you could say that he thinks that's a part of the issue, but at the same time, I think he sees it as a much larger problem, that even if you could magically, you know, never have to deal with that at the end of the day, that it's much more a spiritual problem with, you know, the modern West, that people are too materialist, they're too, you know, based in consumerism and choosing identity through consumption rather than, you know, having those genuine social bonds. So essentially, you could say that even if he thinks that it is a part of the problem, it's just that, a part of the problem, right? It's not gonna, you know, the whole is the sum of its parts. And so even if you could theoretically turn things back to the 1950s, as, you know, when Keith criticizes, you know, American and British conservatives, mainly in the Anglosphere.
Commander
at
Neo,
the end of the day,
Commander Neo, you were very wary of coming on and of putting your phone number into Discord. I presume because you stand to lose a lot if your voice or your face or anything is associated with your person while you're talking about the stuff.
No.
No? Okay.
No, because no, that's more of just it's more of just a general security thing, you know, when you're like, I mean, I'm trying to explain Keith's perspective from just, you know,
I know Keith's
like
perspective. You don't need to explain it to me. His response to the death of Ruth Bader Ginsburg was that she is being raped in hell. He is a piece of trash. He censors himself so he can remain on Twitter and collect cash. You're being taken for a ride by somebody with no standards or soul.
Really, no soul.
Yeah, I would say that. I would say the kind of person who says and does the kinds of things that he does, in the dishonest manner that he does, to the ends that he does them, yeah. I'd feel comfortable saying that. I wouldn't necessarily commit myself metaphysically to the idea that he has no animating principle or internal emotional experience, but no character there.
Now, is that based on your own personal
Yeah.
interactions and experience?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I mean, I guess I'll have to take your word for it. I mean, like I said, I don't have any personal experience with him, you know, like in terms of beyond like, you know, writing a YouTube comment.
Well, you're aware of his
that.
you're aware of his bitchshit activities, so you're aware of how extreme he actually is.
Well, I understand
You're aware of the fact that he's two-faced and he displays a different position on YouTube because he's hiding his true colors. You are currently aware that he does not actually address people who contest him unless they offer him an avenue to further growth, or if they approach him in an adulatory fashion. So he's perfectly fine with, on the one hand, critiquing somebody like the academic agent for spurious argumentation and shoddy scholarship, but then shaking hands with him as soon as he can offer him access to funds, frankly. It's what an audience means. So, but your counter is he has some vague notion that capitalism is a spiritual problem.
No. Okay. No. Obviously, when he's talking about like, you know, material reality versus, what he means by a spiritual problem is like, that the West, you know, built such wealth. You know, it was the first to industrialize. It was the first to, you know, get so rich off of, well, what would you call it? You know, fat off of its own success, that it became a victim of its own success. And so people, and this ties into what we were talking about in the video, your response video to his video, the most recent one he published on his YouTube channel, which was the conflation between liberalism and nationalism. That's what the original contention was about, and that gets into this because
that was his contention or my contention?
I contend. Well, no, he originally made the video about how nationalism, while obviously different from its current Westphalian incarnation, nonetheless, you had these.
Hang on. Nationalism, it's in the form of the term. It's an ism, right? It is literally an ideological stance in the liberal sense that somebody takes on themselves apropos the nation, and the nation refers here to a modern nation state, which is basically code for a liberal state. That's not me, that's Carl Schmitt, who's a fucking Nazi. So it's liberal, like definitionally. Now, if you want to say that, well, we refer to the ancient Hebrew nation and they had an identity, therefore nationalism is ancient. I mean, you can do that, but you're bullshitting yourself. These are not the same thing. They aren't attached to the same social form. They don't take the same form. They don't refer to the same kind of relationship, the same kind of attitude to something in the world. These are radically different things. He conflates them because it sounds good.
Well, I would argue that it's about contraction and expansion. So, nationalism is, and people were saying this in the comment section, both under his, more so under his video, of course, because they were his fans, and they were saying that you know, nationalism is the logical endpoint. It's the highest order of tribalism or clannish-based culture, politics, social organization. So in terms of scale, in terms of scope.
So hang on, wait a second. But the video is the endurance of nationalism, and he's linking it to an antique example. So is it the end point, or is it the beginning point that has endured? Because he's trying to give it some kind of ancient pedigree, right? Like this is just a fundamental part of human nature. If it's the end point, then this is something teleological that has yet to be realized, and that other argument doesn't fly. See the problem? Leaving aside the other issues that I just pointed out.
So it's because you're saying that nationalism, you're calling it an ideology because it's an ism, because
No. That's the hint, because we don't.
No, it's an idea, right? Yeah, it's idealism in a sense, right? Nationalism.
No,
is just
no,
one...
it's not. It's not because it's idealism. It's because it's a set of positions that one takes on as an individual atomistic liberal subject. It's like the tape you put into the VCR, right? That's why. It's not descriptive of a social form, it's descriptive of a subjective stance. Somebody is a nationalist. If you want to talk about nationalism in terms of social forms, most of the literature just again points to the frankly illusory assumption that the nation state so construed is simply a given category of political analysis. That's where a lot of critiques of modern international relations theory comes from. Because it conflates the territorial state with the nation, which is why it construes interstate relations and the anarchic space between them and all this stuff as a relationship between states. Sorry, as a relationship between nations, ergo international relations theory, not interstate theory or interstate conflict or whatever. Sometimes people talk in those terms, but...
Okay, well, in response, I would say that, at least again, talking about the perspective from Keith and from others that share his politics, is that the nation is first and foremost the people, like the group, right, the in-group that has exclusionary characteristics that they themselves collectively, consciously determine throughout their history as to who's considered a member of the nation and not, right? Just how someone's considered a member of the tribe or not. And the reason why is because nation, going to the
can you repeat? It's all about... So sorry. Can you repeat that last few sentences?
Okay. Okay. So basically, what Keith and other people like him are trying to argue is that nationalism is more about the people rather than a fixed state of borders or institutions. Those are all complementary. In other words, going back to the etymology of the nation, it's all about coming from a common birth, common ancestry, common tribe. And so the nation is just a really, really big modern tribe with modern institutions and problems afflicting it, but that those people that constitute these organic populations all stem from a similar ancestry. And I'm not talking about like, the Gauls in ancient Gaul that we now call French people, they never, crossed over the Rhine and, broke bread with, the Germanic tribes, who also then crossed over and became the Franks, which eventually became the French, right? Like, and the Anglo-Saxons. And I'm not talking about that. I'm not trying to get like granular with the minutia, like one person from one tribe married another, therefore, these people mixed, and therefore they're not, therefore those tribes are not, are not homogenous in a pure sense. No, I'm not talking about that. I'm just saying, because some people will do that. They'll, try to drag me down, and I'm trying to explain this. I'm just saying that nationalism is more of an organic feeling. It's something. I disagree that it's an ideology. I don't think nationalism, as you said, and I think I'm paraphrasing you, you said it has to presume the liberal state. I don't agree with that. I understand that it came about, our modern conception of nationalism,
Can you do me a favor? Can you recount to me the objection that I made?
Which one? Oh yeah, the objection. So your objection is that it's all about the person. Because I said it's about an ideal, and then you said that
It doesn't.
you
It
said-
doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it implicates ideals or if it conceives of itself as being pessimistic and realistic or all these highfalutin terms. The reason why it's liberal is because it presumes the liberal subject as the bearer of it, and it is oriented towards the liberal state form. That's why.
I mean, I guess that'd be more in a sense of like, well, I guess this goes back to Anglo empiricism versus Prussian idealism. And I think that's the bifurcation in the Westphalian history of the nation state, that you have some people who are more inclined to have this idealistic sense of the nation and what it's supposed to constitute, and then you have other people that are, more, it's more structural in a sense of like institutions and even something like the economy, because you kind of have that saying that like Britain became a nation of shopkeepers, right? Because they started that game of mercantilism and industrialization first. Therefore, the Anglos were always going to view the nation as more of a vehicle for continuing that progress that they had started out. Whereas the Germans were always playing second fiddle to the French and especially the British. And it wasn't until the turn of the 20th century, right before World War I, when the Germans were actually able to get to a comparative level with like the British Empire. But then at the same time, they still had that Prussian idealism, which is why, less than, Treaty of Versailles was 1919, and then we know what happened in 1933 in Germany. It was, less than 2 decades, and they went immediately back, even after being defeated by that, they immediately went back to the Prussian idealism, and that's why they never became truly liberal. Like they always were illiberal, from Bismarck onwards through the Kaiser. The only years where they were essentially effectively liberal in a political and economic and thus cultural sense would have been the Weimar years. And I'm saying that snapped back from 1919 all the way to 1933, when they snapped back. You could say they really went, far to the right. It was because they wanted to return to what was normal to them and what made sense. And of course they felt that they, didn't really lose the war and that the treaty was unfair. I mean, I'm getting more into history now, but the point is that that's my understanding, is that the bifurcation, the divergence in the Westphalian model is between Prussian idealism and Anglo empiricism. That's, like, what is a nation supposed to be? Is it really supposed to be a outgrowth of an organic tribe, which puts culture and, sovereignty and consistency above things like the economy and, the abstraction of a civil society? And I think that's the difference we saw in regards to European political development.
I have no idea what you just said. Like, none. And I don't mean this to be mean. Like, you clearly are thinking through a lot of things, but there wasn't. I don't understand why you started where you started. I don't understand any of the categories you deployed, and I don't understand how on earth you ended up where you got. So let's try and break it down a little bit. And maybe that's my failing, because you went on for a very long time and I just couldn't keep up. But I have a suspicion. I have a suspicion, and I don't mean this as an insult at all. But I have a suspicion that that's not entirely what's going on here. So let's break it down into as simplistic let's break it down as simplistically as we can. What do you mean by a nation, and how do you justify that particular use of the term?
So again, I guess you could break this down into organic versus structural nationalism in regards to the form. So I would say nationalism, starting with the base, right? You have this organic sense of common history and solidarity with a group of people that, even going all the way back to the Neolithic tribal days, not only is there a genetic continuity, but there
Okay,
is
hang on. Let's just isolate these bits, okay? So a nation is, I don't have any freaking paper, do I? Here we go.
Yeah.
So a nation has an identity as a thing. As a self-identity as a specific thing. Is that fair?
Yeah, the nation itself is an identity, fundamentally.
Okay.
The idea
So-
of it is
so for
just that identity expressed.
Sure. So, for example, if Keith Woods identifies as a part of the Irish, then he is a part of the Irish nation, right?
Yes.
Okay. But if I don't identify as white, then I am not a part of the white nation with Keith.
No. No,
No.
because no. I mean, no as in no. Like, I'm disagreeing with your categorization. So,
That's
again,
fine. It helps us clarify. So,
no.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is, I'm saying this, is that Irish is a nationality, but it's an ethnic distinction, right? For example, in Keith, right, being a native-born Irish citizen with you could probably, with modern ancestry testing, he could probably trace his lineage on that small island, hundreds and hundreds of years. The point is that.
So hang on. When you say self-identity, what self?
So, I guess this kind of goes back into, like, I think therefore I am. In a sense that you can choose to not be.
But
you can choose to associate with an identity or not. In a self-affirming sense. This is not about what the rest of society says to you, what you. I mean, like, Keith tomorrow could say, "I'm done with being Irish. I'm going to talk in an Irish accent anymore. I'm gonna move to America and just become an American." Like, But my point is that generally, people, conformed to what made sense to them and what kept them alive and kept the group together. And so the self-affirmation of identity in the nationalist sense was that people agreed that this nation existed, right? So you could say that they all collectively agreed that they were what they said they were, and so it was a collective self-affirmation simultaneously.
They all did, like you surveyed them?
No. I'm saying people, like these people, organically have convinced themselves that they are Irish. Obviously, and this is why I go
when you say organically, what do you mean?
What I mean is that through the struggles that they, you talk about the Irish, talk about the 800-year, for example, since we're talking about Ireland, the 800-year British occupation, right? The Brits were seen as a foreign invading, occupying force for over 800 years, and that the British were therefore different, right? They were distinct, right? Because it wasn't just about something like, phenotype. It was something about, like, the in-group preference that the Irish had for themselves, and they saw themselves as distinct. And so my point is that if you think of yourself as Irish and you view them as not Irish, right, as the British, right, and especially in a negative context, like they're invading, they're occupying, they're not supposed to be here, this is our land for our people. That's what I'm saying, is that nationalism, in the essence of it, like the organic development of it, was always there. It was just that, and this is why I wanted to make the difference between structural nationalism versus organic nationalism, because the Westphalian model
to
created
be clear,
structural nationalism.
So by organic, you mean historically constituted?
If you look at the consistency of, in a chronological sense, like how identities are passed on intergenerationally and how they're maintained, and how, even if it delves a little bit into mythology and and kind of like the origins of a people, right? Yeah, I would agree that of that.
I'm not sure that you do. So is it historically constituted, or are we talking about an identity that transcends history? Because you were talking about myth just a second ago.
No, I'm just saying, like, you know, you talk about, okay, well, let me use Japan for example, because I know this one pretty good. Japan's whole mythology of how it came to be isn't just that it's just some island of rock above a certain level of, you know, the ocean, and that humans just happened to migrate there tens of thousands of years ago, and, you know, created this culture and this people known as the Japanese. Their whole origins mythos is that some might not remember it exactly correctly, but some goddess like wept, and that the rain droplets, when landing from like space into the ocean there, it created the islands, and that's my point. Totally not real in any material sense or any actual historical sense, but that is a origin point, right? It's a reference point for them as the Japanese people, or at least the Japanese that care about that origin story, to have like a common mythos about them.
Mythos about what?
What
is the Japanese people to you? Like, what is its form concretely? Like, what do you think of when you think Japanese people, or Japanese nation, or whatever?
All right.
Like, what do you
so,
think?
I would say that it's the people who settled that land, right? Their ancient ancestors.
The land.
Right?
Why the land?
Because the land is again, we can talk about, you know, the territorial aspect of structural nationalism, but point being that you had this land, right, surrounded all by sea, right? Japan is a very good example of this because it doesn't have any issues with like land borders with other nations, at least in like East Asia.
You think so?
No, I'm not saying territorial disputes. I'm not saying territorial disputes or anything like that, or invasions. Like, you know, I'm talking about.
You misunderstand me. Are you familiar with the Kai system?
Well, I'm not gonna lie. No, I'm not.
Okay, so the Kai system was prior to the prior to the Constitution of Japan as a modern nation-state modeled after European powers. The Kai system was how the Japanese distinguished themselves from the other tribes on the islands. So back in the yeah,
I know. Keep going. I got a response.
Oh well, please.
No, I'm just saying, like, it starts with tribes, right? It starts like feudal Japan.
No, but you misunderstand me. This wasn't an organic evolution. This was a technological decision. This was enforced by a state authority and modeled after European powers. This wasn't organic.
Well, no, I understand that there were interventionist aspects in relation to
not aspects. The entire thing was an artifice.
Yeah, but no, I'm not denying that they didn't force Japan to open to trade.
No, not open to trade. You misunderstand me. The Kai system was how the Japanese people identify themselves within the island, and the difference was.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about the.
No. The difference is that prior to the reconstitution of Japan as a modern state, being Japanese did not mean you lived on the island. Being Japanese was a question of degree to the capital. And the closer you were in custom, appearance, and a whole host of things that are not genetic, you were considered to be more or less Japanese. And this was so important that when, say, members of the Ainu, for example, were brought in to visit or to come to market or to present themselves before the emperor or whatever, they would dress them up in more exotic clothing to emphasize the difference if they looked too similar. So
again,
the nation was not constituted in anything like those terms, and it was reconstituted artificially by educating and forcing a homogenous way of life on all of the people on the island, regardless of ethnicity, regardless of descent and local culture, in order to reconstitute Japan as a colonial power to compete with the Europeans. Like it was a technological move. The transition to a nation state in Japan was deliberate and artificial in the extreme. There was nothing organic about it. It was a response to basically being met with a massively superior force from overseas.
Well, the same could be said about Germany, right? It wasn't officially considered a unified nation state until after the Franco-Prussian War of 1871. I'm not denying that there can't be external forces that can force, people, right? The government at the time, the military at the time, the to make decisions to catch up, right? Economically, militarily, geopolitically. This is the difference between structural nationalism versus organic nationalism. I understand there were different tribes in Japan, just so there were different tribes and confederations and city-states and duchies and regional identities in what we now call Germany, right? The Federal Republic of Germany. But just throughout the 20th century alone, or I guess late 19th century, including the entirety of the 20th century, we saw Germany, for example, go through so many geopolitical divides, going through different regimes, different forms of government, different modes of economic production, and yet today there still is a Germany, there still is a German people, a German nation, and that's all just part of their history. In other words,
no. That is a form that solidified and has thus far persisted. There's nothing intrinsic about that.
Nations have a core, but they
where
if you almost want to think of them, if you want to, again, the people are the form, because they are the ones that self-reference and self-affirm.
Who's they?
They're identifying in people, human beings.
No, but which of them? Because they don't all do that. Which of them?
Well, yeah. Well, there are some people who can choose to be expats. There are some people who can choose to renounce citizenship, although citizenship
Yes. In the great liberal international order, that is a thing that can happen, but we're talking about the identity of the nation and how it persists beyond, you conjecture, a liberal state of affairs. That's what we're talking about. I mean, I'm perfectly happy to concede that, as I was arguing earlier, that it's an entirely liberal construction, but...
Well, no, I disagree, because I'm using Germany because it went through so many things in recent history in regards to...
Recent history has been thoroughly liberal.
No. My point is, okay, for example, so after German unification under Bismarck, basically, from the 1870s all the way up until, the end of the First World War, it was essentially a, autocratic, what would you call it? Like, essentially an absolute monarchy that was very militaristic, right? That was becoming imperialistic, that was becoming expansionist, that was engaging in great power competition against the British, against the French, and the scramble for Africa, right? It was building up its armaments. This was completely, and again, going back to Prussian idealism, they didn't go all full free market. They were the first to establish, the modern Western welfare state. The point is that it was the idea of Germanness, the idea of Germans as a unified people. That's what drove people under, you could meme it, the Kaiserreich, right? That was what drove and binded them together to be unified against these other powers, right? These other nations, these other competing forces in all those different categories. The point being, and then of course we have a small burst of, true liberalism, which would be the Weimar years, right? The first mass experiment in liberal democracy, in laissez-faire economics, and generally kind of a relaxed, away from the prudent social conservatism of the Kaiser years to kind of more of a open society. We saw that in the 20s, and like I said, in the early 30s, due to both domestic and international pressures. The Great Depression obviously was a big powder keg, which jumped in the leading years up to Hitler seizing power and the NSDAP. Obviously, that definitely gave them lots of material in regards to the deteriorating economic situation in Weimar Germany to really make them, a potent political force. But compared to their previous years in the 20s, when the economy was, you had hyperinflation, but it wasn't nearly as bad after 1929. But I'm kind of going all over the place. The point is that then you had 1933, 1945, you had the most illiberal regime probably in world history, right? At least in Germany's history, right? The Third Reich, right? The National Socialist German Workers' Party. And then after that, you had Germany divided between 1945 to 1990, right? Between East Germany, West Germany, you had liberal democratic capitalism and you had, authoritarian communism.
You're referring to factions within larger societies that happen to have a momentary time in the sun. What is the argument for this being, for the nation being something intrinsic to human nature or persisting prior to the liberal order? Like what?
Oh yeah, I wasn't necessarily talking about the human nature aspect. I was talking about you talking about that nationalism is an ideology which has to presume the liberal state in history. And I was saying that you can have a liberal government, you can have a liberal
No.
institutions.
See, hang on. Slow down 1 sec. Sorry, I'm not trying to cut you off to be rude, but you're making a fundamental mistake here.
Okay.
You're thinking liberal in strictly ideological terms. So you're thinking the content of John Locke's letter concerning toleration or something like that, or like John Stuart Mill's on liberty or whatever. That's liberalism as the content or the attitude of a state. Liberalism at the level of state ontology has to do with the idea that the state is constituted and legitimized by atomistic subjects, and emergent from their perceptions and relationships to and with each other. That's the essence of liberalism in a robust sense. And it is from that you get the insistence in the more ideological form of respect for autonomy concerning religious belief, the distinction between public and private, the insistence on the sanctification of private property, yada yada yada, all that stuff, because state legitimacy is born by the atomistic subject, which is why Hobbes is the founder of liberalism, because he's the one who makes that move from Machiavelli to constituting society, or imagining society to be constituted by mutually perceiving individual subjects. And that's why nationalism is specifically a liberal ideology, because it is specifically an attitude to a nation state so constituted, born by that kind of atomistic subject. Does that make sense?
I don't disagree with your characterization of individuals, what we would call today citizens.
Like no, not citizens, not citizens, individual subjects. There's a difference.
Yes, you said atomized individual subjects, right?
Yes, subjects are not citizens.
And then okay, if they, under the liberal, I mean capital L liberal, obviously. I'm not talking about like lowercase liberal. I mean like in the liberal historical fashion, you had the Westphalian model is that you have people who give their consent to be governed, right? Under what, I mean, again, going back to Hobbes, talking about the sovereign and everything, but the citizens make a compact with the state, right? You give up some liberties in order for some security, and you have a generally functioning society. I don't disagree with that. But that's my point, is that citizenship is more of a formality, right? We didn't think of citizenship when we were in tribes and clans, or even when we were
No, slow down. That's not... Hang on. Hobbes isn't giving an account of citizenship. Hobbes is giving an account...
No, I never said that. I'm talking about... Okay, so following Hobbes from Locke, I'm talking about how Hobbes gave the base for Locke to then make the prescriptive claim that people have natural rights, at least negative ones, and therefore they need to be protected by the state, and in turn, the state expects compliance from the citizenry in regards to a functioning social order. So in other words, you would have a centralized authority. I mean, this is kind of getting away from what we were really talking about in the sense, because I'm talking more about like why not just have states without any national aspect to them, right? Or in other words, just have a world full of corporations and people identify with the corporation they work for rather than a nation, right? I mean, this is kind of what I'm talking about in regards to why nationalism seems to be, again, back to what Keith was saying, kind of an organic force. You're always going to have this reemergence of this organic impulse to collectivize socially and politically and culturally based on in-group characteristics that only members of that emergent ascendant in-group can identify with. So in other words, people ask me, what is a German? I really can't answer that fundamentally because I do have some German ancestry, but I fundamentally wasn't born in Germany. I don't have roots there. I didn't grow up there. I wasn't socialized into that intergenerational transmission of German identity. And that's just all I'm saying, the difference between
Okay,
again,
but hang on, slow down. How is that? Let's assume, for argument's sake, that there is some continuity. How is that intergenerational German identity transmitted?
it's transmitted from the moment of, well, one, again, just in terms of pure genetic clustering. You obviously
God,
have
man.
no, I'm just saying you start with that, which is that these people lived in what you would call the highlands of Central Europe, and then you stay there for long enough.
Hang on,
Those
wait.
people develop a language.
Okay,
they
but
develop
listen, but wait, no, you're contradicting yourself already, because we were just talking about how recent the concept of Germany as a distinct entity by itself is.
No, I know. I'm talking about how.
How are we
isn't it
starting with
amazing?
genetic clusters?
No, okay. What I'm saying is, you have form versus function, right? And this is another aspect. This is why I'm saying this is a very fractal debate about nationalism. This is why there isn't just one easy answer, right? Because like why nationalism even exists. The point is that you start with a population. That population then has to cooperate and basically for pure survival. You can even go back to the Hobbesian argument of life being short, nasty, and brute, right? And
Germany did not arise out of a state of nature.
No, I know. It arose after a lot of those structural aspects had already been essentially determined by the medieval orders, by the late
not just
Catholic...
structural aspects of Germany. It was a confederation, often by force, of different autonomous states, modern states. Prussia was modern, like these states were modern.
No. When it comes to Prussia, yes, Prussia was the first modern instantiation of a subgrouping of what would become, Greater Germany, in the sense that Prussia had both the material means as well as the political will to force other German subgroups, right, in terms of regional identities, right, and the last holdouts from the vestiges of the Holy Roman Empire post-Napoleon, that they were able to, through force, finally, after the Franco-Prussian War, to subsume all of them under this new united German identity. But the thing is that it's not like those people immediately started to rebel and say, no, we're French, no, actually we're Italian, no, actually we're Polish, we're Hungarian, no, actually we're Swedish, we're Danish, they knew who similar enough people were that they could...
That's not true at all.
Yes. Okay,
no.
So do Bavarians identify as French?
There's actually a long literature on this. Eric Vogelin is a principal expositor on this. So.
Okay, well, I'll look him up after this. But
we'll know, because you don't even know what he's an expositor of yet. We
suggesting someone else.
No, we actually do know that the German identity was constituted primarily as a reaction against revolutionary action that, again, tried to consolidate these groups into single classes of citizens, right? Like this.
I don't disagree. We pretty much agree on the structural nationalist aspect, right? That one, like, think of it like a Venn diagram. You have the organic nationalism and you have structural nationalism. When it comes to 19th century Westphalian nation-state organization and development, I think, and even into the 20th century, I think we pretty much agree on everything. Yeah, obviously there were smaller identities, groups. Again, like I always go to Bavaria because Bavaria and Prussia were the two biggest in terms of what was going to be the dominant aspect of this new Germany.
What will help a lot is if we focus specifically on the categories and not just meander through historical accounts. Like, I appreciate that you've gone through a lot of historical accounts. You have a lot of history ingested, but this is a question about conceptual clarity. We need to figure out what it is that we're talking about and whether it obtains. And just meandering through, like, and here's the Bavarians did it, like, that doesn't get us anywhere. See, it just makes it really difficult to follow where you're going. And I have a feeling you yourself are getting lost every now and then. Again,
no,
go on, please.
I'm not lost. I know exactly the point I'm trying to make.
Okay, well, I don't. So, help me.
Okay. Well, again, I think it goes back to, again, Bavaria. Again, I know you don't want to talk about it, but I'm just using this as a quick example. Bavaria still retains a regional identity, right? It still retains aspects of its pre-unified culture with Prussia and Greater Germany that still persists to this day. But I don't think Bavarians would consider themselves only Bavarians. They obviously understand that through their history, they have a relation to Germany, right? To this higher concept than just Bavaria. I mean, you could go to people like city by city, and you could say, well, do you identify more with the city that you live and work in Germany, or do you identify with Germany as a whole? I would say that outside of, maybe like Berlin or Frankfurt, I think most people would identify with Germany as a whole.
Okay, but if somebody asked me like where I am, I would say Canada. But that's not because I'm a nationalist or because I have a sense of community with Canadians. It's because cities basically don't exist anymore, and the only meaningful category that somebody from another place would hear is Canada or Germany or whatever. That speaks to an impoverishment of local identity, not a robustness.
That's what I'm saying is that, Bavaria, again, it's the one place in Germany which is actually still really distinct from the rest of it, because Prussia doesn't exist anymore, right?
Yeah, but why do you think they're referring to the German nation and not to the German state?
Because the state are just the institutions that are staffed by the people that constitute the body politic of the nation.
No. Germany is constituted of borders that were established artificially. It's constituted of institutions that were also constituted artificially, and not by popular fiat. That's just incorrect. I'm sorry.
No, again, you're confusing borders, territorial integrity, sovereignty, right? Institutions, the state. These are aspects of structural nationalism. Okay, like that.
But
these
you are conflating
borders.
these.
These
hang
are
on,
German
institutions.
institutions.
But you are conflating these with the people. I'm saying you're
No,
making
I'm not.
that
I'm not.
conflation.
No. The people. No. The people make them function. The people act to maintain them. So in other words, the organic, again, like the Venn diagram I was talking about, the organic and the structural, they pull and play and tug on each other to keep each other, bound together. Because it's true, organic nationalism in our modern sense requires structural national. You have to have institutions, you have to have borders, you have to have sovereignty, a state, military, everything down to police, intelligence services, all that, right? Just to survive in the global anarchic arena.
So when you say
of
structural
international
nationalism,
relations.
when you say structural nationalism, what you mean, to be clear, is state nationalism.
State centralized organization of the national populace. Yes.
Okay, but why are you inserting the national populace there?
No, because that's okay. The whole point of the Westphalian model is that you marry, join at the hip, basically culture, similar culture, language, right, and customs with.
Where are you getting this from?
With the functions of it. No, that's what it is. That's the whole
where,
point.
No. Hang on. Slow down. Where are you getting this from? Who told you this? Give me a specific citation. Where are you deriving this from?
Well, go back to the Treaty of Westphalia. It's all about, hey, look, you can determine. Again, it was originally about Catholics and Protestants, and it was originally, I know you know this, but it was originally about this lord. This was at the end of the Catholic reign. The end, right? This was the last vestige of, Catholicism trying to retain its ability to have some dominion over the continent. But basically, if you were Protestant lord, people in your city-state, your duchy, your confederation, they're going to be Protestant. If you're Catholic, they're going to be Catholic. It started with religion, but then it expanded into the languages of these people, and then it became more about culture, and it became about and then you started having things like where borders really started.
Okay,
to matter.
so hang on. So the account you're giving is you start with Westphalia, and then you just treat future changes as being simply emergent from that.
What changes? I didn't hear. Emergent changes, you said? I didn't hear. I'm sorry.
Okay, so you start from this characterization of
with Westphalia, and then
Okay, and then like link these. Don't just tell me and then this changed into this and into this. Like explain.
Okay, so yeah, again, it all starts with the organic, because if there is no, okay, I need you to be more open-minded. You keep like, I'm seeing you on stream. You keep like just dismissing.
I
me
can tell.
automatically.
Don't worry. Go
Look,
on.
Look, what, like, again, why isn't Germany just not, why don't you just call this landmass number 9, and, you know, these are just banks and corporations and people just buy stuff and
We
sell
could.
stuff.
We could.
And no, but that wouldn't be a nation. That would just be a territory owned and controlled by
You're getting it.
firms that can. No. That's not a nation. You could still have police. That would just be a state that employs liberalism as a means to engage in market functions and, you know, basic public security. But that would have nothing to do with again, the nation is the people, because it's how they view themselves in relation to each other and how they identify with their history, how they identify in the present, what they want for the future. You know, again, why do we make a distinction between Germany and Japan? Not just because they're geographically separated apart, right? It's not, they both have electricity, they both have, modern infrastructure, they both have states with a military and police, but what's the main, difference between Germany and Japan? Well, it's the people, right? It's the culture, right? It's the way how those people manifest themselves. That's my whole point.
It's okay, but like, you keep saying the people, they, etc., etc. But you never justify this. You just keep on inserting this thing that somehow grants nationness to the Germans or whatever. Like, justify it.
Again, the justification is self-referential. If someone declares themselves to be German, as they understand themselves to be that, and pretty much, again, I'm not going to get into 100%, peer validation, but if everyone else goes, yeah, we also agree that you're German, just like we are. Again, I think you are missing the aspect of people being able to just voluntarily associate and agree with what they call themselves. Again, it's more than just, say, like a political party, or it's more than just like a school of economic thought. You could call yourself, I subscribe to the Austrian school of economic thought, or I'm a, registered Republican, or I'm a registered Democrat. That's not what I'm talking about, because that's much more structural, in the sense that that's not organic, right? You're not born a Democrat, you're not born a Republican. You can also argue
you're
that
not born a German. You're educated into it. You're talking.
Yeah. Again, I'm talking about the German, right? That it requires people to have intergenerational transmission of those values, that identity. I never, you could take a German baby.
You were talking about genetic clusters before. Why are genetic clusters required? All of this stuff can be passed on entirely intellectually.
No.
Yeah.
And no.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
because the will
Yeah.
because the will
Yeah.
the will because the will has to be constituted in a
The
collective
will has to
sense.
be constituted. What are you talking about?
Yes.
Whose will? What does that mean? The will has to be constituted.
Okay, so again, it all goes back to, do you agree with the identity that you have grown up with, that you have ascribed to you by others? Do you affirm
We are talking about how one acquires that identity in the first place.
Yes.
Once you've grown up, you've been educated into it.
No,
That's a
because
spoiled sample.
there has been successive intergenerational transmission. That's my whole point. Is that it starts with the smallest of a tribe.
Why does it need to have a genetic component? Why can this not simply be transmitted ideologically through education, as it is?
Because again, and I think I figured out where your blind spot is. Again, you're thinking that that it's all just based on, again, things like just learning the same language, or or just being born in a certain territory. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm saying that you have the base of the population, and from that shared heritage, you have people who are more likely to identify with that, right, organically. You could say they're socialized into it, but at that point, it's such a continuum, right? It's so consecutive that you're essentially just trying to think of the term I'm using. Like, you're just forming that same form over and over and over again, and it can change and it can be fluid to some degree. Obviously,
I have significantly more in common at like a fundamental level with an educated political theorist from somewhere in Africa than I do with basically anybody I live with here who looks identical to me, who's related to me. Where are you getting this from?
Okay. Again, if you're talking about in terms of your personal preferences in regards to who you choose to socialize with.
No, we're not just talking about personal preferences in terms of who I choose to socialize with. We are talking about we are talking about who I identify with. You're saying there's something innate about this.
Well, no,
I don't feel any innate connection to people of my description at that level. When I think of my identity, I don't think of blotchy white skin and like what is the
okay?
What's my blind spot? Elaborate, please.
Okay, so your blind spot, I think, is that you think that nationalism, national identity, national culture, it can be constituted and it can be passed on simply through instruction, right? In other words, it's just a matter of teaching people how to be like this.
Not exactly. No. I am actually making a more radical statement of that. I am saying that is all it is.
That's all it is?
That's all it is. 100%. Right down to the arbitrary way you picked out specific groups to identify as being a part of a nation in the first place. Learned behaviors.
What do you mean arbitrary? Obviously, you have a base population.
Where?
Which is like...
What's the base population?
The base population would be the Neolithic Indo-European...
Oh my god.
That's what it is. That's... I mean, if you want to go all the way back to what you call like ancient history, or even like prehistoric history, yeah, because it's not like they just came down in a spaceship, right? They obviously had to make their way there, and then once they settled, and once they began to expand in population, and they began to essentially terraform and make the land what it was to them, right? A primitive sense of ownership, of collective tribal ownership. And you could have had hundreds of different tribes and clans competing and killing and intermarrying and creating alliances and breaking alliances.
Really?
But eventually...
And that's organic. That's organic.
Well, yeah, it's human activity.
Well, no. Human activity is... We don't simply talk about all human activity as organic. That would rob the term of any meaning.
Organic because it's all based in evolutionary psychology.
Well, it's clearly not, because we're talking about an agricultural society. This is well at the end stage of human evolution. We are not talking about a state of nature.
Okay.
We are talking about people who are settled. They have land. They have
hey guys,
a sedentary
guess what?
life.
We've stopped evolving.
Yes, actually, in a serious way, we have. We no longer, for example, select based on fitness alone. We make technological efforts to specifically offset the course of natural selection.
Well, no, it's not so much. Well, no, within natural selection, I would say now in modern industrial and post-industrial societies, it's what would be considered selection based on mating.
You are imputing to technologically derived moves natural processes. That makes no sense.
No, what I meant by evolutionary psychology is if we had never like that. Yes, we made technology.
What you
Yes,
mean,
we
what you
invent-
mean,
yes.
what you mean by evolutionary psychology is what most people mean by evolutionary psychology, unfortunately, because it should actually be an interesting subject, and that is, we are going to assume that we can just concoct a natural story for every, frankly, more or less modern, sometimes slightly less modern, but nonetheless very much historical, state of mind or social attitude or mode of association, etc., etc. And we're just going to run with it as if that's science. That's basically it. There's a reason why most of the social sciences don't take evolutionary psychology very seriously, or evolutionary psychologists.
Well, all I meant by evolutionary psychology was that, again, this goes back to the tribes, was that they were in constant competition for survival. And so you
No,
can
they
take
weren't.
that...
No, they weren't. No, they weren't. Why would they be in constant competition for survival?
Because they were in a state of nature, in a
No, they were
Yes,
tribes.
yes.
They were associations with structure. They had holdings.
Yes.
They defended
Yes,
land.
but did not
Human beings in a
achieve-
state of nature are not agricultural. That is the basis of society. That's post state of nature.
What I
State
mean
of
by
nature. State of nature doesn't mean we wear furs and we sit around fire. State of nature means we are
Never said that.
pre-societal.
Never said that.
I know you didn't say
So-
that. You're mistaken
Yeah,
as to what a state
so-
of nature is.
No, what I mean by no. What I mean by state of nature is that you can never escape fundamentally from individuals constituting groups, which then compete against each other for resources, for territory, for status, for power, even for purely
Well,
abstract.
no.
senses like
Hang on.
ideology or-
But wait. We didn't. First of all, if that indeed was a state of nature, then we're still in a state of nature because you just said we can't
Yes.
escape it. But
I argue that. Well, yeah, I argue fundamentally that we're never going until our psychology fundamentally changes. Again, not 100% at once as a whole species, but as long as people make the in-group versus out-group differentiation and compete for the acquisition of resources, regardless.
you're
of
literally
what it
just
is.
asserting this. I
But
don't know what
it's
to do
true.
with
Why-
this. But it's true on what basis?
So China
On
isn't
what
trying
basis?
to make its
It's
economy bigger
right.
than the
Okay.
United
So
States.
the basis for this, is that you watch the TV and it just seems intuitive to you.
What TV? What are you talking about?
Well, I'm assuming you're not in China.
No, I don't think I am.
Better check out the window.
Too much fog.
Or her.
Fog, smog. No, but you get what I mean. Like why is the CCP, which is a association, right, a top-down hierarchical ordered authority, which wields the state
Is-
monopoly of
is
violence, why is it competing against the United
historically
States?
and rationally by
Yeah, for resource and competition, and for power, and great power competition, right? 'Cause
Okay, but
humans are
hang
always
on,
in a
hang on.
social-
Look. The definition of the state of nature has nothing to do with whether or not we still require resources and covet resources to prosper. Like, obviously. Like, we don't use the term state of nature to refer to a pre-Star Trek type of society. We use the term state of nature to refer specifically to a society, not even a society, to the state of humanity prior to stable society. As soon as you're talking about tribes warring with each other, you have complex associations with stakes in the world, with stable structures populating the world, which implies technology, among other things. Like, that's not a state of nature. You are, again, talking specifically about historically constituted communities that are not formed solely on the basis of blood. Like, you're just wrong. They don't even conceive of themselves that way. In fact, almost across the board, every single tribe in antiquity did not conceive of themselves as being identified with specific genetic qualities. And even the ancient Hebrew example, and I brought this up in the Keith video, there were ways in which you could be inducted as a non-born Hebrew into the tribe. That's a thing that happened. You could be inducted into the tribe in ancient Athens. You could be like that. That's how tribes changed in form, because they made alliances with each other. It's not like
And I literally have pretty much said that word for that tribes and clans, whatever you want to call them, they
Okay,
they were fluid. Right?
but hang on, hang on,
At a
hang on.
matter of
Just wait.
practicality.
Just applying the word fluid doesn't assimilate that fact to your approach.
Well, no, because it was a constant struggle of back and forth, right? Because again, if you go to what the ideal of a nation is in its highest expressed
What do you mean
form,
a constant struggle of back and forth? What are we talking about here?
Okay, so for example, you have all these directions that populations, the masses, they can take on a simultaneously. Everyone is making decisions every day in their life. Now, if more and more people begin to go down a certain route in regards to how they think politically, right, culturally, socially, you can then slowly shift, how they see themselves, right? And so again, the reason why there wasn't a constituted unified Germanness before Bismarck, before or after the Franco-Prussian War, um, again, but you had a nascent sense, right? It's not like these people again immediately refused unification based on, regardless of threat, based on like, well, we don't feel German, we don't feel. They were basically slight variations,
Okay.
which had already been basically been
You had okay. Hang
closing
on.
the gap.
Hang on.
And
So
they-
hang on.
okay.
Wait. Let us concur that there was a nascent sense that the broad social forms that prevailed at the time, people identified with them. Okay, fine.
Yeah,
There was
like a
there was a Germany, right?
there was a
Why?
emergent Germany. Yes, it was emergent. It was on the horizon.
Why do you think that is downstream from this ambiguous national identity thing and not the other way around?
Because it's about starting. Again, you had all these people that were scattered. They were divided over more communal and more provincial demarcations, but eventually, over thousands of years, you go back to the first Neolithic farmers. Again, you mentioned agriculture. Even if you want to disregard our disagreement over state of nature, but the point is that from the Neolithic era all the way up through the Roman Empire, and all of its campaigns against Germania, what they roughly call Germania, its inhabitants, all the way through medieval Europe, all the way through the Westphalian model, all the way up to modern Germany. I would say you still, at the end of the day, have this thing called Germany. These people called Germans. Who, the fact that we even have this concept, right? It's more than just a language distinction, right? The point is that it still survives, and it still is the highest form of the conception of those people. Now, maybe I'm not talking about individuals. Obviously, you have people who might be devout Christians in Germany, and they think that while they may identify as German, they serve an even higher power, which is God or Jesus or whatever. But the point is that when we're talking about pure material reality here on the ground, on this place called Earth, where you have all these populations that are divided through structural nationalism, right? Borders, states. But then within that, what constitutes even the purpose for having structural nationalism? It's organic nationalism. It's the reason why there are even people who agree to cooperate and to be cohesive and to unify around that identity, not based on some stratification, say based on class, or based on well, you're a Protestant, you're a Catholic, right? Or whether you're rural, I'm urban.
So when the French nobility distanced themselves from the Gauls, specifically because of the revolution, and identified with the Germans, I'm sorry, I don't.
Well, I didn't mention Gauls. I don't know where are you bringing that up? Like, you mean like, okay. So, again, France, and I have done a little bit of research into this because I wanted to make sure.
I am certain that you've had this idea in your head for a very long time, and then you just endlessly read on stuff you could assimilate to that. But we have no conceptual clarity here, none. Like, I don't even know. it's difficult to even say what you're talking about because you keep waffling back and forth between it's organic, but organic means constituted historically, and we can just assimilate all this technological stuff into it, and it's just.
Okay, so you were talking about. Okay, you were talking about Gauls and the French nobility. I would argue that what you
Ignore
have
the
there-
Gauls.
Okay, all right. I was going to say why the French nobility were doomed to always be, unable to properly govern and be able to establish the French nation as a proper Westphalian state. But, that aside.
I'm sorry, what? Say it again?
I was saying, people, and this was something that I used to just think as stuff that was said, was that like when the French Revolution happened, people thought of France as like modern day France, like oh, it was French and everyone spoke French and everyone thought of themselves as French. That's not true. There were entire swaths of the population and regions of the country that of what I guess you would call the borders back then that didn't identify with Frenchness. They didn't even speak French at the time, what was considered like mainstream French. Yeah, it was true. Like they did not have they had a lot of work to do before they could call themselves a true nation, a true unified nation. That's why when the French Revolution happened, it was it was not a revolution to create a new nation that was going to be get rid of the monarchy and the aristocracy and the clergy. Essentially, you had people that didn't even know they didn't even know what was going on in Paris, and they didn't even know what was going on at the Bastille. Like, they didn't even care because they didn't even see themselves as part of that revolution because they didn't identify with that. They didn't identify with any of the political factions.
What was understood by nation was a civic association. They were citizens, citoyen, right? They weren't.
Well, yeah. I mean, I have a personal not a disagreement because obviously the French have always been, at least from the French Revolution onwards, more ambiguous in regards to citizenship and what it means to be French, even more so, especially in the modern day. But the French have always been more ambiguous in regards to how they conceive their Frenchness.
No, I don't. I don't. I really don't just like vague statements about massive swaths of people over massive swaths of time.
Well, specifically talking about from the Revolution onwards, but more so after.
When the Revolution took place, we're a little bit past that now.
Yeah, well, the original, she's like 1789, I think, right? 1789, 1790, it went on for. Then you had the different factions, and you had eventually Robespierre got axed, even though he kind of was a major instigator of the whole thing. Again, I don't want to bog down in history.
I don't know
here.
why you're going on about this.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like, I can go on about the history of it and why.
Yes, we've established that.
No, what I'm saying is that it succeeded in getting rid of the monarchy and severely undermining the clergy and creating this like new egalitarian secularism that was going to be the new virtues of the new French Republic, right? But it was, again, truly in a civic sense because they didn't have a genuine nationalism because it was more in this esoteric form of.
Why do you think they would be
grander?
I'm sorry. Why would they be? Why would they be aiming towards a genuine? What does that even mean? A genuine?
No, I'm saying that they weren't. They were far more, I guess, materialist and more like. Kind of.
I see. Okay, so in your head, so hang on. So in your head, people just have this underlying hum of mutual self-regard for their fellow pink people, and it's just our social degeneration that causes that to be obscured to us, right?
No, no. It's kind of a bunch of different lines of thinking that you've got there. I would say that the impulse for the French Revolution was not to unite all people in what then were the borders of this place called France, as a united nation, united by common blood, common culture, common language. That it was essentially a intellectual revolution. It was these other factions, these political factions, and the up and coming mercantile bourgeoisie who thought that they could run things better than these, blue blood aristocrats and the monarchy and the clergy, and all these people are so, 17th, 16th, 15th century. We're almost at the 19th century now. We're going to have a totally new way of organizing society. I forget which group it was that wanted to create like a 10-day week or something. They wanted to completely reorganize the calendar. This is my point. It was purely all these factions that were just fighting over the control of a collapsing state after they had removed the head of state, and essentially the state's monopoly of violence was then transferred onto whichever political faction could enforce their will. Needless to say, Napoleon pretty soon after, put that to an end and said, hey, I'm the emperor, you're gonna bow down to me. But Napoleon, in
that's
a sense,
that's a Weberian conception of the state that doesn't actually apply at this period of time.
no, Napoleon reconstituted like the emergence of the French nation state, trying to essentially become, the new continental power and launching all these wars and, but at the end of the day, Napoleon was like the first center of gravity of like what the new French society could be after the failures of the revolution failed to materialize this, enlightened, secular, egalitarian republic. And so what I'm saying is that the intellectual revolution was never to create this nation based on, the organic essence of people who would have identified with that. But Napoleon was the first one. Even if you could call him, an imperialist, he was the first one.
The idea of race as a community was directly emergent out of the French Revolution. That was.
I'm not talking about race per se. I'm not. No. This would be more ethnic. This would be more about language, culture, custom. Even geography. Like, Paris is in France, like Lyon.
But you are, though, because every single time it comes down to, you're like, it's the Neolithic gene clusters.
No. What I'm saying is that, obviously, when it comes to, the actual people, like the base of where these people come from, like the ancestry, obviously that's where you got to start, right? But then you have all these other developments, right? You have all these other.
But I don't care about those. I'm asking you, why is that where we have to start?
Because that is where the populations between 1648, let's say, just to give Westphalia as the starting point, all the way till the modern day, even those populations, if you take everyone who lived during that time, at least talking about, in regards to, the West in terms of the socio-political development of the nation state, those people inevitably came from clans and tribes.
Is this all you can do? You just assert this over and over again? These people inevitably came from clans and tribes that identified genetically? Is that it?
No, there's okay. Obviously, when it came to the modern realization and the conception of the Westphalian model of governance, it was about, hey, instead of having 1,000 different, kind of like the Holy Roman Empire, obviously not like literally 1,000, but you get my point, right? Like lots and lots of all these different political entities that were constantly that had pretty similar aspects when it came to being able to communicate and being able to see themselves as something higher. Those things had to be broken down, right? Those distinct identities had to be broken down, and they had to be subsumed into a higher new identity, but it was able to be done because they were similar enough that those small differences actually were just that small differences, and it was only nurtured by like certain political elites to keep themselves in power. And then once you had the new age elites, right, like you had the old lords had been pretty much, their wealth and their power had gone, and you had the modernist, new age elites like Bismarck who came in and said, is there really that much difference between
why are we
a
talking
Prussian
about
and a
this?
Bavarian? No.
Why are we talking about this?
Because this again goes to the distinct. You're talking about you're talking about the definition of what a nation is, right? Like what nationalism is, and is it just the borders? Is it just the state, the institutions? I'm saying those are all secondary. Those are all those are effectual, right? They're necessary for a modern state to be able to maintain itself, but it's the nation part that comes first, literally, right?
On what basis?
on the basis that that is the central organizing principle for why that state
Okay.
exists in the first place.
Oh
which
my
is
God,
to
that is
preserve-
not no, that is not.
What?
Literally no state exists on that.
Yeah.
No, none of them.
No,
None
no.
of them.
Some of them don't. A lot of them in the modern.
None of them. Not
They
a
don't,
single,
right?
not a single state existing. None of them. Not even like the first, like if we want to be like super loose with our terms. Not even like the first city states. None of them. Not a single one is simply constituted from a base population.
No, I don't mean like 12 people and then everyone grew from that. Obviously,
No,
I
let's
said,
talk about thousands and thousands. None of them are just based on tribes. None. And none of
No,
those tribes are only.
okay. If you literally went back to, say the height of the Roman Empire, where they conquered about the lower half of what was historically called back then Germania. I mean, even back then, they had a sense that these people, despite being barbarians, just like all these other people on the fringes of the empire who had yet to be incorporated either as citizens or auxiliaries, the point is that they understood them to be different, right? And even though there were all these different tribes and clans, and there was all this stratification over this large area that
They understood
Romans
them to be
even at their-
different because they were extrinsic to the Roman religion. There were a ton of barbarians living
Yes,
within the
and they
city of
didn't
Rome.
speak Latin, and they did have different customs.
No, a
and
lot of
they
them
have a
did.
different-
They could communicate with them. They
No,
talked
I'm not saying
perfect.
that ancient Germanic peoples couldn't learn Latin, and that ancient, Romans who spoke Latin couldn't learn.
Okay, but you're differentiating them again by specifically acculturated distinctions.
Because that's how they did it. That's how.
Yes.
Why didn't? Yeah, they did it, right? Again, in order for two to tango, you have to have two. So, if the ancient Germanic tribes during the height of the Roman Empire, or even during the collapse when they began to sack the western portion of the empire, they saw themselves still as Germanic. Even when they were mercenaries hired by the Roman legions towards the end of the empire, they still fundamentally saw themselves as Germanic. They didn't really.
What do you mean they saw themselves as Germanic? Where are the odes to Germania that you're drawing this from?
No, not. I mean Germanic in the sense that they were derived, regardless of whether it was the Visigoths, the Ostrogoths. I'm not talking about any specific some of the larger big clans that became really powerful towards the late stage collapse of the Roman Empire. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the fact that there was even literally translated from the ancient Latin scriptures this place called Germania in the far north that for over 2 centuries the Roman Empire tried to conquer, and they still couldn't do it because those people didn't just lay down and take it. They were like, no, this is our land. We're gonna fight. We're gonna stand. Even if they kill every last one of us, we are going to go down as standing up for our in-group. And that's my point. That's why there was a distinction.
For the glorious spirit of Germania, for the Germans. That's what they wrote, is it?
No.
No.
I never stated that. I was saying
then, again, on what basis are you saying this?
Okay, so I'm saying is that even the
because I'll tell you what I
Romans-
can discern here. What I can discern is that we identify today at a certain resolution a group of people that we characterize as Germanic historically. And then a large number of people from this group played some pivotal role historically in its interactions with another group that we, again, identify historically as being, for the sake of argument, a somewhat homogenous thing that treated as an individual entity has a specific significant influence on the course of history going forward. I don't see a basis for deriving a national identity like you're describing here. It seems like you're just saying that. I need something to demonstrate it. Like, what is the basis for thinking this? That you say they thought of themselves as being a part of the Germanic peoples, and this is their principal identity.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because it was based in.
On what is
it
that?
Based in common. Okay, it was based in common language, culture, customs.
Why do you think? Why do you?
And familial blood relations, essentially.
Why do you think that they thought of themselves in those terms? When keeping in mind, language differs radically across very small regions at this time.
I know, that's why there wasn't a unified, standardized German language, and identity. I said Germanic. I'm being very specific here. When I say Germanic versus German, I'm talking about the modern sense, right? Like late 19th century onwards. Germanic can basically mean anything from the Holy Roman Empire to, again, during Germania, during Rome's rule, to even, again, back to the Neolithic era. As much as you seem to despair me going back to that era. Again, Germanic simply means that they had enough in common to realize that they had a larger enemy, which was Rome, which was, and yes, some of them made treaties and alliances during the height of the empire, obviously, because that was the big centralized hegemon in the continent. But again, late stage, again, didn't matter what tribe or clan you were part of. Hey, you're sacking Rome. Hey, you're taking Gaul. Hey, you're going down into Hispania. You're going down into, you're taking over this collapsing power. Hey, we'll do it with you. We can fight about things that blood feuds later. We have this big enemy, but it's very weak, and we're finally now, after all these generations, we're gonna, get back at it. So essentially, again, this is what I mean. You can have subset stratifications, and you can have divergences within populations, but fundamentally, if there's enough similarity at a base level from common ancestry and common culture and language, eventually you can have periods of history where they come together. You think they would be so far apart in this one part of history, killing each other, but then the next, couple of generations later, they come back together. Now, whether that's because like that, they have a greater enemy, or because they finally come to their senses and realize, hey, we're actually not that different. A couple minutiae in terms of differences in terms of customs, or just because you're from a different region that's a little further away. Eventually, and I'm not denying the role that technology and rapid revolutions in communication and transportation in the 19th and 20th century didn't have any effect on the modern incarnation of the nation state. Obviously it did. But again, I think if they call themselves German, that makes them German, and that's the thing. I think that's your blind spot. You go, but I don't consider myself a German. How can they? Well, that's the thing. You never will, and I won't either, because it's innate from within them. Again, it's self-referential.
Hang on. You haven't established it's innate within them. You just
It is. Innate in the sense. Okay, innate in the sense that, again, it's passed through intergenerational socialization.
You haven't established this. You've literally, the only thing you have said is that a bunch of people identify as German. Ergo, it's intergenerationally passed through genes? That doesn't follow.
I never said that.
Yes, you did.
Strawman. I never said genes. I never said that.
I don't need to strawman you.
I said intergenerational socialization. That's what I said.
And why can it not simply be passed down through acculturation?
That's what I'm talking about. There has to be a continuum. So
yes, there does, but you haven't you haven't given me a continuum. You simply asserted one. I need a basis for that being there.
So let's talk about how language changes, right? Obviously, just like
language is acculturated. Language is convention.
Yes.
That can be no. You can have a continuity of language that is not genetic. That can and does now currently span the globe, every single group imaginable.
Okay, what I mean by language, I'm using this as an example because, again, yes, obviously, the German spoken today is different than the German spoken during, say, the Middle Ages, and spoken during the times then of, the Roman Empire, and spoken, again, the first utterances of what would become from the Indo-European family language group, the first strain of what would be considered like the Germanic tongue, right? Even if there was no single point, even if it was a bunch of different strains of it, eventually it all came back together. Some aspects were lost, but a lot of aspects were gained, and some were modified, and some have always stayed consistent. Like, for example, the English word locks hasn't changed in 8,000 years. Okay? I mean, you want to talk about, like, even before the times of, ancient Sumeria. The point is that, like that, some things, it's a transmogrifying process, right? Organic nation-state development is a messy business sometimes, because, again, it's all about whether or not people agree to sublimate their own individual will to this higher collective consciousness of the national ideal. That's my whole point, essentially. So I hope that makes sense.
No,
I mean, although
it-
you'd probably say it doesn't.
Yeah, I probably will. You're just asserting stuff.
Well, you're just asserting stuff.
No.
You're yes. You're, you're saying that it has to presume the liberal. You know, I mean, going back to this, but
I've explained specifically how it does. You've ignored that.
yeah, and I agree with that in regards to structural nationalism. It's the organic
Yes,
part
but
that
you're
we keep getting.
But what you're calling organic is not organic, and then in order to characterize it as organic, you're just inserting accounts of national feeling that you've spun out of the air. What is your source?
Well, again, we're not those people, and we cannot go
What
back in
is
time
your
and observe them.
source?
That's my whole point. Is that
Okay, so if you don't have a source, I don't like. Oh,
what do you mean a source? You
let's
mean
think
a
of. Okay,
source
hang
as in-
on. Wait. So your argument, to be clear, is that listen, we're not those people, so we don't have that innate sense. So I'm just going to imagine that they do, and I'm going to just pull that out of the air and say, look, they have this innate sense. Where are you getting this from? Where are you getting this from?
Okay, so if I go to
it's not
this land called Germany,
look,
and
if
I ask some people there,
listen,
are you German? And they say in German,
listen,
yeah,
Commander
Deutsch,
Neo,
I mean, like,
listen,
German isn't
listen.
good, but
hang on. If I ask you to justify essentially a sociological statement derived from an account of someone's psychology, it is not sufficient to prove your account of that psychology to simply say that we can't access it. That's what you've done. Like, you haven't actually established that pivotal thing is there.
so I have to extract something. So you're saying I can't ever definitively, objectively extract something from someone and have that be a reflection of something that's objective? Like if I ask them, are you German? And they say yes. And I go, well, I don't know. I don't know if you actually really believe that or think that.
You didn't say you derived this solely from the grounds that they said that
No,
they
but that's what I
identified
was
as German.
saying. We could go and we can, again, it's all
Where are you getting this sense from?
because they are the source.
Who's
You can ask
they?
me the source.
They are the source.
The people that identify as modern German people, citizens of the
The
Federal
people
Republic
who identify as modern Germans have a state to refer to. We're talking about a national identity that precludes the state.
Yes.
Okay. On what basis?
Okay. So the basis is that there was a very narrow window in which you had the formation of the German nation state, but you also had people who still had their provincial
No.
identities
We're
and qualities.
going before then. What is the basis for
Okay, so
talking about the national identity of these Germanic peoples who fought the Romans? What is the basis of this?
Okay, yeah. Okay, so we're going to okay. So during
We
that
never
time
left.
period. Oh, okay. All right. Oh. So during that time, I would argue that yes, they didn't have a centralized state authority, right? Like they weren't unified under a single central authority. However, again, they had fractal aspects collectively that they were similar enough that those people, their progeny, to this day eventually formed what would become Germany. Now I'm not like arguing that obviously they didn't have a Westphalian conception of themselves. Obviously it was still very tribal and very clan based, and as soon as they were defeating the common enemy, aka Rome, they would go back to fighting each other and making alliances, breaking alliances. But eventually, if those people never existed, you wouldn't have.
I don't want to hear a story.
So,
I want to hear how you are deriving the existence of this sense.
okay, so the existence of the sense is that they declare it, right? And it's through, again, that intergenerationally socialized process of
No.
German.
Hang on. They do not intergenerationally declare themselves to be German. That is predicated on the previous existence of there being a Germany. Prior to that,
Yes, and
that's
that
not
came
the case.
about organically. The
No,
language
it
came about
didn't.
organically. Yes,
No,
every
it
single
didn't.
person
Language isn't organic. We invented
Yes, it is.
that. No.
It is organic.
No.
It's within our innate psychological capacity to be able to construct language.
It's clearly not. At some point it was...
Yes, it is.
No, because we had to
Yes,
evolve...
we developed the ability to do that. That's my whole point. It's a process.
But we didn't... What?
Did our brains not develop to be able to create what we call verbal communication, language, beyond just mere grunts?
Well, at some point, somebody had to deploy grunts to a particular use, and then
yes, and then that was the first initial aspect, right? But again, even if you want to get into things like vocal cords, right? The fact that we have vocal cords to even be able to speak, that is the most basic basis for even the brain even be able to then to control vocal cords in order to be able to create speech. My point is that the brain itself was a self-transformative organ. It's able to eventually evolve and eventually was able to give us language. Along with things like vocal cords and our tongue and our teeth and our lips. That's my whole point. That it's
the brain didn't give us language.
The brain taught itself language. It's very similar to how AI actually learns. Eventually, it finds pathways that work, and what works, what doesn't.
No,
it gets passed on. That's okay. This is literally so. Then, how is it that the brain, right? The brain desires to replicate itself, right, along with the rest of the organism. So essentially, if it wants to breed, it has to replicate with other genetics, and so what you have is a continuum of the brain evolving and developing to the point where it can achieve a level of verbal communication, aka speech, modern language. If we didn't have a brain, even if we had everything else, we wouldn't be able to speak. Language.
So here's the problem. So what you're doing is it's now become very clear. So you have this scheme. It's very simple. It's very elegant. Things simply want to replicate, and so you characterize things as
literally the entire basis of genetic survival.
Things want to replicate, and it's brilliant. I can just imagine a story about how everything simply emerges through the desire to self-replicate. And if there's any inconsistency, I just need to concoct a story about how self-replication led to that particular difference. And that's all you do. And it's from top to bottom. You will explain the existence of states that way, you'll explain the existence of language that way, you'll explain the existence of everything that way. And that's all you can do. But if I ask you for a historical point that actually confirms your argument, you're lost. You actually can't derive a single moment that actually shows that there is this thing that is actually transmitting over time. Apart from convention. You can't do it. You just have to conjecture. It's just some gene-like thing trying to survive. Like this is you've been going in a loop for hours now. Like this is all you got.
Okay. So Germany in no conceptual definitional way exists. There's no people that refer to themselves as German. There's no German language. There are a lot
of things that have been called Germany throughout history that exist.
Exactly, and some of them got lost. Some of them were retained. Some of them were modified, and there's
none of them are organic. None of them.
What do you mean? So human beings.
When I say organic, what most people mean by organic is that it came about through non-artificial processes. Everything you have pointed to has been artificial. Everything you have pointed to has involved the use of deliberation to alter the course of the future. Entirely.
No, it's not intentional. It's not intentional to deliberately do anything. It's an organic process. Again,
they don't need to have accurately predict the future. It's enough that intentional interventions were the cause of the state of affairs that we are now trying to explain. They don't have to have perfectly planned it out and succeeded in following through on their plans. That is not what artificial means.
Okay. So you're saying that so what's the distinction then between artificial and organic in your summarization?
Well, one way you can think of it is that the organic is not the product of human activity. The artificial is the product of human activity.
But okay, so now this is gonna then have to get into things like consciousness, because if we have our bodies simply as vessels, which contain our own, if you believe in free will, I'm not sure where you stand on that, or to some degree of free will, for each individual to interact with their environment
Well,
voluntarily.
free will,
and react
insofar
to-
as it's a coherent concept, simply means the existence of a will. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense to think you can determine your will from the outside.
well, in relation to your environment and the external stimuli. I mean, that's, like, again, like if you don't, let's say again, in true state of nature, right, when it was pure hunter-gatherer, right, like if you didn't run fast enough and the saber-toothed tiger caught you, well, if you hadn't, that's it. And so any unique, and you wouldn't then continue on had you, as a part of yourself, and thus your ability to then affect the next generation in regards to your progeny. So that's kind of, and then the ones who did, right, they were fast enough and they escaped, they fought it off, they survived. Essentially, that is what I mean by our bodies acting, we control our bodies to essentially perceive reality and interact with the world. And that's kind of where I'm coming back to, which is why it's also self-referential in regards to
You're trying to explain
being
people's attachment to artificially delineated, bureaucratically run structural entities by reference to an organic principle that you just know is there.
Well, because humans, as social primates,
No.
naturally organize. Vast majority of people want to be social, and they want to organize with a group which they can identify with through similar characteristics. I mean, that's just, and again, at the
No.
very low level, that's your only
No.
choice, right? Because if
No.
you're, in a tribe of only a couple hundred people, you can't just, run off and join, the next tribe or the next
Yeah,
tribe. 'Cause,
actually, in a lot of cases you could. That happened a lot.
well, no, I mean, I'm not saying that people didn't choose to do that.
Well,
but again, how big were the
hang on then,
differences?
what are you saying?
How big were the differences?
It's immaterial.
That's my whole point. No, how big were the differences
Yeah.
in terms of fitting in?
You're
Unless we're
you're
gonna-
trying to give an explanatory principle, as some absolute description of why things are the way they are. If that's flouted in every single example by myriad cases, like what's your point? Like what's left?
What's left again is the fluctuation between people choosing identities. Right now, if that was just purely based off of some material aspect of, well, maybe I'd have it better in this tribe than this one, or if you were, then conscripted
It's-
essentially via conquest by one tribe over another, then that would be involuntary. But regardless if it's voluntary or involuntary, the point is that, again, the identities either survive or they die based on the people who have ascribed those identities completely to themselves, along with other people who they interact with. It's through that you either have the passing on, again, that socialization from each generation to the next, and whether or not the form, right, the form and the function of that in-group survives, essentially.
Where are you getting this
It doesn't
data
matter-
about relations between hunter-gatherer groups?
Well, I'm not talking about data. I'm just saying, like.
But I'm talking about
just
that now.
wanna
Where are you getting the data for
Okay,
this?
well,
you gestured towards us. Where are you getting this from?
I'm talking about hunter-gatherers, because you want to talk about a state of nature, right? The whole point of that originally, this goes back to language in the brain, because I was
Okay,
talking about
so
how the brain.
where are the records that demonstrate your argument?
Well, the records, again, we are the living proof. We are the living records.
No, we
if
are
you-
modern
yes, if you
constituted
had-
subjects. We are not the same as them.
No, okay. But there is a continuum through genealogy. And so literally everyone who
You
exists
have
today
not
had
proved
ancestors in the.
You have not established
so,
this. A continuum through
everyone on-
genealogy. What are you talking about?
Okay, everyone on Earth that's living today had to
Sure.
have ancestors in the past.
Sure.
And those ancestors in the past made decisions that eventually led to, through a continuum,
Stop saying
led
continuum.
to.
You need to establish
Yes, it is.
continuum first. No, you need
Okay.
to establish that first.
Yes. So
if
the
you're just talking
continuum
about the bare
is
fact that
that-
people reproduce, sure, fine.
No,
You're trying to characterize people who exist prior to historical records and their social attitudes based on like what's like, basic like let's approach this scientifically. What's your control? How have you determined that it's this and not something else?
It's every single, again, if you wanted to have this as an entire simulation throughout all of human history, let's say, it is every single individual making all their choices simultaneously with everyone else, interacting, all of the cause and effect, and eventually you have the inevitable outcome, which is the current, every day goes on and on and on, and eventually you have people make decisions. Some decisions lead to them having different outcomes in their lives, and it comes to that with how they, again, perceive their perception of themselves in the world. So if you had someone who was literally born of German parents,
What
right,
are you talking about?
and then you take them, you put them in America, right? You put them in, say, I don't know,
There'd be a bit of culture
Kansas.
shock, and they'd probably get
They're-
over it in one generation. What's your point?
No, I'm talking about the baby. You're right. Would, despite having direct German ancestry, would not have been socialized by German parents in Germany, surrounded by however many thousands or tens of thousands of fellow Germans they would have interacted with throughout their childhood and into their adulthood. And that's my point. They would probably think of themselves as just some, country boy from Kansas, right? A grade A American, even though they could say, yeah, I have, pretty direct German ancestry, but, I don't identify really as German. I identify more as American because they weren't socialized, right? They don't speak the language. They didn't grow up in the culture.
Yeah, that was my
They didn't
point.
grow up in
It's
the country.
conventional.
No,
It's a
no. My point is that it's about the will of each generation to pass that
what the
on.
fuck are you talking about by the will of each generation?
Well, in every generation, you have the population that was born
So
after the previous one.
if he's in America for long enough, he's just gonna be consumed with just an inexplicable rage, and we'll just try to squeeze the Germanist back out of him. What are you talking about?
No, I'm saying his Germanness will only be a purely genealogical aspect. It'll just be, yeah, I have ancestors that hailed from this part of the world at some time.
But then, if it's purely genealogical, as in he just has this abstract notion that, yeah, I'm vaguely aware of my family being German, and we're assuming that, by the way, because we can imagine a case where he's not aware of his German.
Oh no, yeah, that's also my other case. It didn't matter. It would matter even less, of course, if he wasn't. Let's say it was part of some experiment, some sociological experiment to see if there was any.
So national identity is entirely conventional.
National.
That's the upshot of that.
Again, you have to look. Okay, yeah, you have to look.
Have to look at what?
National. I'm going to tell you, national identity. You have to look at it as a, almost like a collective organism.
Oh, for fuck's sake! No, I don't have to look at it as a collective organism. You
If
haven't given me a reason to think so. No, look. If you have
identify as something, it
organisms, Commander Neo, parts of organisms do not exist separately, self-sufficiently in distant lands, disconnected, while still being a part of the same organism from which they were dismembered from. We are not talking about an organism anymore.
No.
We are talking about, insofar as we want to construe them as organisms, and I have no idea why you would, we are talking now about separate organisms. Immediately.
We're talking, okay, yes, but this is the aspect of humans being social, primates, and being able
But
to...
the mechanism of transmission you have just identified as being purely conventional because he ceases to be a part of that organism by being separated in time and space. He is not identified within an organic way in any meaningful sense.
By not being properly socialized.
Correct. Socialization involves what? Education and culture. It has nothing to do with genes. Nothing.
Well, again, I would say that
You would say a lot of things, but it's like midnight now, so we're gonna call it here because we've now gone in circles for like 2 hours.
All right. Well,
2 hours.
Well,
so thank you. I will give you this much credit. You were much braver than Mr. Woods, and I applaud you for coming on. You're still wrong though, but nonetheless, thank you for playing. Have a good night. Oh, God. I have to work in the morning. This is a mistake. That was unreal. Chat, give me your assessment of this. My brain is melted. I wasn't even making faces because I was frustrated. My head is pounding. Oh man. Like it was just endless. It was just absolutely endless. Okay, so I don't want to try and reconstruct his argument without him here. I don't think that would be fair. But like, what does it mean to say something is organic and has some kind of special genetic continuity when the basis of its continuity is entirely cultural and conventional? These are opposites. One is intrinsic, one is entirely extrinsic and is cultivated. At a certain point, it was clear he was in circles. It was clear he was in circles at like the 20-minute mark. No, I'm not a masochist. It's a cruel optimism, is what that is. Organic equals legitimate and real, and therefore investments into it are worthwhile. Okay, but now you're just... By that usage, organic just means super duper. That's not helpful. Now, if I debated Keith Woods, it would be with a moderator, so that wouldn't happen. We wouldn't be going around in circles endlessly. But that was a trial. He's not stupid. This guy's not stupid. It's actually kind of the opposite. He's actually cursed with a specific kind of intelligence that makes him think he has things under wraps. By his capacity to absorb everything into a single greedy scheme. I'd say he just needs to read more, but I feel like the attitude of these groups is just entirely toxic to actual learning. And he knows a lot of stuff. Like, he's not stupid. He's done a lot of historical research. He has a lot of facts in his head. But conceptually, He doesn't know how to think critically. It's all there is to it. That is also acculturated, by the way. It's something you need to learn. Am I doubtful of his credentials? No. I've met too many poli-sci graduates to be doubtful of his credentials. I think he's 100% honest. He could have a PhD and I believe him. Organic means occurring through purely natural processes. Artificial utilizes abstractions. I wouldn't necessarily say artificial utilizes abstractions per se. I mean, maybe in a sense, but I think like we can be sort of modest with our meaning, with how, like, you know, we can be flexible, and we can say, like, artificial doesn't require the use of abstractions. Artificial can just mean the specific influence of some kind of consciousness upon the world or something. Like, there are apes that use primitive tools, right? Like, those are artificial. I don't agree. He's watched much YouTube. He doesn't read or research. I mean, probably. Possibly. I just have no basis for thinking so. Sorry, I should have said possibly, not probably. I'm very tired. here's the thing, like, reading a lot is no guarantee of learning how to think, right? Because leaving aside the fact that a lot of historians aren't very critical about this either, like the amount of historians who will just talk about the ancient Egyptian state, for instance, whatever that means. Don't get me wrong, I'm not valorizing any of his argumentation. It was incoherent and meandering, and it relied upon... I mean, when push came to shove, he actually had no basis whatsoever for the critical part of his argument, the thing he was arguing for. All he could do was assert it and then just walk it through a long story. I feel like you were trying to guide him to make a realization on his own, but that's not what he came here to do. He stretched definitions when it was convenient. Bad faith. I would say it's bad faith if he intended to do that. I don't know for certain if that's the case. Anyways, it's midnight here, so I think now is the time. Well, thank you for bearing through that with me. And, have a good night. Oh, and, Keith, if you end up watching this, offer still stands. I'll debate you on nationalism. Name a time and place. I mean, I'll agree to the place. I'm not going to come on the Thamster's channel for that, but, you know, anywhere neutral, I'll do it. Hell, Haz is hosting debates now. That'd be interesting. Yeah, if anyone's an infrared server, let him know. I'll trust him to host. I think he owes me some goodwill from being pretty neutral in his debate with perspective philosophy. Anyhow, take care, everybody. Ciao.